Well, my experience in Boston was like incredibly positive. Like I really enjoyed meeting everybody, like a lot of familiar faces that I saw on Twitch and even familiar players that I played the game with and being able to put a face to the name was really, really cool. And the fact that they had a whole bunch of KR devs there and even Jaehee Kim made a surprise cameo and I got to uh I got to talk to JJ, who is like the Pluribus CEO for North America, who I hadn't talked to in a while. So overall, it was just my favorite part was definitely just the people and meeting everybody there.
So you said you spoke to JJ. Did you have a chance to speak to anybody else? You ever get a chance to sit down with Jaehee Kim at all, or ask him any questions, or anybody for that
Well,
matter?
yeah, so I talked to a couple different people. I talked to the main guy that was in charge of costumes. He was sort of like the main art director that was there, and I also did talk to Jaehee Kim a little bit. But I was kind of I was hesitant to take up a lot of Jay's time because I knew that he was basically getting pestered all night by everybody asking him questions, and I didn't want to I didn't want to take.
Yeah.
He was enjoying himself standing in the corner having a beer,
I,
watching the
it
crowd,
was
and I was like.
unbelievable, man. I was telling everybody about it, but like me and Squid and Slide, all of us, as we were walking around, we would just see J Kim just chilling, walking around with a beer, just like vibing to the music. We were just blown away. I just because we see him on the cameras and stuff. He's a lot more composed, right? And he's not as free, right? But you see him there in person, he's just having the time of his life. It was unbelievable. I couldn't believe what I was seeing.
It was
Yeah.
genuinely next level. I'm not gonna hold you. Seeing Jaehee Kim hold like a Corona, listening to Pussycat Dolls in the venue was a spooky experience. It was one of the greatest things ever.
You kinda, like, I guess, sort of, treat these people as celebrities, and so when you see them
Exactly,
doing normal
exactly.
person stuff, it's like, "What the heck? You're a normal person." Like,
I was screaming.
shouldn't you be riding around on, like, 2 gold chains and a Bugatti or something?
That's
Like,
what
what are
I'm
you
saying. Yeah, the Bugatti event. It was all just to fund J.He Kim's Bugatti. Yeah.
exactly.
It was really goofy because at the event, me, Guido, and Body Pillow, and I think there was one other, Guido's brother. We hopped outside for a second, and we literally see like a Bugatti outside, and we're like, "That's Jaehee Kim's car right there."
No
He
way.
he
Car.
brought
Yeah.
yeah, there was actually a Bugatti outside the venue, parked across the street from where the windows or like the little like gate thing that you pulled up. And then we were sitting out there getting some air, and we literally saw it, and we're like, "That's Jaehee Kim's car."
Yeah, it's
When
got
he
to be J.He
released
Kim's.
when he released the Bugatti outfit, he bought that black and yellow Bugatti. It probably
Obviously.
wasn't his.
Think he's gonna be Ubering around Boston? Hell no. He had his whole car shipped from Korea, man.
Yeah, literally
Yeah,
airdrop there. Yeah.
he had it airmailed from from Korea, dude. All that Bugatti money from the sponsorship partnership or whatever they had going on. That's what paid for that Bugatti.
So I guess Choice. Let me ask you, what kind of questions did you actually ask a lot of the people from Perlibus there? You don't mind me asking?
Right. So there was two specific questions that I asked. One of them was about the altar of blood, and I don't even know. Does console have altar of blood or had altar
We
of blood?
did have it. Yeah, it got removed. Got removed on
Yeah.
PC,
Okay.
right?
So right, it got removed back in September, and they were like, the altar of blood and Savage Rift are going to be disabled for upgrades, like a future upgrade or whatever. And so I basically asked about the status of that because, little known fact, I guess, I was actually the number one ranked Altar Bud player, like in the high scores. I had like the highest percent wave completion for all 10 waves. And I really love the
Damn.
shit of the content. It obviously had a lot of flaws that it was super repetitive and the waves are the same and it was ultimately pretty boring for long periods of time. But I still really liked horde mode type tower defense stuff like Savage Rift. Like Savage Rift sucked because of the match locks, but I like that kind of content. So I asked the question, what's the status on that? Is it scrapped? And he sort of gave me an answer like it's not really heavily currently being worked on. It's still it is not scrapped, but don't expect it anytime soon type of thing. So that was the answer I got for the reworks on Savage Rift and Altar Blood. And then I asked the art director who's in charge of like costumes. I asked him about two specific questions that were like related. First one was, why are Zerkers' cape so short? And are we ever gonna get a why are we ever gonna
Oh
get an
my
actual
god.
costume that has a long cape? Because quite literally, dude, like there are
Yeah.
costumes. that so like the
I know who
Shy
does it.
Siege costume and the Zerker Siege costume, the Shy's cape is longer than the Zerkers. No fucking cap, dude. You could take a ruler to that shit. Why is it a baby bib on our back? It makes no sense. So I asked him
Oh,
about that.
there's
And
no
dude,
shot.
he gave me such a sad answer too. He was like, something technical limitations. Like there's some type of
What?
there's some type of an issue with why Zerker's capes need to be short, and it's something related to like some type of limitation or something. I don't even understand.
What?
The answer didn't even make
What?
sense to me. Like it was obviously being translated and whatever, but it was basically to the tune of Zerkers are never getting long capes because there's something about the class that makes it not possible. And so
What?
I don't know.
I'm so confused. I wonder if it's like the Doom Horse thing. You know what I'm talking about, Guido, on console, how the Doom Horse can kill your own
Yeah.
guildies. I wonder if it's the same thing. You put a long cape on a Zerker and he can kill his own guildmates. Like, what technical issues could be there to
Yeah,
where a long cape breaks the game? That is actually wild to me.
that's a very
Only
wild response
thing
you received.
I can only remotely think about an issue as to why would be like Zerker hunches over really hard when he's in combat stance. So maybe if you give him a long cape, that shit would really drag on the ground. That's the only possible reason I could think of. But other than that, I don't know, man. I was a really unsatisfying answer. I was pretty unhappy with it overall because it doesn't sound like Zerker will ever get a long cape. The other question I asked him was also about capes, and I said, "Can we get a cape slot? Just like you know how they removed the boots from certain chest pieces on certain costumes, like where they got.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
It would be cool if we could like wear different capes with different outfits." And so I asked them about that, and they said, "Interesting idea. Can't make any promises, but it's something that sounds like something people would like. So maybe we might get that in the future."
hmm
We'll probably run into another
So,
technical issue and give out a response about that.
Well, I guess
I
my
mean,
question to you, Choice, would be
yeah.
what cape exactly are you trying to? Is it the Orzeka one?
No, like I specifically like costumes on Zerker that do not have capes. So like I like the Ulfadin one that's kind of like a long braid.
Yes, yeah.
Right. Yeah.
I like
Because
that
it's
one.
not an actual cape. And I also wear the Gravekeeper because it has no cape. So it just
Yeah.
kind of like
Same.
looks more natural. But like that is I don't wear anything that has a cape because they're all just baby bibs and I don't want to, wear that stupid shit on my back. So
Baby boo.
Yeah. That's why I was
yeah.
asking because like on console, there's not really a whole lot of Berserker outfits that have capes on it, minus like the ones that are universal to all classes, like the weird knight armor one with a shield on the back. Like there's really not a whole lot of Berserk outfits that have capes. So I was like wondering which one you were referring to because I only know of the Orzeka and like the other couple like other capes that are on there.
Yeah. Orzeka is nice, but even like the Marnist armor on
Oh
Berserker looks
yeah.
silly. Gillies, like if you wear the Treant Gilly, it's not as long as other classes which touch the ground. There's also what the heck is that one called? It's basically Gotharenza, where the cape is just like it's sort of tattered and torn, but it's
Right.
really short. There's just every single cape on Zerker is just straight up short, and so I just don't wear them. I don't wear those costumes.
Yeah. That's pretty much the same reason. Also, I don't like capes either. At least on the Zerker, it looks goofy.
Yeah.
But overall, would you say your experience at Boston was a lot of fun? I know that we saw you at the brunch as well as the after party and stuff.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, it was really, really solid. I even got to so like I have a friend of mine, Wutaru, and he's
Yeah, man,
also a
nice guy.
PC partner. Yeah, he's just recently became a partner. Like he was so recently a partner that he was going there on his own dollar. Like he didn't like they basically put out that announcement saying that, hey, we're doing this, and then he got partnered like a week later, but he was planning to go to PAX anyway. And then Delphi ended up saying to him, well, if you cosplay as Shy, we'll pay for your plane ticket. So that's why I ended up cosplaying as Shy at the event. But I got to room with him, and I just got a freaking Debo belt in the first 2 minutes. Let's go, baby.
Oh my god, straight carried.
Actually carried.
Yeah, it
What a
literally
surprise.
carried. Imagine being so carried, doing a podcast and picking up belts. I can't believe this, man.
Let's go.
He's about to hit his pen attempt. Let's go.
Yeah, Wednesday when they do the costume price increase. Is console getting that?
Yes, we actually are. Yeah, they actually
Thank
made an
God.
announcement here. We should be getting it either next maintenance or the one after. Yeah, we're getting it as well. It's actually crazy.
Yeah, I don't know if it's on the topic list, but what do you guys think of that? Like, what's your guys' opinion on
So
console?
I've never been a big costume guy, but do you think that it's actually the conversion is accurate? Because it's going from like what is it? It's like 490 something to 621, right, or something? Do you think it's like accurate? Or do you think
420
it's
to
right?
621. Yeah.
420. Okay, that's what it was. Okay.
I mean, I would imagine that that's probably what's going to happen. That's what they say. Didn't it say right in the notice that's what's happening?
Yeah, no, I know that it's happening. My question was, do you think it, like the price is accurate to go from like whatever? Isn't it like 830 mil now up to a bill or something?
Yeah, it was
I was confused.
473 mil up to 840, and like it definitely makes Cronstones less useful. Or not. I mean, they're still like incredibly good value compared to armor smiths, but it goes from like 1.1 million per cron up to like 1.35 million per cron. So they kind of like got a little less less value for your costume.
I think it's pretty nice though. I mean, you can extract a lot more. You know, like for example, you know, we won the AOA, right? So I'm holding off on spending those pearls. I'm probably going to spend it on those outfits so that I can extract them for higher amounts of crons.
Yeah,
so
that's really
it's
good.
very. I think it's pretty nice for that.
How about your guys' like overall costume economy? Like, you guys able to buy costumes off the market really regularly?
I think it's similar to with you guys. I don't know if they sit on your market, but on ours, it's like a dog eat dog town over here. People just snipe it, and they're just like, one just got listed. I gotta take it, and then they just immediately buy it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
that's
a it's a
Scavengers.
fiend.
Yeah.
Yeah, like literal
literally
fiend
scavengers.
marketplace.
That's exactly like North American PC.
Yep.
So like costumes on your market don't just sit. You also have to kind of fight for them.
No, that like you'll see a stack of 20 go up sometimes, and they'll all get like taken in the first 10 seconds. So
Stack
it's
of
definitely
20.
like a feeding frenzy. Oh yeah, like on Sundays when the reset happens, you'll see people that'll like list 35 of a type of costume, and there's only 10 pre-orders or something. So you'll see like 25 go up just sitting there, and then you just you're able to buy maybe 3 before they go away if you're really fast.
What?
Yeah,
Damn, that's
it's like,
crazy.
it's very similar to what we deal with on here. The only difference though is just like a guy in chat mentioned. We make so much less money than PC. So in general or overall, it actually does hurt a lot of the people who are not pay to win players. They kind of like they have to work that much harder now to get the silver to obtain that outfit. It's kind of rough.
True.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was really bad for a long time. Like prior to Valencia, I think you guys still were making so much more money than us, and our average like money per hour was like what was it, Guido? Like Stars Inn was basically the only thing there, and because that was the only spot we had, distos had dropped as low as like 130 mil a pop,
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
tets were literally only 7 billion. Literally 7 billion.
Whoa, what?
Yeah, we had
Yeah.
that. It was that market
We're not lying.
was that way for almost a whole year. Like was like a 7 bill. I bought my distos at 7 bill and then resold them at a later time for 18.
Oh my god, that's such a crazy fluctuation. Like, are they 18 bill right now?
Yeah. They're about 18.9,
they shot
I
up
think,
now.
something like that. Yeah, they're super juiced now for like if you hit a tet one. But back then, like what was it, Guido? Like early last year, the year before, but whenever Stars Inn.
When I saw them at launch, it was like 7 or 8 bill.
Yeah,
Because it was like the only end game grind spot we had on console. We didn't have Sakraya yet even. So that was like the only spot we had at the time to grind. It's where all the fights were, that's where all the just end game money was.
Yeah.
That's why
And
the
we didn't
prices
have
were so down
the
bad.
there was no Valencia rework either. So there, like
Yes,
everybody
yeah.
that was just dogpiled into Stars End on every server. And we only have like what? How many servers we have? Like what? 10? Something like that?
I think it's like 12 or 14.
Yeah, so like all the
Okay.
servers would be completely just overran, and Stars End, like all the end game players, like from top guilds, like all hundreds of people just dogpiled into Stars End fighting constantly over distos, and then they just min bid, and there's like a huge min bid culture on console where just If you undercut one time, straight to min bid. No marketplace PvP, just straight to min bid.
Yeah, do you guys deal with that on NA, the min bidders? You guys deal with that?
I mean, definitely. Like, there's what really the min bidding normally happens when there's like an event. So it's like there's an event and they'll give us like a Tungrad neck, and everyone's just like, "Holy crap, we gotta min list this right away!" Like a whole bunch of people are gonna get them. But in terms of like min bidding normal accessories like distos, nah, people like hold out really hard. Like there's some really stubborn people that just like let it sit there at high prices.
Yeah, see, I wish it was like that. Like when I say there's
Yeah,
a
I wish it
min
was
bid
like that.
culture, it is literally a culture. Like if there's like a fluctuation at all minorly of whether they go up or down, instantly min bid, or if you undercut the person that's selling, straight to min bid to sell it immediately because I don't even know why they do this. Whether it be afraid of price drop and they want to sell it while it's high, I don't know. But people just min bid like animals on console.
Yeah, and the more expensive items, you can see that happening because people will be like impatient and they just want the money now. But for like base accessories and the lower tier ones, not really as much. People usually try to hit those for more of profit, and so they don't want to like dip into their profits by selling it at a lower price.
Yeah, I
People
wish
on here
console
are
had that
just
mentality.
impatient. They're impatient. They don't want to wait for anything, and they're just like, I need this money right here, right now. I don't care what anyone says. That's what they say. But yeah, I mean, the flight for you was good. Was the flight for you good? Were your ears popping the whole time? Because mine were. I haven't flown in 12 years. I'm 23 years
Oh
old, by the
wow.
way. So I haven't flown since I went to Disneyland when I was a kid. And I went up there. It was like my second flight. My ears, I kid you not, the pain was like going from my ears to the like middle of my neck. Like I guess the tube, I guess in your ears. I guess because it all connects your ear, nose, throat. So the tube, I guess, in my ear was like getting expanded and closing. I guess because of the velocity, the speed, and just the turbulence. And my ears were just, dude, it felt like my ear was about to explode. Like literally, like somebody shot a seismic in my ear.
Oh
That's what it felt
wow,
like.
that's horrible.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it went
usually
away. But
like pretending to yawn or like chewing gum helps a lot. I
yeah,
don't know
I
if you
noticed
Yeah.
that.
find.
Yeah, that helped a
Yeah,
lot.
I chewed gum through my whole flight. I bought like 3 packs and I just chewed. I almost
I
went through
didn't
a
want to
whole
drink
pack.
water though. I didn't want to drink water though because then you have to get up. You got to go take a piss. You got to tell the people to move over. It's
Exclusively aisle seat gang right here, dude. Only aisles.
Oh my god, you guys got lucky. I got stuck in the middle seat from and to Boston. Like, oh my god,
Oh
it was
gosh.
horrible. Thank
They
God on
don't
the
allow you to
second
pick
flight.
your own seats?
I mean,
I
I
was able to.
think, yeah, I could, but like because I got into the app a little too late because like I flew JetBlue there and then United back. JetBlue allowed me to pick my seat, but there was only middle seats available, so I kind of just got stuck with that.
No.
And then United, I couldn't pick the seats at all. They just gave me a number, so
Yeah.
I kind of
Yeah.
got screwed on that one. At least for the United flight, the person that was supposed to be sitting on the aisles did not show up, so I was able to move over and sit there instead. So at least it wasn't all bad. But had he shown up, I would have been stuck in the middle for both.
Yeah. So yeah, my flight there was really good. We have some pretty high quality planes from this. Like I'm Canadian, so there's like this Air Canada company, and
Keep
they have,
forgetting that.
yeah, they got sick ass multimedia in the back of the headrests of each chair. And so like I was playing pool, I was playing Hangman, I was playing trivia, I
What?
was you know you can watch movies. Like there's all kinds of games and stuff. Like yeah, no, there's like
What?
probably 15 different little games you can play and like a whole big selection of movies and music and uh everything. Like you keep entertained on Air Canada flight.
Oh
Um
my god.
yeah, it's really really good. Like they
Wow.
have some updated jets and everything. Like the planes are huge. Like I'm 6'7" and like the legroom is not perfect, but it's like, I got, it's not that
Yeah, I was gonna say you're a
uncomfortable.
massive dude, so like,
Yeah.
how was sitting in the seat for you?
No, like those seats are big. Like I was totally comfortable.
What?
So it was, yeah.
Oh
And it
my
wasn't like I was
god.
first class or
God
anything. It was
damn.
just like, yeah, those flights are like the
Yo.
planes are just updated. Like they're just nice ones. It's not
I
no
feel like
prop plane or anything.
I feel like I got robbed, dude. The most entertaining thing I
You
had
did.
was when they gave me a mini bottle of tequila, and I had to have a conversation with the person next to me. You got to play whole ass games, bro. Oh my
Dang.
god, that's wild. I didn't even know they had flights like that outside of first class stuff.
Were
Yeah. No,
you
like Every single economy seat, anything as the screen, and you can even play against other people too. So like you can, if you wanted to play chess versus like B4, you could like challenge somebody to play chess or like other games. So you can like literally challenge people to games on the flight and play against people on the flight.
Oh my god, you're running the ones in chess on a flight? Oh my
Yeah.
god, that's wild.
Yeah, no, it's really sick. My flight back though, on the other hand, I don't know. You guys might have heard about it, but it was really
I didn't
bad.
know. Yeah. What happened?
So I flew with this other. So basically, Air Canada, they only had a flight back home that had like a 6-hour layover in Toronto, and so I
Oh
didn't want
my
to.
god.
I didn't want to take that flight. So I ended up on a basically another company called WestJet. It's another Canadian company, and man, their planes suck. Like I was on a freaking one of the planes that had like propellers on each wing. Like it was kind of just like a old
What
version.
the hell?
The
Yeah.
seats were uncomfortable, and when basically my flight was delayed by 40 minutes compared to what it was supposed to be, because they had to do unexpected safety maintenance. So the shit was probably falling apart already.
Oh my
And
god.
the pilot was also terrible. Like the landing was like the roughest landing ever. Like he landed on one of the wheels first instead of like both at the same time. It was really it was
Oh my god,
something.
so you were bumping probably all over the place.
Oh
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah, it wasn't a good landing. And then when we got there, we had to sit on the tarmac for like 30 or 40 minutes because the customs computers system were down. And so we sat there in the plane for like 40 minutes just waiting. They were holding the plane essentially. Like there was also other planes before us that were being held because customs had to, you're coming from US to Canada, they got to process your purchases and all that other stuff. And basically as soon as I got out of the plane, 40 minutes later, I'm now in 1,000-person lineup for customs because there's like literal
Oh my
like
god.
What the
there's
fuck?
multiple planes that were being held in front of us, and the lineup was crazy. We looked like a whole bunch of cows in a corral, dude. And they were just like they were weaving us through this line, and it was taking a long time. And the worst part about this whole thing is I missed my connection because of it. Like my connection was a 2-hour layover in Toronto to come back home, but I had to miss it because the flight was delayed. We had to sit on the plane and then the 1,000-person lineup. So basically, I missed my flight, and I'm like, okay, no big deal. I guess I'm gonna get on a flight tomorrow morning. I talked to WestJet, and they're like, the closest flight we have is in 2 days. That's the next
Oh,
flight. It's
Oh
2 days from
my
now.
god.
And I'm asking like, okay, so you're telling me I'm gonna sit here in Toronto for 2 days. Do you guys like your guys' plane being delayed by 40 minutes because of your random maintenance and customs is the reason I missed this flight? Do you guys provide hotel? And they're like, no, we don't provide reimbursement for hotel. And I'm like, okay, is there any sort of discount on my travel because of this extreme like big inconvenience? And they're like, no.
what?
Like they were the most unhelpful at ever. And they basically told me like, yeah, your flight's in 2 days. Come back in 2 days. We're not doing anything for you. Is basically the vibe that
What
they were
the
giving me
hell?
What
there.
the no,
What a bunch of
absolutely not.
scumbags.
What the
Yeah,
fuck?
it
I would
was
have been so
terrible.
mad.
That's horrible. That's horrible.
Yeah, there was, and so I called down to their support line, and I was like, "Yo, guys, can I get on an earlier flight? Like, is there a reservation list?" And they're like, "No, there's no reservation list, but you can call back every hour and see if somebody just canceled their flight." And so they told me this at
What?
1 a.m. to call back every hour to see if someone canceled their flight. So they don't even have a reservation. Like not even like I'm a traveler that got screwed over by you guys to miss my connection, and you're telling me you don't even have a wait list for me. Now I got to call back every hour. And so I basically did exactly that. I sat in the airport at like 1, 2 in the morning. I was calling back every hour, and I finally got somebody that was helpful. And they were like, "Oh, I can't believe that they're treating you this way. Like, we're gonna just book you on another airline and fly you out in the morning." And so they booked me on another airline, and I flew out in the morning. And it's like, dude, why? Like, I don't understand why the 3 people I talked to before that were like super incompetent, but like I ended up sorting it out, but I did have to stay like an extra 8 or 9 hours in the Toronto airport overnight.
Oh
And
my god.
When I got home, they lost my luggage, so then I had to wait another day to get my
Oh
luggage.
my god,
Oh
man.
my!
Dude, I'd have an
There's no
anxiety attack.
shot.
I'd be screaming.
Oh,
I'd be screaming.
Yeah, yeah.
dude, that is insane. That
That's the
happens to me.
worst. The horror
No.
story.
That is so bad. I had no idea this is what you were what happened to you at all. Oh my god! So I'm airing out the airport if that's the case. That is absolutely insane, bro. No Russian. I'm airing out the airport. I'm pissed. There's no shot, bro. I'm not allowed on the flight ever again. Probably. I'm kidding.
That's horrible, though, man. That's you made that plane sound like it was straight out of World War II or something, man.
Yeah, no, it
propellers on
was
each
not great.
side.
It was super old, dude. Like it was it's just so WestJet is a smaller company and they just don't have flights as often as Air Canada, which is what I ended up flying back on. That was the company they booked me on for the next
Yep.
day. And so I kind of learned my lesson. Like if anything ever happens, if you're in a small airport or a small company or smaller whatever plane company, they just don't have flights as often as, especially since I live in like a smaller city. Like it's a population of 100 or maybe 200,000 or something like that. And so the flights aren't all the time. So it's lesson learned, just stick to the bigger companies for air travel is what I learned.
Did you get to pick your flight or did PA pick the flight for you?
Well, they gave us the option and I chose to book my own stuff because
Okay, I
I
see.
wanted to. Yeah, I wanted to get there early. So like I arrived on Thursday morning and then I left Sunday evening. So I got the full 4 days there.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think that they offered that as well because they picked my flight and I just told Delph that I wanted to be there Thursday and then I'd leave Sunday, and he got booked the flight, so I didn't get to pick the flights, but he put me on JetBlue and United, which much like your situation, JetBlue really nice, even though it wasn't as nice as Air Canada, it was still really nice, and then United felt like I was in a Vietnam aircraft carrier, so it was very different. It was very different experiences.
Jesus. Yeah, but overall, I mean, I'm a pretty patient person. I didn't even feel like any sort of stress or being that upset. I was mostly just like blown away by like, wow, I can't believe that you put people through this. Like this, like if I was a less tolerant person, I would be fucking mauling. I could imagine the like rage that some people would feel if they are having to like just like out of no issue of their own, they miss their flight and they're just so unwilling to help. Is like, wow, like what the heck, dude? Like people must miss their flights all the time and you don't have a process for this, you don't have a wait list for
Yeah.
this, you don't have a like what's going on here?
I can't believe you even had that much resolve and patience to even withstand that. I would have lost my mind. I'm not even lying to you.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
it's not like
I just
it's just crazy.
you remind yourself that being angry about it's not going to change the situation. So it's like, I just sort of keep on saying to myself, getting mad about this is not going to make me get home faster. So why would I be mad and not be home? So yeah,
I guess
be
that is a
patient
pretty
with
good way about looking at it.
Gentle giant choice, everybody.
Yeah. Squid, we asked Choice about his experience there. How about you? How was your flight going into it, leaving? How was that?
My flight there was really interesting. So I was on JetBlue. It was a little weird, but in the middle seat, and through the whole flight, this is the only thing that stuck to me because this was the only interesting thing aside from me getting a mini bottle of tequila, trying to just get drunk on the plane so I didn't have to deal with anything. But there was a guy sitting next to me. This dude watched Skyfall 3 times. All the way to Boston.
Oh yeah, because you came from LA, so you
Yeah,
came across
yeah.
the entire country.
Yeah, it was like a 5-hour flight,
Yeah.
and I'm just sitting here listening to music because I didn't feel like watching anything yet. So I watched this guy. He literally watched Skyfall 3 times all the way to Boston, and I'm sitting here losing my mind because he plugged in his earbuds and he's playing it on full blast, and they're like open back. And I can hear literally everything. So I got to just listen to Daniel Craig for like 5 hours all the way to Boston. And that was my experience on the flight. Once I got to Boston, it was fine. It was like 11 o'clock at night, super late. I'm with my buddy, the guy that left literally in 5 minutes, by the way.
Yeah, that was unbelievable. I couldn't believe it.
Absolutely unbelievable. Horrible shit.
What
But
do you mean
aside
left
from
in
that,
5 minutes?
So
s-
when we got there, Squidius came with his friend, right? And we were sitting down. We were all in the same seating row at the venue in the Probus venue, the
Yeah.
Spin. And as the show was starting and stuff, every Probus and they were getting all their cameras ready and all this stuff. We were all having a fun time in the beginning. He just randomly just says, "Yo guys, yo." It's been real, guys. I gotta go. And like, what the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean you gotta? Where's this guy going? He just got here. What do you mean you're leaving? He's like, yeah, I messed up my flight, so I gotta go. And I'm like, okay,
What?
yeah.
yeah,
I'm like, okay,
absolutely. Why he came, robbed the place
Hold
of everything. He took the sweatshirt, he took the chains, he took the bag, he took everything. Stayed for less than 20 minutes and then walked out as
Yeah,
we
just
walked
gets up
in.
and leaves. Yeah,
And he flew there
Yes, he flew there
for that?
for
What?
that.
It's a
Exactly.
waste of
This is
time.
actually a waste of time. It was literally horrible. It was actually horrible. It was literally one of the worst things ever. But like aside from that, when I came as we were getting off the flight, like I was meeting him there. So like we met up at the airport, and we're trying to find like the shuttle that takes us to the like hotel that we were staying at, and we couldn't find the shuttle. So this guy's like, "Oh, it's like 15 minutes away. We'll just walk it." So we walked.
Oh,
we
no.
walked to the hotel, which it was 15 minutes away. It was the wrong fucking hotel. I was so mad. I was so mad. I walk up to the front desk and I'm like, "Hey, I've got the reservation here." And then he looks me dead in the eye, takes a pause for a second. "You're at the Hyatt Regency on like Lafayette." And I'm like, "Where's that at?" He's like about like a 30-minute drive that way. And I'm like, "There's no shot this just really happened."
Oh no! And was it
So-
the same hotel name? Is that why you got confused, or what happened?
Yeah, it was the same hotel name. I sent him the address. I literally sent him like everything he needed to know about this, and he just Googled the hotel name, and there was one of the same name next to us. So then we had to go outside. It's 11, like it's actually like 12:30 by this time now, and it's almost bordering 1 o'clock. So we have to call an Uber, and we get this guy. I can't remember his name. I think it was like Jose something. I hated the Uber ride. It was so bad. It was so awful. It was the worst thing ever. One, his car smelled like I'm not even sure what. There's like it smelled like Chernobyl. There was no shot. It was so bad. His car smelled terrible. I was physically getting sick in his car. Not only that, we're not even on the road for less than 2 minutes, and he's already honking the horn 6 times at people at 1:30 at night. I'm losing my mind,
Wow.
wanting to sleep. I haven't slept, mind you. It's been a whole 12 hours now. I'm actually losing my mind. And then my buddy's trying to have a conversation with him. I don't understand a word he's saying. My buddy's pretending like he does. And it was so
Dude,
bad.
what is it? I don't. So where I live, we don't actually have Uber. We still have just taxis because it's just not big enough city for it yet.
Yeah.
Why is every single Uber I took in Boston, their dash light is just lit the fuck up? Like check engine, ABS, every single thing is wrong with every one of their cars. Like every Uber I get into, their cars are complete fucked. Is that normal? Like I don't like I felt like I was riding in some type of a car that's about to fall apart, or like, and this one guy's transmission was the most fucked I'd ever seen in my life. Like it would jerk every single time he shifted gears. I thought it was gonna fall out of the bottom of the car, dude. It was like I know that they drive their cars a lot, but like, man, give it some general maintenance. Like give it an oil change at least. Fuck.
That's what I'm saying. Like it was the same thing with the Uber driver as well. Car just looking like it's straight out of like it just came from like a gang zone. It was horrible. It was horrible. Like I said, he's driving like a maniac. He's just bobbing and weaving like he's driving a Harley in traffic. Like he's literally going in between cars. I don't even know how he did this. We're in like a fucking Civic, I think is what it was. And we're just trying to rush to the hotel. Finally, we got to the hotel. We got in. It was fine. We get to the hotel. My man, before even anything else, we order food, and then we were like 40 nuggets and like a bunch of burgers because we were so hungry. We hadn't eaten anything. And then As we're waiting for the Uber Eats person to come up, my man is already hooking up his Xbox to the hotel TV so he can do some alchemy on his shy.
Oh my god.
So we're just sitting there watching his shy do alchemy while we're waiting on Uber Eats until the PA event, which was really fun. I enjoyed it. I went there. Aside from him leaving in less than 20 minutes, aside from that, met up with Guido, joined his party, and then we were just kind of like roaming through the night, pretty much just going everywhere, asking questions and whatnot. It's pretty much how the night went.
It was certainly the highlight of my whole trip. Is definitely the PA event. I really hope that they do the same sort of stuff more often. I know that with like the pandemic and whatever, now they can actually do that. But I hope that like TwitchCon in October, maybe we'll be able to have the opportunity to meet up again.
Yeah, no, I really hope so, because I'm telling you right now, I'll just say this really quickly, because when me and Squid met up, right, and we were walking in Boston, we were doing all this. I don't know if Boston was the epicenter of where the dinosaurs went extinct, but the potholes there were the size of craters. Okay, we would trip and fall over everything, dude. It was crazy, because I live in New York and the potholes here are horrible already. But when we went to Boston, man, I mean, just the sidewalks. There's like someone shot like ancient power into the sidewalk or something. Like I don't know what it is, man. There's explosions everywhere, and
That's probably why all those check engine lights are on. These cars are getting rattled, dude.
Cars getting straight rodeoed, yeah. So and yeah,
it was so
the
bad.
Uber, yeah, the Uber drivers that we went, because Squid met up with me, and it was this guy. It was like this older gentleman, and it was the same situation, just really crappy car with lights going on all over it. Look, his lights in the front look like a Lucky Charms box with all the different lights that were on. So
Oh
it was
my
like,
god.
yeah, he had to check all that. So, but as we were driving through, he would tell us about the good old days of Boston, and he was like obsessed with talking about baseball, and we were just like,
What?
yeah, the good old days, yeah, Boston. Like, yeah.
Oh
Whatever,
my
man.
god.
I gotta get the fuck out of this car.
That was
That's
nice.
lit-
One thing is that my Uber drivers didn't talk. Like they just let me sit in the back
I-
and chill.
Oh,
I'm
I wish I
flying
had
with Choice next time. I'm Ubering with Choice. He's getting the better deal. At least his all the cars are messed up, but at least they didn't talk. It was like Guido got the old guy. I got the weird like Puerto Rican guy that's trying to speak to me, but I have no idea what he's saying. Which reminds me, another thing about the airport. When I got there, I was trying to find my buddy's like gate that he's at. And I started asking, because like it's like 12 o'clock at night. There's like no employees there. I asked at least 3 people if they could help me. Not a single one of them spoke English. I'm not even kidding you. Like literally 3 of them did not speak English at all. And finally, I found a stewardess, and I'm like, oh, thank God, a white person. Please, can you help me?
Oh my God.
I cannot
Won't
find.
go to you.
Dude, it was like, I'm brown, I can say this, okay? But like literally, fucking, I was asking people where is gate this? I can't even remember what the gate was. And finally, she's like, I don't really know, but I think it's that way. And I'm like, that's better than anybody else has given me so far. So thank God. So I went. She was actually correct, and it was there. And thank God I was able to. I was like, yes, I found the gate. I'm good. And it was wild. I actually could not find a single person that spoke English at Logan Airport during those hours. Granted, I asked like janitors and stuff, because those are the only people that were there. They were like riding around on those like little like the floor polisher things. And those are the people that I asked, and I just didn't speak English. Like not a single one of them could actually speak English and help me. And I was like, I'm at a loss here.
That's kind of funny. So, like, after Spin happened, a few of us were standing outside the venue, and they like sort of closed up and kicked us out. And we were like, "Hey, we should go play pool or something. Like, we should go to a bar and play pool." And so Alec, he's like a guildmate of mine on PC. He looked it up and found this place called like El Diamante, and just there was a pool hall. They had it was a bar, and so we went there. And the waitress didn't speak English. Like she had been there for 18 days, and the way that we had to order was like through freaking Google Translate on our phone. Like
Get out of here. No way.
no,
What?
straight up.
Get
And
out
the
of here.
security guard at that place, he was a translator, but he was the only guy in the place that could translate. So, he was helping other patrons and stuff. And this guy literally looked like he just got off of an Apache helicopter. He had a literal bulletproof
What?
vest on. He had a gun. The guy had like a mean
What?
mug. His hair was slicked back with a ponytail. Like this guy looked like he just came out of fucking World War II. And he was like, he was
What?
giving us the stink eye the whole time, man. Like it was I don't understand, like that. It had to be a front for a drug run or something. Like there's no way that place they were laundering money through fucking pool tables over there. Like it had to have been. But I mean, it was fun. We played pool and whatever. But it was crazy, man.
Well, it was
Holy
fun.
fuck.
I almost got raided by the Boston cartel. Oh my
What the fuck is Boston? It's like a Call of Duty map over there.
Yeah, I was like, literally, that's why there's craters in the floor, because they're all throwing grenades at each other during the war. Holy crap.
You know what's actually so funny that you mentioned that? Because when we went to John's Pizza, this is after. We can go back with the rest of the stories after, but we went to John's Pizza after. This was on Sunday, right? Yeah, this was on Sunday. And as we were going there, this is where we saw the craters in the ground. And it's funny because when you go from the hotel to kind of like the downtown kind of areas and kind of the different kind of neighborhoods, you can notice like the population on the sidewalks kind of decreases. And we went to John's Pizza, and the guy kind of like, as we walked in, he kind of like looked behind us to see if like there was anyone behind us like following us or anything. And he's
Oh,
like,
really?
yeah. And he's like, yeah, what do you guys want? And I'm like, what the hell? What? What do you want? What the hell?
I was like, damn.
What the fuck?
What, listen, we look normal. We don't even look menacing. Like we're all like barely 5'9", walking in there trying to get a pizza, bro.
Yeah, what do you want? And they're like, what the hell? Hey man, I know you guys don't like New Yorkers,
Are you here for the pizza? What are you here for?
I don't even want to know
what do you want?
what they
Like,
got
what the
going
hell?
on.
Yeah, it was funny. Boston though was a trip, man. I had a fun time there. Dude, like the brunch and everything, talking to all you guys, it was phenomenal. I had an absolute blast. It was so much fun.
As much as I like the spin venue, I did enjoy the brunch more. It was a bit more chill, and I actually got to like sit down, talk to like CMs. Like we sat with Max Durgif, and we were just talking literally through the entire brunch, which was very, very nice, getting to know them and how like their work ethics are and whatnot.
Yeah, it was really crazy.
Our table was nothing but Armin talking about class balance, so we literally talked about like class balance and shit like the entire brunch. It was entertaining, but like, damn, dude, Armin is a man of his craft. He's like, he is definitely a BDO player.
What a sweaty guy talking about class balance.
I'm not gonna lie, the seating for all the tables was actually really nice because we actually had one of the head project managers for PC and console with us, as well as Durgif. You guys had Armin, and then the other table had Ben. So it was really cool how like nobody there at the event got excluded. It was actually really nice. I like that a lot.
Yeah, I enjoyed the seating. I thought they did a really good job with that because we were all asking a lot of important like questions related to like our space. So it was a really, really good seating.
Did you guys get those business cards in your bag from the event?
Yes.
Yes.
Those are actually hella nice. Like the print on those things, like I don't know what it is. It's kind of like a little furry. It's like I don't know. They got a nice like feel to them.
Yeah.
You guys
So
see the card stock?
yeah. No, it's nice. Except so I guess while I was drinking there, I guess I was too drunk to even notice anything. So I left my bag down for like 5 minutes as I was taking a picture with Jaehee Kim, and I was just talking to all the different people from Pearl Abyss. And someone yoinked my bag, like literally just picked it up and stole it. So
yeah, they actually stole it.
Luckily, I didn't have anything in there. Luckily, yeah, it was during the after party, so one of those people probably stole it. But they were so kind to me. They gave me a new one, and they also gave me a free plushie. It was really cool.
But your cards, man.
I know, dude. I don't get it.
My question is my question to you, Choice, is like, what are you going to do with those cards? Like, what are you actually going to do with those? Because like, I need an idea. Because I look at this and I'm like, this is ridiculous. What, like, I'm gonna go to Walmart and just leave this on the table. Like, what am I supposed to do with these?
Okay, dude, I have a big family where I'm from, and it's the primary reason I stay in like this small city is because I have probably like 20 different relatives. Also, whenever I'm like out and about, and I have to like people will ask, like even the hairdresser, dude. Like if I go to a hair salon or something like that, or go to a barber or whatever, they're like, "Oh, what do you do for a living?" And I have to explain it. And so now you'll be able to just give them a card and be like, "Yeah, this is like I'm a streamer, and this is where I stream, and this is where to find it." And it's like I was thinking about making business cards for it because having to explain to people that like streaming as a profession is a very new concept that people are like, I don't understand what that means. What are you, some kind of like they don't a lot of boomers don't get it, right? And so and even my uncle, like he called me up 3 weeks ago and he's like, "Hey, I was trying to find you on Twitch. I couldn't find you." Like and they like couldn't figure it out, but now it has like my handle on there and it has the like I don't know, basically the URL to get exactly to it. So I feel like it might be useful when you meet somebody that doesn't know what streaming is, and it comes up in conversation a lot for me because people always ask the first thing, "Hey, what do you do for a living?" type of thing.
So are you gonna like carry the cards in your wallet, and then like somebody asks you your profession, you're like, "Here you go, sir. Just check that out, and
Yeah,
you'll oh,
exactly.
really.
Yeah,
I
like
did not
I have a
think you would
little
do that.
I have a little I have a little card slot in my phone, like my phone case. I'll just like put one in there. It doesn't come up more than once a day, and I just can give it to people. I don't know.
Interesting. I guess that is one thing I didn't think about. Granted, I do think that's a little weird to hand somebody a card when they ask a question, but I guess that
Well,
is
okay,
an
but you can
option.
explain it. You can explain it and then have it. Okay, so the reason it's probably not weird to me is like my parents, they're realtors. So I grew up with
Right.
them handing out their card all the time. Like they would say, "Yeah, I'm a realtor. If you ever want to sell your house or looking for a house, call me and this is my card." So like to me, that's a very normal interaction to like hand people cards, but maybe it's not as normal as I think it is.
Yeah, so like for me it's a little weird because again, it's like the whole like people don't know what we do. So we hand them a card and then it makes no sense. Like if a realtor hands you a card, you know what it is. I hand you this card, it just has a channel name on it in a random email that you know nothing about, and they're just confused still. Even though you explain it, you're like, this is still confusing. So I don't know. I guess it's like one of those things that I just people don't know what the card is, even if you really explain it. Because you could tell them I make videos and I stream or whatever, and then you explain
Yeah.
that you just sit in front of a camera. It's like they're still confused. Because I've had that multiple times with family where they don't understand what I do and like they don't get it. And I'm like, I've explained this 6 times. Like I talk into a microphone, make terrible jokes and informative videos, and that's what I do. And there's nothing more to it, and they just don't get how that equals money.
Yeah. Well, maybe I mean at a minimum, maybe just bring them along with you if you go to TwitchCon because that's like the place to meet other streamers. So it could be an
Yeah.
easy way to
Yeah,
instead of having to like say this is how you spell my Twitch name. It's just like, hey, boom, here's a card. Now you know how. Now you know how to get there. You know how to find me.
that is true. That's the only thing that actually makes sense is like you're at a place where like the space is kind of the same, you know, like you're all, you know, TwitchCon streamers, YouTubers, whatever. They all go there. So that makes the most sense actually.
Yeah, I don't know if Choice. I think you said you're Italian, right? You're full blown Italian, 100%, right? Or you're
Full
like a mix of
blown,
this?
full blown what?
Italian? You're
Oh
Italian,
no,
right?
no. Yeah, so I grew up mostly Italian. Like my dad, he was president of the Italian club where I live. Like my grandma, she's like full Italian. At dinners, they would like my uncles and they all speak Italian at the dinner table and stuff. I don't know a lick of Italian other than a few words
Yeah.
because I mean, I don't know why that I wasn't taught as a child. That would have been helpful and nice, but now it's like a big ass job to try to learn it. But so I'm mostly like like North American Italianized, but my mother is Romanian, so I'm like 50-50 Italian and Romanian, but like mostly grew up with Italian values and stuff.
Right. So I don't know if you've ever dealt with this, but it's leading into my story I'm about to say. Um, so I went to this was at one of my I think it was my grandmother's 90th birthday, and when we went there, my whole family's Italian and all that, and so we went there and everything. My little brother was there too, and my cousin he's very Italian. His mother's from Italy as well. And as we sit down and everything, we're celebrating and everything. As we get up, I go to meet him. He's a very kind of well-off guy, very rich. He owns uh, two very expensive houses in Italy. And my little brother goes up to him and says, "Yeah, so yeah, my name is Jake. So he says, yeah, so Jake streams on Twitch. Like, oh my god, you did not just say that in real life. It was just the way he said it was so awkward. And then he asks you because he's like a dentist. So he's then sitting there, and I have to explain to him what Twitch is, and his jaw was just dropped the whole time because I was explaining to him, what the Just Chatting channel is and all that.
Oh
So it
no,
was just
yeah.
his jaw was just on the ground the whole time, just explaining to a guy who's a dentist in real life about what Twitch is and all that. It was just so dude, I was like blushing the whole time. I was like, yeah, so yeah, this is basically what I do and yeah, so yeah.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
like
sit
people
down
get
now.
pretty intrigued sometimes. Like I even talking to one of my uncle's friends. He's like some type of strategic business planner, and he's like this big wig that does like multi-million. He goes to like multi-million-dollar or even like billion-dollar companies and gives them advice on like how to run the company. And I'm trying to explain to this guy about like how I do Twitch and YouTube, and he was very fascinated with it because he was like, wow, it's actually really cool that you do that. And he was trying to compare it to he has like a teenage son, and he was like didn't understand why his son would spend so much time on video games, but he got like more of a respect, I guess, for video games after talking to me and seeing that it's like, I don't know, pretty. There's a lot of concepts in video games, especially MMOs, where they could apply to real life. Like I have a business degree, and just like knowing economics and being able to speak in that level of play video games and the economics of it all, and also running your own business is essentially what you are doing when you are a Twitch streamer or a YouTuber. Like you have to advertise yourself well, you have to know how to talk with sponsors, you have to negotiate. Like there's a lot of it is a business. And so I feel that sometimes if you explain it in a way that or compare it to something that people already understand, they definitely they get it more, they understand it more, they respect it more.
No, that's facts. It definitely does transfer over that business degree to the real world. Absolutely, it's definitely the same thing.
I agree. I wish I had that knowledge because talking to sponsors and whatnot is one of the like most awkward things for me. Just when I got partnered with Express and then Voice Mod, like trying to negotiate like prices for like mid rolls or whatever, and like what's worth, and then just going back and forth. Like I don't know anything now. My manager handles that, but like prior to me getting a manager, that was literally one of the most annoying things ever because I didn't know whether or not like what I was getting was worth what I was putting out. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
that
I
is the
wish I
hardest
had
thing
that
to start,
knowledge.
because there's a lot of, well, I mean, it's even tough. There's a lot of companies out there that are gonna lowball you and try to give you less than what you're actually worth. But that's just they're trying to get a good deal off of you. If they're getting a good deal off of what you might not know already. But it gets
Yeah.
easier when you have a baseline of like knowing what you're worth based on your average viewership and whatnot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I just, it was something that I wish I always had in terms of knowledge because that was definitely, I felt like I got ripped off sometimes, but I was like, this is money that I wasn't getting at the time. So I just didn't argue it and accepted it. But now I would probably most definitely argue if that offer was on the table again.
Yeah. What management company are you with, or what manager,
It's
or how does
through
that work?
it's through my partnership on YouTube. So it's like I'm with a network. So like they provide me with like a manager that like handles basically majority of my sponsorship stuff, and they also like
Oh,
just provide opportunities where they'll be like, hey, we got this sponsorship, we want to give it to you. This is the baseline. Let me know if this works for you, etc. And if it looks fine, and they're like, yeah, this is actually a pretty decent deal. I'll usually take it.
it's awesome, man. Yeah,
Oh
I got a I've been with a management agency now for about 7 or 8 months, and I really do enjoy it. Like it makes the whole system pretty flawless, and they
yeah,
get a lot of stuff that
it's
I would have
yeah.
not been able to get otherwise.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to have like cuz then you're not the one dealing with all the emails, combing through like what's garbage and what isn't garbage. And then not only that, but they also are actively seeking other things for you. So it's a lot more proactive than just handling it yourself cuz I'm a lazy piece of shit. So having somebody else that's not me is the better option, honestly.
I want to
100%.
kind of lead into our second topic. This is kind of I know that we asked Choice, Squidius, we asked Choice before about what kind of questions he asked. I
Mhm.
kind of want to move on to kind of the elephant in the room with our second topic. I want to talk about Berserker. You know, we're all here. We're trying to talk about the elephant in the room. All three of us play Berserker. Two of us are on console. Choice is on PC. Um, I want to hear both of your guys' takes on Berserker at the moment, the massive amount of succession complaints. Do you think that there's a little bit of bias in that? Do you think it's comparable to Sage or the Suck Wizard meta? If you can expand on that, that would be very nice. I guess I'll just kick it off here real quick. So while I was at the event, this is I know that Choice, you actually talked about this on your stream because a lot of your viewers will come to my chat and they'll be like, "What have you done? You're gonna kill our class after 3 years of it being shit. What is wrong with you?" So
Interesting.
yeah, no, I'm not even. I mean, like they thought, like pitchforks and stuff. But so pretty much how that whole thing started, and I'll explain it with you here if you haven't known already. But pretty much after they played that AOA clip, because if you recall, uh, the question to Jaehee was, "Do you watch streamers?" And you were brought up, and then he also brought up that he watched the console Arena of Archer tournament, and then
Yep.
they played the clip. It was me, Fields, and Sebs. Those are that's who was on the team, and he kind of talked a little bit about Succession Berserker. So after that ended and the everyone got off stage, I talked to two people. I talked to one of the community managers on the console side, and I also spoke to the project manager on our side. Now, as I was talking to them, you could already kind of get the vibe about they're very much aware of what Suck Berserker was doing, and they brought up to me about the fact that it's crazy that he's able to pretty much infinitely run around. They didn't talk about the damage, they didn't talk about anything else, but they did speak about the infinite stamina and how it's able to pretty much just run around rampant with pretty much
Interesting.
zero cooldown. That's where essentially that came from because I was talking to him about it. I agreed. I know a lot of people don't like me for that, I guess now, but I'm not biased with that. I definitely realize when things are broken, when things aren't, right? But I definitely do agree. What's your thoughts on that? You think that infinitely running around is okay, or what do you think about Zerk right now?
Yeah, that's one of the main things that I always identify when everyone's like, well, what should we nerf on Zerker? And I definitely feel that one of two or maybe both, having sort of a stamina cost is definitely important. But then also just the pure speed that the class moves. I don't know if like when you hit WF and you launch yourself forward after a lava piercer, if that needs to be slowed down, or why Succession lava piercer feels so much faster than regular lava piercer. I don't know if it's because I don't know, it just feels faster than normal lava piercer on awakening. So maybe the class needs a little bit to slow him down and then give him like a little bit of a stamina issue. So like not an issue to the point where it's unplayable, but enough where if you're in a fight for a reasonable amount of time and you're just SA moving all over the place, maybe you have to stay still for a second to regenerate some stamina or something.
Exactly. That's what I was saying. I was saying that so how tackling rock works right now in Succession is that I believe it's 200 or 250 per, but it only takes away essentially 10 stamina of the 100 every time. So every 2 dashes. So what I was saying is that it should take 10 stamina every dash instead of every other dash. That would be the first thing, and then the second thing, just like you mentioned, I would suggest for them to halt the regeneration of stamina while in both lava piercers. That you're not just running around and it's just recovering while you're running around at the same time. Because
Yeah.
it's kind of weird how it's doing it. Like how are you running around and it's regenerating at the same time? That's kind of insane.
It's also super odd. Like even classes like Shy, they use stamina well on a skateboard, and we're regaining stamina while running like a dog. Like
Right.
it's really weird.
Yeah, I definitely think that needs some tuning. What is your opinion about all of the protected CCs? Do you think that's comparable to a lot of the other classes? Because I know that was a massive thing on other classes for years. Do you think that needs to be looked at?
These days, there are a ton of classes that have a ton of protected CCs. I don't think that Zerker is like an believable amount compared to other classes. I would say though that it's just that I don't know, man. The thing that probably gets people the most is the knockback through frontal guard.
Yeah.
Like
Weakling hunt,
the
yeah.
weakling hunt CC is probably what pisses people off the most. And so I don't know how you address that exactly. But I don't like the idea of CCs that go through frontals. So perhaps I don't know, perhaps that ability, I hate to say it, maybe like add a collision on it or something, or I don't know. Like people do complain that it doesn't have any collision, so
Mhm.
Well,
that
then
could be a nerf.
would you say that all abilities that go through FGs should be the same thing then? Because we also have Spiral Cannon, we've
Yeah, that's
got
what
the
I was
hash,
about
the
to-
spinny
That-
move.
Yeah, but that like Spiral Cannon does have a collision on it. You have to like aim it to the side in order to actually CC somebody.
That's
Otherwise you
fair.
just run right into the person.
Awakening
actually know
Ranger
that it
though,
has that.
they have an ability in Awakening it goes through frontals. It's also a knockback. Corsair, Awakening Corsair does as well. I'm probably missing a bunch of classes, but I didn't realize that until recently, and I was like, hey, so I was actually talking to my friend Aztec. I was like, hey, what's the cooldown on them? They're like 5 seconds. I'm like, oh, so you can basically do like a weakling hunt every 5 seconds. They're like, yeah. I'm like, oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
See,
other
here's
classes that have that.
the thing that really is so funny that I just can't wait for is everybody complains about Succession Zerker and they're like, oh my god, Zerker is so strong. I almost want it to get nerfed so that you can like I can go back to the monster that is Awakening Berserker. It just quite literally on the Global Lab yesterday just received a massive buff that I don't think a lot of people understand is actually fucking massive. They made it where Split Shot now has its own PvP modifiers, and
Yeah.
so it does not scale off of Flamebuster anymore. And why is that significant? Because if you take your Flamebuster down to level 1, you can spam it like crazy, and that doesn't lower your damage on Split Shot anymore. So not only is Q buff on Zerker like massively buffed because of that, Awakening Zerker just has disgusting damage. You think if people complain about Succession Zerker's damage, it's literally like half that of Awakening. Awakening's damage is crazy, dude. You hit him with Titan Blow and knock him down, and you hit him with a Split Shot and a Shift F, and they're just literally dead on the floor like a pancake. And I think that Awakening Zerker is just massively strong. In fact, I would even go as far as saying that I think that Awakening Zerker is stronger than Succession, and I think that a whole new beast is about to be unfurled when all the Succession Zerkers start playing Awakening and realize, god damn, this shit's worse. Now I'm getting CC'd from a million miles away, and I die before I even have a chance to do anything.
Absolutely agree. It's actually so funny that you mentioned that because right before we actually started, before you hopped in the call, we were actually talking about this. I didn't add up the math correctly on it after, but I noticed that the new split shot on Global Lab, because I have an account there, it has 100% crit. I noticed, so the damage is also increased. So while it has a damage reduction in PvP now and all that, they kind of made up with that with the crit that you're getting. It's 100% crit. It's not even like it's some crit. It's like 100% crit. It's like actually insane. It's really cool.
Yeah.
Honestly.
So it's hard for me to everybody it's really easy to hate on Slug Zerker right now because it is in the meta and there's so many people playing it that it feels super annoying because every time you get killed by a Zerker, like every time you get shift queued, every time you get ancient waved, you're basically salty. And when a whole bunch of people are playing it, then you're just salty about that class all the time because there's just so many of them, and that's what creates the standard of hating on a class. I really don't think that Succession Zerker is that much more overpowered than a lot of other classes that currently exist. And just to name a few, like you don't hear about Succession Kuno being complained about as much, even though it's insanely strong. You don't hear about Sork being complained about as much, even though it's insanely strong. Awakening Dark Knight's like just as slippery as a Sork and does insane damage. Like there's classes out there like Musa Awakening, bro. that class got nerfed like crazy. That shit is. I use this example a lot because it is very telling.
I think I know what you're saying. I saw
I
it in your stream.
There is a lot of
Yep.
mooses in my guilds that are out fragging me.
Yep.
Meanwhile, I am being absolutely fed like 10,000% rage from my entire fucking guild to try to keep up with these mooses, and I'm still getting out fragged. I'm still getting out fragged by rangers. Like, you guys are saying that Succession Zerker is like this incredibly strong class, but like, sometimes you gotta understand that it is more the annoyance factor that creates the hate. Like you're more annoyed by dying to a suck Zerker because there's so many of them. If there was only a few suck Zerkers, people probably wouldn't complain that much about them. They'd be complaining about the 700 Kunos if that was the meta. Like people always will identify there's a meta, there will be flavor of the month rerollers that'll roll to it, and that will just exacerbate the issue and make it look as if the class is insane because you're like, oh my god, wow, there's five of this one class in the top. Like back in the wizard meta, right? Like wizard wasn't necessarily incredibly strong. It was just like their PA and their heals and stuff. That was like their utility that made them really strong. But then people are like, oh man, look at how hard this class frags. There's like, 7 out of the 10 of the top are all wizards. Meanwhile, 60% of the guild are wizards.
Right.
Who else is going to be on the top? like
Yeah.
you're bound to get people performing well if there's like freaking 17 of your class in one guild. Like you're going to have people that are going to do well.
Yeah,
But
I agree.
overall,
It's
I
like,
want the nerf to happen so that people will stop complaining.
You
Yeah,
see
I
though, but
agree.
I do I feel like though that I mean you know this too. I mean people were complaining before though, before the reboots, after. I don't think it's going to change. I think that people are going to continuously complain and just instead of sitting down for 1 second and saying, "Hey, I lost because maybe I messed up," or "Hey, I lost because maybe I'm just not as good on that day," or something. They're just always going to pinpoint, "Oh no, I lost because this class is OP." There's never any credit given. There's never any nothing. There's nothing. It's I don't think it's going to stop because if you remember, and you probably deal with this a lot in your chat choice, probably more than me and Squiddies combined, but you'll have people, oh, yeah, no, you did that because you're overpowered. This is like 2 years ago, 3 years ago. You know what I mean? And it's like there's just never any credit given. I just don't feel like that people are just ever going to stop with that. I just think I don't think it'll ever end.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, definitely. There's like when I was it's so funny, dude. Like when I was testing out Arena Solaire, I was getting that a lot. Like after every win, they were like, suck Zerker, balance class,
Yeah.
and all this stuff. And then you look at the stats and like the Kunos are outperforming me, the Sorks are outperforming me, and I'm like, damn, dude, that's crazy, dude. Yeah, suck Zerker won that one. It wasn't the Sork that did 2 times as much damage as me and took literally no damage because they're an iframe half the time. Like it was
Right.
really they're always going to. And here's the other big thing that I think contributed to suck Zerker, like issue is that there's a lot of Zerker streamers. There is a lot of Zerker streamers. Like there is me, there's Steve, there's Danny, there's both of you guys, and there's several others. And so, especially me streaming Zerker, and I'm, streaming Node Wars all the time. There's always going to be people that are like, wow, look at how well he's doing. Meanwhile, I'm 80 gear score above the average gear score of this fight I'm in.
Yep.
And they're like, holy shit, this is fucking broken. I'm like, dude, I could go on a Musa and I would perform better than this. I could go on a Sork, I'd perform the same as this. I could go on a DK and perform like this. I could go on a Draconi and perform like this. It's the gear, man. Like I'm fighting a bunch of baby seals right now. Like this is not, it's just crazy.
Yeah, people don't take the gear into consideration because it's like you like for Node Wars, for example, like there was a situation at one point where we had a Node War against a smaller guild, and their average gear score is lower range, like 610, 620, etc. And it's like I'm 670. Like I'm just diving in, like I'm playing Awakening at this time also, but I'm just running in Seismic. This is prior to Titan Blow rework. So I just run in Seismic, I insta kill an entire ball. I'm just like dumbstering. It's like 100 kills in the Node War, like in like under like an hour, I think. And it's just punching toddlers, and it's just like nerf Zerk, nerf Seismic. It's like, dude, I'm literally like 70 gear score above you. Like this is not going to Has nothing to do with like Zerkers broken. It's just you have no gear, and then it's people misconstrued that the class is broken. Therefore, it's like it wouldn't make a difference. Like you said, I'd hop on another class and it would just be absolutely horrible.
Yep. And also, I always try to make the comparison as well, that gear is a factor. And also, I hate to say this because I got memed on really hard one time, like 3 years ago about it, but I feel like I'm a pretty good Zerker, okay? Like, even gear aside, I am outperforming every single Zerker in my guild, and there's a lot of 720 gear score Zerkers out there. Like, I'm like 730 in my Node War set or whatever. There are geared ass players in my guild. I am doubling their numbers. We're getting fed the same rage. We are doing the same things, but I've played this class for 3, 4. I've played this game for 5 years almost, and I have only played Zerker, and I've done Node Wars the whole time. I'm very decent at my positioning, and I know how to brag and get kills. And so my performance in a Node War is not all just class. Sometimes it's just large scale knowledge, and nobody wants to give any sort of like credit to that. They're always just going to say that yeah, your class is broken.
Yeah, they don't give credit to the player. And that was the thing that me and Guido talked about when we were coming back from the pizza place. We were talking about like proactive and like reactive play styles. And it's like for me and Guido, we literally like I trial a lot of Zerkers for my guild. Like we usually when a Zerker comes in, I'm there watching and I can tell that this is a man that either fresh rerolled or has just nothing going on. Nowadays, most Zerkers that have not been playing for a good while, their positioning is terrible. They rely too much on Titan Blow, and they just they're just a turret basically. They are just a standstill turret, and that's like the main issue that is like as of right now when it comes to Zerkers, just like all this damage, but they don't know how to proactively set up to make this happen, or else they're just throwing random bombs at nothing. And they don't understand the classes. They don't understand their own class, the class they're fighting, what will work, what won't work. They don't understand that Awakening Berserker, very, very minimal movement protections. Like, basically, it's abysmal. Like, you're going to probably get hit by some random shit and actually die because there's no protections aside from the obvious.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah,
that's a weird
agreed.
one.
My biggest issue I've always had was just it's not as much the bias, it's more so just people not realizing certain things or aspects about their own class. Like for example, like Choice mentioned before, no one for example, I don't know how much this is on PC, but on console right now, there's a lot of Succession Mystics running around, for example.
Yep.
And I have 305 AP. And these Succession Mystics that are running around have 30 less AP than me, and they're doing the same amount of damage that I'm doing at 305, and they're doing it at like 283.
Yep.
And because they're
Yes.
running evasion, they don't need to run accuracy or begs. They run, full DP meme gear, Sissel, Centaur, etc. The whole works, and they're still able to kill people with that. Now, obviously, they're not doing the AOE's that we are and all that stuff, of course. But it's the fact that they're able to output similar damage with 30 less AP sheet. That's I feel like that no one really talks about that. It goes into the whole thing that people really don't realize aspects about their own classes that are kind of OP in a way as well, and they're only pointing the finger at things that are currently seen more. Instead of looking, taking some integrity for themselves and looking at what's going on for them in their situation.
Yeah, the most laughable thing and probably like the least good take I've ever heard was that what does a Musa do against a Sug Zerker? Like I was fighting this Musa and he's a 700 plus gear score Musa, and he was just running. Like I was just chasing him. He was just running. He didn't try to trade damage with me at all. And then I heard the take that what Musas can't out trade a Zerker, bro. Sug Zerker's damage is formidable, but there is I can't count on one hand how many more classes have a more potent combo than Zerker. Musa definitely being one of them. There is a bunch of times where I'm fighting this guild called Digital, and they had a strong ass Musa called. He used to actually be a Zerker, and he rolled to a Musa. His name's escaped me right now, but dude, I literally tried to SA trade this guy with Ancient Wave and Shift Q and like claws and every possible good damage SA that I had. I died and he had like 50% of his life left. Like he destroyed me so fast with that shit.
You were
It
fighting
wasn't
him on
even
Suck?
close. I was on Suck, he was on Awakening.
Yeah.
And this is after the nerfs, like way after the nerfs. Like this is current day Musa.
Yeah.
And so I don't know, like to complain about Zerkers' damage, complain about his AoE if anything, but don't complain about his damage because there's a lot of other classes that do the same or more than Succession.
Yeah, no, I laugh
And
at it every
Succession
time,
has
though.
long ass cooldowns too. Like Ancient Wave is a 20-second cooldown, Shift Q is a 45-second cooldown. Like you can't do that all the time.
Yeah,
No, I agree.
I deal with that actually. It was funny. I was fighting one of our other partners. It was one time open world, and his name is Sly. And as I was fighting him on Suck, and you know you obviously know Suck. You can't, you're not really SA trading like that. And he literally, so he would just keep running away, right? Which is okay because Suck Zerk can catch up. But when you're actually trading with that, you are not trading with that at all. It doesn't. I don't think it matters what your DP is and whatnot. Musa does so much fucking damage. You can't trade with that. You're gonna lose DSA trade every time.
Is Sly the Musa / ninja?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I fought him on his ninja on trials at the VOA there.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, that's
awesome.
right. You did. I totally forgot
Yep.
you did that. Yeah. I was sitting over in the front.
Yep.
Yeah, he was he was kind of upset that he had to play ninja. Apparently, Armin didn't want to like switch accounts or something, or I don't know what it was, but he made him play on ninja. And so, but I had never fought a console player or somebody using a controller. He did good. Like I don't know, man. I really thought that it was gonna be like playing with one arm tied behind your back, but no, you guys got just as active and just as much movement as a normal like PC player for the most part. The only real difference here is like I don't know how you guys even like Suck Zerker without being able to most move predatory. 'Cause that
We
shit is
just-
so good.
We like work around it. So like between the jumps, we'll like rotate the camera so that way it like goes back. But like we can't control like where we land is the problem. So like if we jump forward, like that's where we're gonna land. But we can turn the camera to make sure we like go the immediately whatever direction they are afterwards.
You gotta
so
kind
like,
of
it's a workaround.
preemptively. Yeah, you gotta preemptively like predict where they're gonna be going with each jump. And the third jump kind of messes you up because how the third jump of predatory home works is, it extends it very differently than it goes a lot more further than the other jumps.
Yeah.
So you got to kind of like predict that. But I'd say that honestly, it's not that bad in my opinion. And I played it before and after, and you can use your left and right stick to kind of go around in circles with Lava Piercer, it completely throws people off. And you can kind of rotate the camera with a lot of the abilities. So it kind of alleviates a lot of those issues. So it's honestly not that bad in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. Like the shooting mobility thing that you do, Choice, where you kind of aim you forward. Yeah, we can do that on console as well. The only thing is we don't have the precision because we have to whip the camera fast enough. But I can do the 180, but I have to play high sensitivity and like I have to be very proactive in where they're going to go and predict it. But it is physically possible to do it. But we have to turn the camera, which means we lose sight of where exactly we're going. So we have to whip the camera once and then whip it back just to kind of get it back in order.
Yeah, that'd be disorienting.
Yeah, I rarely do it, but like it is physically possible. But to use it practically, like PC, is like probably the one thing that Zerker cannot do, or at least that isn't a good workaround. But it is physically possible.
The other thing about Awakening is like giant leaping. Like I never giant leap forward. I always just most move giant leap backwards to go forwards. So that way there you get a longer jump and you can still see where you're going to land.
Yeah, we can do that as well, and we whip the camera around just the same, and it allows us to kind of like fly like forward. So like we hold it for a second and then whip the camera and then it goes forward.
Yeah, but then you have to be looking backwards as you're traveling.
Yeah.
So,
that's the main problem is, again, you lose sight of where you're going. But it's still, again, the thing is it being physically possible, but practical and not really.
And what's particularly amazing about that with mouse movement is the specificity of where you land can be very precise. Like I will giant leap backwards to where my enemy is to grab them. like you can physically move to where they are, giant leap on top of them, and use your grab. And that's something that's like super common with Awakening Zerker on PC, is because you can control precisely where you're moving.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wish we had that. I've only been able to land that maybe like 5 times out of my Zerker career. 100%. I've never been able to like consistently recreate that because it's impossible. You can't see where you're going 90% of the time, even if you kind of like, like aim towards there. Like most of the time, like I'll see Zerkers do like 360s in the air because it's the only thing they can do, and then they hope they land next to their target and then grab. That's like the one thing that I see quite often on like newish Zerkers, is they'll just giant sleep and then kind of 360 in the air and just kind of spin around in the same general vicinity of their target and then try and grab immediately afterward. But it usually doesn't pan out very well.
Yeah. But yeah, I guess on the topic of like Suck Zerker balance, for sure the movement. I'd say if anything, the movement, and if you really wanted to, I guess like the AoE on the actual blast after the big jump is pretty large. So you could perhaps tone that down a little bit.
Would
like
you
after
say
predatory
that?
hunt?
Would you say that jump is like the jump blast is better than Fearsome Tyrant?
It's definitely more
In
consistent.
It does more. I would say that it does more damage in a shorter amount of time. Like it does maybe the same damage in a shorter amount of time, or something like that. But yeah, I'd say that I overall rely much more on the damage from that than I do from the damage from Shift Q. Shift Q is
right.
like a utility thing for me.
I see. Okay. Because I hear people complain about Fearsome Tyrant quite a bit, and they're like the AoE on that needs to be reduced, and it does have actually a massive AoE. I remember I was just in RBF on my warrior, and like I swear to God, there's at least like the space between me and the Zerker that was doing that, and it wasn't the 100 either, but the how far it reached, I could fit at least 7 shies in between the
Yeah.
space between me and that person. So I was like, I
Yeah.
understand that the range on
Yeah, with
Fearsome Tyrant
the
can be a bit much.
with the reboot, they changed it. A lot of the animations, if you guys recall, and they wanted to separate the absolute version from the succession version, and they completely like reworked it. It's definitely like a larger AOE with the reboot for sure. I would probably argue they could probably take out the first initial stun, in my opinion, with Fearsome Tyrant, because I do feel like I do cheese a lot of people with that. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
Hmm.
That at first initial stun, it catches a lot of people lacking. Um, I don't feel like that the damage needs tuning on that, but I could definitely see the first CC should go away. I think that the second CC where you're slamming your axes down, like in melee range, I think that should stay, only because if you manage to get caught in that I feel like that's almost like your own fault. Like if you manage to get caught in that amount of time, you're winding up, and by the time it hits the ground and you got caught in that, I think that you deserve to ECC. That's almost like your own fault. That's player error.
Yeah, it's a catch. Like realistically, if you get hit by the double axe slam, like you were caught 100%. You were slacking, you messed up, and that's your own fault. That's not a massive AOE. It's not something that is used competently very much, and it's just overall not a very good catch in general. Like I rarely catch people with that,
Yeah,
and
it's like
if
if you CC someone with Ire of the Beast, for example. If you
yeah,
actually if you CC someone with that, like that's the same premise. Like that's like your own fault, in my
yeah,
opinion.
yeah, yeah, 100%.
How do you get hit by
I
that?
Yeah, it's so slow too, and you know it's coming. Like after
Yeah,
every time, like that move is going to come out. If you're
yeah.
still within like 2 feet of me, that's your own fault.
I don't even use that after Shift Q, like ever.
Really?
Oh, so you don't
No,
even do the wind up for it.
no. I Shift Q, and I like the initial stun and damage is right at the start of the ability, and I just
Yeah,
iframe to cancel it right away.
yeah.
Oh, okay. That's
I
usually
don't blame.
like what I'll do
I
in
mean, it's
large
smart
scale.
because yeah, because if you think about it, by the time you wind up and you slam on the ground and stuff, I mean, it's already so much
The
time has
damage
passed.
is just not there. Like
Yeah,
it's just I would much rather Shift Q and smack somebody with an ancient wave, and if they hit the ground, then just start clawing them or spinning on them, depending on how low their HP is. Like I feel like there's just the there. I'm not sure how it is in console for like the damage meta, but there's not enough time for me to survive
No, there's
to
no
do
time.
that. Like,
No
there's
time.
no time for me. Like, you have to get in, get your stuns, get to the outskirts of the ball, and then send out your ancient wave. Like, there's no time to be sitting in that shit.
Yeah, unless you
Yeah.
massively overgear the people you're fighting. Like we only have 2 Zerkers on here, and they're tags because they're just Omega gearheads. They can, it's a different story for them, but for the vast majority of us, like average geared, like slightly above average, no, there's no way. By the time you get Fearsome Tyrant out, by the end of the animation, if you do the slam on the ground, I'm already dead. So
Yeah. In
Yeah.
large scale, it's not feasible whatsoever. On console, I would say like what would you say, Guido? Like the average DP is like what 330 to 340 for like the lower like mid
yeah,
tier
it's like
guilds
340,
usually.
350 usually. Yeah.
Yeah, around there's not really a whole lot. Like 350 is like kind of more towards the top end, but like majority of like the mid tier guilds that are like just kind of like in the Node War scene, but they're not really, they're not taking castles, they're not doing anything like that. But those guilds usually have around 340, 330 DP, and that's the average. The top end is more towards like 370s, and that's when you start reaching the really annoying tanky classes like the Suck Mystics, Strikers, warriors with narcs and stuff like that. But you don't really see anything higher than like 361 currently with like Duo Fallen God, and that's like the
Yeah, that's mighty
two
to have.
that's like two distos with Duo Fallen God. 361 is like the soft cap for like the end game, pretty much.
Yeah. I don't even like using 100% alt on Succession Zerker in Node Wars because I can't live. Like, before the end of the animation is over, I'm dead. I kind of
Even though you're
rely. Oh yeah, like 406 DP. You're just fighting people that are all like, the meta is just full human damage. Everybody's got pure damage in every house buff and church buff and everyone just stacks mad damage. And if I go in to do an alt, there is no shot that I can live during that alt. That is why I mostly cancel out of shift Q. Is when I go in, I shift Q to get the CCs, but then I need to be able to iframe out of there to move. Because if I sit there for the 3-4 seconds it takes for an ulti to finish, it's just not. You're just dead. So there's no way you're living.
That's
That's
interesting.
crazy to hear from your perspective because you have so much gear, right? And it
Mhm.
just from at least from our perspective, obviously on PC now a lot more people have caught up to you, but it's crazy. So even with the artifacts, even with the HP add-ons and all the skills, I mean on the accessories, it's still not enough.
Yeah,
Well, yeah,
I
because with artifacts, everybody's running AP artifacts. I
No,
mean,
it just
including
completely
myself.
nullifies. It completely nullifies the
So
damage
there's
reduction
no
and all that.
tank builds like at all. Like there's no like from like a berserker perspective, right? Like if you wanted to be tanky, what would you have to do if it's even feasible?
In large scale, there's like no such thing as being tanky.
Really, even for PC, because I know on console, like I can do it. Like if I throw on my narcs and like I throw on like an Orkinrat or something, I can usually outlive most like engagements. But I know for a fact that once like the gear score like gap gets closed, that is no longer going to be feasible. So I was wondering if there was like something that you would do personally to be more tanky, but just to know that that's the future. That's
That's
interesting.
crazy.
Well, like, don't get me wrong, like, you can get tankier. Like, if I wear one narc, one disto right now in large scale, like if I put on my second narc, I will gain about 3% more survivability. If I put on my DR artifacts, I'll gain another maybe total 10% survivability, but I'm also losing like 10% of my damage, and the meta is catching people off guard and killing them in 2 abilities and leaving. So it doesn't really, like, that extra 10% tankiness means you need to be engaged for 10% longer, and that's like, by the time people notice you're there, you need to be already leaving in this meta. Like, you can't jump in, knock somebody down, and not be leaving within the next like 2 seconds, because the rest of everybody's going to realize, oh shit, you're there, and they're going to try
Yeah.
to dive on you or something. Like, it's just, the damage
Interesting.
is much more useful, because you just need to be able to get in and get out fast. Like, it's not about surviving hits, it's about dishing out the hits and leaving before you take any hits, type of thing.
Interesting. So then,
So
like,
that's crazy.
what's your crystal setup looking like? So are you like also full RBFs with like no adamantines? Are you running ADAs? Like, what exactly do you run that would make you
So
into
I
that one shot meta?
Yeah, so I got Jin special evasions in my chest because
Mhm.
they're just really good. And then I've got Jin Vipers in my gloves, and I didn't run Jin Vipers in my gloves for the longest time actually, and I was totally fine. I was running like RBF crystals in there. But because of artifacts, now just mystics and strikers and are just too tanky, so I had to put in Jins again. But yeah, so crystal wise, I got Jin special evasions. I've got human damage in my helmet, human damage in my boots. Then I've got Jin Vipers in my gloves. I got Corrupteds in my offhand, Elcars in my main hand, and Alucases in my awakening.
Really, no adamantines.
And
Well, I guess you don't need it for
no,
Succession Zerker, huh?
well, yeah. So like a lot of people sort of dropped the adamantines. Like the adamantine meta was very much the like the
Wait,
tankier
really?
classes were running it. Yeah, well, like people run blur here, so like they lose all their resistances anyway. So like anybody that used to run
Oh,
adamantines was usually the mystics and strikers, and now because of blur, barely anybody like runs resistances here in PC. There's like select people that are DR, like Valkyries and warriors sometimes that'll like have their meme resist builds, but like very few people I think are running resist these days.
They don't need to because of
interesting.
the artifacts. They just make it up from that and stuff.
Right, because I still don't know
Uh,
really too much about the artifacts and what they
wow,
do, but I do know on console that adamantines are still relatively popular here, and
that
most people
is
tend to
crazy
run
to hear.
adamantines. Yeah, yeah, like people still run adamantines. I know quite a bit of people that are still running that. They'll run like full RBF crystals, and then they'll put adamantines into their boots still. Especially, it's like really popular among like the mid tier guilds and whatnot. But to hear that like it's basically extinct on PC is very interesting.
It's wild.
Yeah. It's mostly just the 1v1 small scale that you're noticing people running them. But like even Divios, who's like you guys probably know who Divios
Yeah,
is.
yeah.
Um
Yep.
he sort of defines the meta a lot of the time, and he's dropped them like quite a while ago. He doesn't run RBF adamantines anymore, even though he used to be like a huge proponent of them. It just I don't know. It's it's really only select Valks that are specifically like running crazy resistance stuff. Like they're trying to get grab resist, they're trying to get stun resist and knockdown resist and just be like the most annoying ever. I've seen some mystics that run it, but like for the most part, because the wizard meteor meta is gone. RBFs used to be super required in large scale because of the final knockdown on meteor,
Right,
but
yeah.
now that there's just so few wizards, like you're kind of like the only people knocking you down are very solo target players like Zerkers, who are, that's not a huge AoE, and then there's Rangers, not a huge AoE. Like the other than that, like all the other classes in the reboot are pretty protected, so there's not other there's not a lot of reasons why you would run them, I guess, these days compared to just having more damage.
Right. So that also brings me to the next thing that me and Guido were talking about, and we were going to bring this up to you. I wanted or me and Guido both wanted to talk to you about like the meta as like the classes. So over here, we have archers and rangers. Like that's the main
Hmm.
thing that we see.
Yeah.
Like even though Suck Zerker is like prevalent to some degree, it's nowhere near as much as archers and rangers. And Guido was telling me that you guys don't have like any of those classes, or like it's like very rare to see one.
Yeah, because
What's going on with that?
I was in your stream the other day, and you were talking about it. You were saying that there's more Zerks than there are Rangers, Rangers on
Oh yeah,
PC right now. Yeah,
easily.
it's the opposite over here. Complete
Yeah,
opposite.
so the ranger, see, here's the thing. Ranger and archer are a very specific type of class that requires very good positioning to do well at. And so my hypothesis or theory, I guess, as to why there is not a lot is people will play their ranger, they'll play their archer, they will get knocked down from a class they don't even see because of how fast everybody is, and they'll just get pissed off and just be like, man, I suck, like I can't do anything, all my shit's unprotected. Like I feel like it's just a frustrating class to play unless you know how to properly position yourself and use your terrain to your advantage. The archers and rangers that we do have, they're always top fragging. Like the top guild, Cho Nation, we got Rylock, we got Leon, and we got Jet, who are 2 rangers and an archer, and they perform at the top of their game in that guild. Like they're very, very strong. They're very good. Same thing with Vertex. Always Hassie, Yarnco, our ranger and an archer, always 1 and 2. Not even a debate. Always. And the ones that we do have do really, really well, but there's also just no unskilled archer and ranger these days. Like if you're an unskilled archer and ranger, you're just not having fun and people just don't play it. That's pretty much it. And like it's only the good players that are on those classes still.
So you would still say that Suck Ranger on PC is out-fragging everybody?
Oh yeah. Like it's actually crazy, dude. Jet and Cho, from what I understand, like I'm not in that guild, but like the war scores that I see sometimes, it's like, dude, this guy must be 800 gear score. Like he's so far away from second place. It's crazy. And then with like Hassie in Vertex, he is like 140, like in last cap siege and even in node wars that are uncapped. He's like he had 140 kills. You scroll down like 5 people, the next highest is like 90.
Exactly.
It's very big gaps.
Exactly. That's literally the same thing we have here. Like a lot of the Zerkers who I know we top frag, it would be like Kobe, me, and Dmar. Dmar and all of us, we put like 90 usually if it's like a really insanely good fight, plus like 70, 80, 90 for like a really good fight that lasts a long time. Maybe sometimes even above 100 if it's really good. The Suck Rangers currently on here, they're getting like 140, 170, 120. Like they're leaps and bounds above how much we can output. They're even above the Mooses as well here.
Yeah, it's 100% true. Like, let me explain. Let me tell you this. We had a node war. I think last what was it, Thursday or Wednesday? It was sometime during the week, and we have a ranger in our guild called Handsome Lalo. This man got 190 kills in a node war. 190 kills.
Yeah,
literally,
that's freaking nuts.
Literally so far ahead of second place, which I think it was Franco at like 70 or 90, around there, something like that. Like he's literally like 100 kills above, basically. It was insane. It's a ranger. Granted, really good and really geared ranger, but it's like I can't do that. Like that's not how I'm not doing that on fucking Succession Zerker or Awaken. I'm pulling at max like 90, maybe 100. And that's if the node war goes on for the full time.
Yep. We actually had a tamer in the biggest node war last week. The tamer went 206 and like 18. But the trick was he never left his horse. So he was running around on his Doom horse and he was deleting people, including me. I could not live this guy. He would show up, he'd do 2 abilities, and like 8 people would die. Like we were all positioning, and he'd show up. He'd do 2 abilities. 6, 7, 8 people will die. He comes back, hits me with a charge, and there goes the rest of my life. I died to this guy like probably 4 or 5 times, and I didn't feel like I had any outplay because I couldn't BSR him off his horse. But like literally, it's freaking insane how much damage like horseback tamer does, and I feel like that's a meta that's brewing after that node war, because a lot of people were he was the start of the show, dude. Like people were talking about him. He was in Basanity like videos and like bro.
Yeah, I saw that.
Wow.
I saw that clip actually. I didn't even know what happened. I just saw you die and just thought like a geared player tapped you or some shit. Like I had no idea what that actually was. I could not physically tell, but I saw the clip and I was super confused. I thought you were just getting mobbed and like you just got hit by like 4 abilities that just dumpstered you. But I did not know it was a tamer.
All a tamer.
What the fuck?
And the funny thing is so Wuxi, that's the guy who did it. He was known for his horseback wizard. So back in the meta of wizard, you used to be able to charge your meteor, and then the cooldown would basically, start ticking as you're charging it. So you could drop 2 meteors on people's heads at once. And so he used to do that with his wizard, and then when they sort of nerfed wizard, he's now doing it on tamer. And he said if they ever nerf tamer, the next class is Draconia, because her horseback is freaking crazy too.
So he just loves riding around on horses, just
Oh
deleting
yeah,
people.
he is easily the most practiced horseback combat player in the game, and he will always find the next meta of horseback combat.
That's amazing. Those outliers in the
Interesting.
community who figure these intricate things by themselves is actually amazing.
Actually wild. I had no idea that, like, because like nobody on console does that, like the
No.
horseback stuff. Like nobody's
never.
ever, even when the
Nope.
wizard meta was a thing, I rarely saw that. I almost never saw that under any circumstances.
Yeah, we got this one guy called Android 18. He's been doing horseback tamer for as long as time, and he is my arch nemesis. I haven't fought him in probably a year and a half, but he's still my arch nemesis because I've never killed him in my life, and I've fought him probably 50 times. Because the way that he plays is that he just will horseback, and if you knock him off his horse, he'll jump on his fucking Heliang and ride away to go get his horse again. So like he plays in the most like I don't know if it's sneaky as much as it's just bullshit way ever, that he just will refuse to fight you unless he is on his horse, and he does so much damage on that thing.
That's
That's
wild.
That's absolutely wild. So I guess to just finish off this topic, I had 2 more questions for you in regards to this choice and your opinion on them. My first question is, what is your opinion on Titan Blow? Because that's also something that people complain about. I guess the damage of it, range of it, CC, etc. And do you actually think that the current meta on PC with Succession Berserker, do you think it's Wizard than the Succession Wizard meta, and the Sage meta with Suck and Awakening for that?
Yeah. So for the meta questions, I don't think that the meta could ever be as potent as the wizard meta was, because with wizards you used to be able to chain PA, and that was the biggest problem, is you could actually make your ball invulnerable for 21 to 28 seconds at a time. And that just was insane. The more wizards you had, the more likely your guild was going to get PA, and the more PA rotations you could have, and that just made you incredibly strong. So I don't think that it's to that level. Like Zerkers are definitely influential, but there are a lot of wars where we call for a Zerker engage, we get a good feed, and then we still lose the fight. Whereas with a wizard, it if your ball had more wizards, you just won because you actually just didn't take damage. So I don't think it's as influential as that. As for like the Sage meta, I feel like there were more Sages back then. Like
Oh yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
think that there are as many Zerkers as there were Sages back then. And the biggest cancer of the Sage is that it could cast over gates and walls in wars. So, you were getting killed from not even be able to hit the player, and they could hit you. So I don't know if it's as bad.
I don't think it is.
Yeah, I don't think it is.
I think it's
one of the worst things
as
ever.
I believe it's as choice says, because it's so prevalent right now and in the moment where like there's a lot of players that are just dumpstering people on Succession Zerker, and you see so many of them, like new faces and even people that you physically know that were on one class and they re-rolled, and it's just like, wow, you're meta re-roll into Zerker, what a nerd. And then you get pissed off because you're dying, you're getting salty because you're dying to just Zerkers constantly over and over and over again. But it's like, you go back to Sage meta, you go back to Wizard meta. These 2 things were so much worse in my opinion, in our opinion, because they changed the entirety of the game for for however long it was out. The Wizard meta was literally invulnerability. Like, you would build around it and you were able to win wars based around it. You're not winning. If that were the case, Guido would have won every single node war and took castle while he made the Zerker guild. It just, you can't dumpster like 40 Zerkers and then just take over. It just doesn't work that way. Whereas you could literally do that with Wizard and probably make it work. Like, the more Zerkers you have, it's probably helpful, but it's nowhere near going to be as influential as having like 7 to 20 PAs just back to back.
Yep.
Yeah, I
Guaranteed.
don't know if NA has ever done a Zerker guild. I know that Steve wanted to after he watched like what we did on console, but when we were engaging into people's balls, they would get wiped. But when we fought someone who actually had like a competent squad, for example, we fought Flow and Sacred. Those are the kind of metas that are on here. And as we would fight them, we would be just getting destroyed from the wizards, witches, and the suck rangers, who were shooting us from range. There was like nothing we could do about it because they were on top of like ledges and shit. And we just didn't have the DP to like mitigate that and go around them to just kill them, because we didn't have Fallen God yet or anything like that. So we would just die from range.
It doesn't
Yeah.
work.
I imagine that without that sort of terrain though, like I've seen some clips from EU. I know we've never done a Zerker guild in North America, but I think in EU they did.
Yeah,
and
like
it's
Dawn
pretty
Kings.
glorious.
Yep.
It is glorious seeing all the suck Zerkers jump in for an engage. Like that shit's like freaking Planet of the Apes, man. Like so
I was
funny.
dying of laughter at that shit was amazing.
Yeah, it was
Every time I
really
talk to them, I
good.
bring it up.
Yeah, it was actually very, very cool to see that. But that was again at the time prior to reworks too, where like they didn't even have like the
Yeah.
insanity that is Succession Zerk now. So to see that go over relatively well, and I believe he had Castle too at the time. Like I want to say he had Castle, I think, or maybe not, or maybe no. But either which way, it was still
They would
really,
know.
really cool. It was really, really cool to see that, and it was interesting that people think that Succession Sage was worse than, or is less worse than Succession Zerker. It's like, I get it. You're mad at this whole like damage that we have in the infinite SA basically with the movement, but Sage had an iframe, and the moment he came out, you died in an instant.
Mhm.
In an instant, you died, no matter what your gear was. There were people that would like. I specifically remember this. I was farming for the pot piece at Mansions. I killed a hash, and I just dumpstered him over and over and over again. After like 4 or 5 deaths, he swapped to a Sage, his tag, and then I just never won again. Like when that
Wow.
is the go-to strategy to win, that's when you know there's a problem.
Yeah. Yeah. No, you're talking about Succession specifically?
Yeah, for
Yeah, I
like
mean,
because we didn't have Awakening at the time when that was a huge problem. So
Awakening Sage was a little bit later, but yeah, Suck Sage was the meta like that on NA for you too?
Yeah, well, we went through 2 metas. Like we had the Suck Sage meta, and then as soon as Suck Sage got nerfed, the Awakening Sage meta, like right after.
Yeah, same
And
here.
then both ended up getting like snuffed out because of pretty much the same update. Like Suck Sage, you made it where like instead of iframe and rift chain, it was SA sometimes, and that just ended like all the gearlets that couldn't survive after that. And then with Awakening, they changed the iframe on the little side hop to ASA, and there goes the rest of the other Awakening Sages. So like little changes like that can make a huge difference in the perceived strength of a class, even though we still have really good sages. Like even Divios, he still plays a Succession Sage in the strongest guild in the game, and he is still in the top 5. Like, it's
Wow.
not like these classes are unusable. It is just that as soon as a little change happens, people just forget that the class ever was strong. Like Awakening Musa is still insanely strong, but because that little nerf happened, which didn't change much about his performance overall, there's a lot less Musas and a lot less complaints too. So
Yep.
it almost seems like the little tweak needs to happen to Suck Zerkers so that all the the haters and stuff can just say, "Ha, finally you guys got your just desserts." But in reality, it's not like they're gonna nerf Succession Zerker to the ground. The class is still gonna be viable. They don't do nerfs that are so incredibly bad that they're unplayable. That never happens. Usually it's always just like a little slap on the wrist, and that slap on the wrist is enough to change the entire perspective of whether people think a class is strong just because it recently got nerfed or not.
Yep. I
That's
agree.
facts.
This
Because
is very
literally
true.
the biggest thing that changed with Sage was like that iframe thing, and just hundreds of people just rolled off of it. Like it wasn't
Yes.
even like people, like everyone got
It
off.
was
This
gone.
class is
It
shit.
was
I'm
gone.
off. I'm done. I'm out of here. That's what they said.
Yeah, it was gone. It was literally gone. Nobody played Suck Sage anymore. Everyone immediately rolled to Awakening, and then Awakening got that tweak. And now, again, they are completely extinct on console. I only know about 5 Sages that like still regularly play Sage that to this day.
It's funny the passion though that Sage players have. Like I was looking at a YouTube video just today talking about the class balance change or the PV balance changes they did on the Global Lab yesterday. And there was one guy that was like, thank you, Lord and Savior PA, for these Sage buffs. I've been waiting forever for them or something. And you always see comments like that. There's so many passionate Sage players that just like want a little buff so that their class can feel okay to them again. When in reality, I don't feel like the class is that down bad. Like it, especially Awakening. Like Awakening can operate. You just need to actually have DP now instead of just relying on that iframe all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
No,
think that's a big thing that people, especially here on console, that they like is that the mentality here is if I kill them before they touch me, I don't need gear. So they want a class that can do a bunch of damage, but without having the the DP to like survive like a trade or something. They just want to like dive in, kill, or get one grab equals kill, like whatever will result in a super fast kill. That is like sort of the flavor of the month kind of thing, which is why I suspect that Rangers and Archers are super popular here because they're range classes and they don't need DP. And even if they had DP, like they still die in an instant, so it makes no difference. So they play Rangers and Archers in order to kill super fast without being punished because they're at a distance. At least that's like why I think they play that.
Oh yeah. No, there's a couple people like that in North America. Like there's a streamer called his name is Orca Whale, if you guys are familiar.
yes.
I do know him. I do know him.
Yes.
Yeah. I was in a Node War, I think Wednesday, like 2 days ago. He did like he was like top 5 in his guild. This man is 620 gear score, and he top 5'd in like a 670 average gear score because his AP is 317 and his DP is 304 on the Ranger.
Huh.
Like, yeah, he actually has more AP than he does DP, and he performs better because of it. Like, that is why Ranger is all about positioning. That's why I say, like, good players that are on Ranger, they know how to position well, because that's way more important than having gear. Like, you got damage and positioning, you are set.
Whoa.
That's
That
actually crazy.
is wild. What?
People weren't ready for that truth.
No,
All that positioning.
I mean, but that's what I've been saying though. Like whenever I tell you, Guido, about these things, it's like, bro, literally Archers and Rangers, the reason they're playing that is because they are straight up like they're the people that I even if I have DP, I'm gonna die in an instant because it's squishy class and no protections. Like people say, you know, Archer no protections, Ranger no protections, and I agree. Like they have probably abysmal protections. But still, like they will die in an instant. So like they just play something that will insta kill, so that way they can kill them before they get to you, and they have that mentality. It's been that way for so long, and console players are really AP monkey heavy, and they even prior to this meta that is AP monkey, even prior to this, they were still always stacking AP before DP. Like only the top guilds had DP, and everything in like the mid to down below section all AP, no DP. I knew people that had like barely 290, 296 DP, and they were up there like towards like 297 when that was considered like super top tier.
The game sort of forces you to do that though, because there's really not a lot of value in DP for farming, and more AP is going to make you farm faster, which makes you more money. So a lot of people just naturally prioritize more AP. Even PV players do that. So it's like kind of just the way you have to build in order to actually make money if you're a PV player.
Does that kind of fall into the same thing that you were saying before about why people aren't really running any kind of mitigation or damage absorption, add-ons or anything on their accessories or artifacts? Is that the same thing? It's because of not just grinding, but just more damage output. Let me kill you before you kill me, sort of thing.
Well, actually, on accessories, most people do run the defensive ones. Like you see most people with the DR ones and the HP
Yeah.
cups. But there's like, it's really, I guess, the crystals that are lesser. Most people are just doing damage on their crystals these days, and everyone always thinks the ignore resist on your Elcars are non-optional. So that's the only reason why they build accuracy there, really. And then the Jin Harfi, like the Lucas crystals and the Dandy, like those are just the most recently updated crystal. Like I feel like there's other tiers of crystals that might come out to compete with it, but for now it's just straight up the strongest. And then, Jin special evasion crystals. Special evasion is just really strong because the modifiers are so high on special attacks in PvP that if you can mitigate some of that damage, it's the difference between living and dying. So like, players will choose defensive options here in PC when they're like very glaringly good, but if there is an option between something that's going to make you do 10% more damage or 10% tankier, people are choosing the damage every time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what's your opinion about Titan Blow? That was my final question for you.
Yeah,
Berserker.
Titan Blow. I mean, it's really strong. Like it's got a stiffen on the first hit, and it's got a knockdown on the last hit. It's on a 6-second cooldown. It's got a frontal guard core. Like, it's got really good damage. Like, I feel like it is. I was blown away that it was on such a low cooldown when it first came out.
Yeah, from where
And
it was.
yeah, I'm still pretty blown away on how low of a cooldown it is. Like it definitely makes it where Zerker can sort of just sit on that roof in RBF and not feel the need to go down and follow up on their knockdowns, because they can kind of just follow up with other things. I mean, I wouldn't be too sad if they made it on like a 10 or 12-second cooldown or something like that. But I think that we are the storm is brewing for the Awakening Zerker hate. Like, as soon as Succession goes down, I think that Awakening is gonna get hated on.
I agree. I think that as
Yeah.
well. I think it's gonna be really. Oh no, I'm not looking forward to that one. I'm not gonna hold you.
I mean, people have, I look at the Global Lab feedback Discord. I don't know if you're in there or if you've seen what kind of cesspool that is in there, but there's a lot of posts that I go in there and I share it within the Zerker Den Discord to just kind of like meme on, them what they say. In one of the posts, I don't know if you've seen it, Choice, but they're basically saying like, all right, so guys, so basically we're done talking about Succession Zerker. It's gonna definitely get nerfed. Moving on. Yeah, so if Succession Zerk gets nerfed, we also need to talk about Awakening, and then the video is just like a DP Musa, or no, Corsair, sorry, and they're like, yeah, this is just, it has to get nerfed. It's like a 1v1, just like showing like 8 skills being used, and they're like, yeah, this needs to get nerfed.
What the fuck?
Awakening Zerker's weakest in 1v1s or like anything else.
They're just showing like an extended combo, and they're like, yeah, we got to get this out of the game. I'm like, okay, why don't you go show like Musa doing the same thing? Will kill you in probably half the time.
Yeah, I've always said this when it came to Succession, or not Succession, Awaken Berserker. It's like, dude, the 1v1s are so rough. Even with the reworks, it's still not easy. Like, if you let me like giant sleep away and then you keep your distance and you let me to Titan Blow, ancient power, all that stuff. If you let me do that, that's legitimately on you. Like, that's literally your whole fault. Like, there's nothing you can say and that would direct the attention to Awaken Berserker needs a nerf, because it's so unprotected. And like since the grab nerf too, like our grabs are less prevalent, and like you're like, you have 4 grabs. If you are 2 inches to the side of me, it no longer hits. Like it is, I have to be so precise with the grab now. Like there's no vacuum on it like everyone was like that it was before. So it's like grabs not as prevalent, even though it's like you have 4 grabs, doesn't matter. And then now we're like kind of this super range heavy. Seismic got nerfed, so it doesn't hurt as much, but we have other things in place that still allow us to one combo. So it's like the 1v1s on Awaken Berserker, like duel for spot, 9 times out of 10, you're probably gonna lose if you like it's in an even gear matchup, especially against classes like that are good in the 1v1s, like Warrior, Succession Mystic, Striker, etc. Like you're going to most likely lose.
Yep. Yeah, the rat classes and other grab classes makes it a very tough matchup, and there's not a lot of classes that don't fall in those 2 categories. So I mean, my frustration with Awakening Berserker was just it's not that it's a lack of protection. Like, it does have good protections on stuff. It's just got gaps and things, and it's a lot of frontal guard, and that
Yeah,
makes it where, with how fast everybody is these days, like frontal guard is, it helps, but it also is, sort of like a 50-50 chance you get CC'd out of your frontal, even if it's, a 1 second frontal into a super armor right after. It just seems like you're always getting hit out of that frontal.
Right.
Yeah, when you when you're Titan blowing, right, or even sitting there for ancient power, I find it And a lot of the awakening Zerks kind of agree with me with this. You get pressed so fast by the rat classes that you have to bail out. That's what I say. You have to bail out on your ability on the charge. Even though Ancient Power charges so much faster now, I find myself having to bail out on the ability and escape a Giant Leap because they're already in my face. They've already
Yep.
either block jump behind me or they're already right in front of my frontal. I have no time to output that shot from that shell because they're already in my face. So it's what I find a lot of the time. And and a lot of the block jumps that have been added to the game, DK, Sorks, that's been there, Hash, etc. Uh, and a lot of the abilities that also go through frontal guards too, not just from Zerk, but like the classes we mentioned before. Frontal guard is really not that good of a protection when we talk about really what you would want in a class. That's why I think Suck Berserker is so much more potent. It's because of that. It's literally in perma SA like the whole time.
Yep.
Yep.
That was like the 100% reason that I mulled it over this one node where I kept on getting hit out of my frontals. And that is the reason I started trying Succession Zerkers, because I'm like, God damn, this is bullshit. There's just so many Kunos and ninjas and these mooses that are just getting behind you while you're trying to do Titan Blow or anything. And it just was like, okay, I don't want the shield. I want to be on my feet. Like, let me use my DP a little bit. I'll tank the hits. Just let me be on my feet still, please. And that's where I just was like, okay, time to play an SA class. And Zerker at the time was, or it still is, like insane SA. And I like it a lot more than just frontal heavy.
Right.
So I guess I also have one more final question. Actually, this wasn't on the itinerary that I put down, but it actually just came to my mind. What's your opinion about the? Because this actually kind of leads into a different topic almost. But if you remember, during the global lab patches, they promised a lot of players. They didn't follow through with it. Pearlbus didn't follow through with it. But they were talking about class-specific passives. Cool little things that they would have. You know what I'm talking about, with like Corsair, Stage, Draconi, all of them. They have their own unique passives. They also reworked a lot of the people's class buffs. What's your opinion about any good ideas you would have for a class-specific passive for this class as well as Titan Syndrome at the moment?
Yeah, so like my interpretation of how they were going to make the classes passive specific, I thought that they kind of did that. Like they completely reworked the passives on most classes. Like when they removed accuracy from Hash, when they added DR on Zerker. I don't know if they really were. I mean, I guess that they PA has big dreamers, like they're sitting in the boardroom and they're like, holy shit, this would be so cool. But then they go sit down to implement it and they're like, maybe we should stick to just editing the current passives and making them more relevant to the class and not adding in crazy unique stuff. And so they
Oh, so you
probably
think that's what it was?
I think that's what ended up happening is they said that they were going to release these really cool unique passives, but then the change that ultimately got approved was just the passive change that happened, but it didn't end up being nearly as well. It's kind of like expectation versus reality type of thing. So
Over
in
ambition.
terms of a unique passive for Zerker, though, I would really, really like a passive that something to do with healing. Because, like, you guys, I don't know if you guys started with console, but when I started playing 5 years ago, the maximum HP pool on most classes was like 3,500 or 3,000 on a Zerker. Like, that was as high as it went. And a lot of players were sitting at like 2,500 HP, and Berserker heals for 350 HP every second. That's like more than 10% of your life every second on a heal. But now our heals are much worse in comparison to what they were, because you kind of just are healing 350 HP. Now you're only healing like 5% of your total HP pool or less. And so it takes you multiple heals to get up to full and twice the time. And you can actually reasonably heal during an ulti, right? Like shift Q, when you're ulting, you're supposed to be healing, and that's what's supposed to let you survive it. But the healing is so minuscule that you just die anyway. And so maybe something that, a passive that like makes it where the class has like a percent scaling HP thing where it's like, it like changes. I don't know how to. Basically, I would like Zerker to stack more HP. It would be cool if Zerker's passive somehow made them run Ruins Rings and Voltaras, and you'd really just want to buff the shit out of your HP because somehow that passive would allow you to scale better off of getting more HP. Because right now, as it stands, in terms of relative percents, if you have, I'm going to use a wild example, but if you have 1,000 HP and you gain 1,000 HP, you doubled your HP pool. But if you have 10,000 HP and you gain 1,000 HP, you're only getting 10% more HP. So like as Zerkers get more and more HP, as a percent, we're getting less usefulness out of that more HP. So it'd be cool if getting more HP resulted in us getting even more usefulness out of our HP. So, yeah.
So are you saying that because you think that between the Hanhums and all these different things, the classes that are already in the game have better defensive stats or different tools to kind of mitigate that as opposed to Zerker? Or
Well,
saying in
well,
general?
definitely, yeah. Like there's a large list that has made Zerker's HP pool like benefit of having the higher HP pool really dwindle, because back in the day, if we had a bonus 600 HP and everyone was rocking 300 HP or 3000 HP, we had 20% more HP than them. But now, let's say we have 600 more HP and everyone's sitting at 7000 HP, which is very normal on PC. Well, now you only have like 8% more HP than them. So like as a relative, your HP passive and even our heals just don't really scale off of this current amount of HP that we have. And it's a lot more than just Hanhums. Like there is Hanhums, there is Garmoth Pet, there is Kafra stones that never used to exist. There are HP on Jin special evasions that didn't exist. There are Garmoth hearts that give more HP. There are higher levels in the game, and you gain HP every single level. Even HP pots healing every 2 seconds instead of 3 seconds like they used to is contributing to a class that has its tankiness derived from HP. It hurts that class more than a class that's tankiness derives from their base stats, because you're now healing more often, so that pot represents a lower percent of your total HP. And so I would love if there was something that, you know, made it where more HP wasn't such a, you know, something that just doesn't help Zerker as much as it would help a Striker. It doesn't help Zerker as much as it would help any other class, because Zerker just has the highest HP pool unless you're like a Shy. So
Yeah, because I was about
that'd
to
be
say,
cool.
because you've played actually a few classes actually since then. I think it wasn't just Striker, right? You played didn't you tag a few things as well during over the event or
No, like
something?
it's been Striker
Or
only.
just been Striker?
Striker and
Okay.
Zerker. Yeah, and my
Yeah,
Striker at
so
this
yeah.
point is pure PV. Like I don't even PvP on it.
Have you? No, you've PvP'd a few times with it though, right? How would you say that the tankiness was for you on that?
Oh, on Striker? Oh yeah,
Yeah.
it's definitely tankier than a Zerker. Like I run evasion on my Striker and I run DR on my Zerker, and definitely Striker, just because of the percent evasion bonuses that they get for like the 10% passive and the 9% when you do little kick to the side there. That alone, you know, just creates such a huge amount of tankiness that it really can't compete with Zerker, even with the HP pool. Because, you know, percent stats and base stats are way more important to have than it is to have a large HP pool, because they're so easy to get HP. How are you going to get more base stats? How are you going to get more passives? Like, that's not a thing. So every class benefits a little bit more by gaining HP compared to a Zerker as a relative percent of the HP pool that every class has.
What's odd though is that I feel like they're kind of moving away from percentages. If you've kind of noticed in the past couple of years, for example, Wizards and Witches heals, Rabam Lighthouse and the normal one Pre-Awakening, etc. They were all based upon percentages. If you remember back in the day, now it
Yep.
got changed to a set amount. I think it's like 1500, I think, or something per second, whatever it is.
Yeah. Do you
Still
know
very
why that
high,
happened?
but I guess explain.
Yeah, so there's like a very pinpoint reason as to why that happened. When they made sieges where you had a bonus 5,000 HP, I don't,
Ah, yes.
Wizards and
Okay.
Witches healing was percent based, and so you're basically now healing 10,000 HP in a matter of 1 second. And so they had to make it where it was a flat number back in that meta because it was just ridiculous how strong
Yeah.
heals were back then. And then ironically, now it just we don't have that in Siege. We just have a flat 1,000 and it's not as big of a deal. But still, I mean, we're getting more HP as the days goes on, so it was good change that eventually, still makes sense. But that's the original ground zero as to why.
Right. Now, my last question, just to finish this whole topic off, what's your opinion on the current state of Titan Syndrome as a class buff?
Titan Syndrome, so Awakening Zerker.
Yeah. A lot of people say, for example, that it should be changed to be more, it should have accuracy on it to give you to shoot out for your cannon shots, etc. Because it heals you 200 HP every 5 seconds. It's got resist on it. A lot more of defensive stats that I feel like a lot of people feel like it's just not really, in use, in tune with the meta at all.
I mean, do you guys ever? You guys can't cancel your Q buff. That's the problem.
Yeah, no.
Yep. We've
Yeah,
been down bad
on
with that for a while.
PC, you spec into level 1 Flamebuster and you are shooting like quite literally every 0.3 of a second you are shooting. Like it is literally that fast. So it's pretty like Q buff because of that is pretty good on PC, especially with that change that I was talking about on Global Lab where you're not even sacrificing your split shot damage anymore by doing it. So on a console perspective, I can totally see how it's lackluster. Like all it's really doing is just making your ancient wave faster and giving you some resist. Everything else is pretty inconsequential.
But I thought that you didn't need to even have Titan Syndrome up to do that cancel for the damage output, because I thought that even though it's spec'd into level 1, obviously it's doing your ancient powers and all that are doing less damage, but I thought that because of the cancel on the on PC, you were still able to kind of do like the same thing.
It's definitely faster than it used to be, but it is still you're still doing more damage. I'm not sure how to explain what actually goes on when you're Q buffed and you're Q buff canceling compared to trying to Q buff cancel without it, but the explosions are bigger. So it feels as if one is Flamebuster and one is Ancient Power almost. It's like there's definitely a difference.
Yeah.
I just don't know what's exactly at play there, but definitely Q buffing with level 1 Flamebuster makes a bigger explosion than trying to do the same activity without Q buff active.
So you think
But
that
overall,
yeah, go ahead.
like I could if they remove the cheese strat that PC users get by just leaving it level 3 Flamebuster and no cancels and whatever, then I definitely think it's like one of the most lackluster e-buffs ever. Like it used to have this big benefit because you would cancel the charging time on really long charging abilities like Titan Blow and Ancient Wave and Ancient Power and all those ones. And back in the Q buff meta, when every shot knocked down, that was what made the e-buff so strong. But now that the only thing it's really canceling is Ancient Wave's timer, and even then, like that's most people don't wait the timer of Ancient Wave, it's just for the frontal. It's pretty lackluster, so I could definitely see it giving I'm a really big fan of your e-buff dynamically changing your class like Q buff used to. So I think it would be cool if the e-buff maybe added something special to your kit where maybe it like I don't know, maybe if it was like it'd be cool if it was maybe like a guardian where you get like 10 seconds of super armor in the first like part of it. That'd be really nice. Yeah, definitely more accuracy is something that everybody needs, so that could be cool. But yeah, I don't know. I definitely do think though that it is pretty lackluster outside of the bug, and that's definitely a bug.
Makes me wonder if that'll ever get fixed, and how a lot of opinions would change if that ever happens. Because then you'd be feeling what we're feeling on console right now. Because you have BWS, you have Windstorm, etc. It's giving you the movement speed, so it's kind of a waste, even though it lasts 10 seconds longer. The 20 DP is non-existent, and you don't even need it because Frenzy Tyrant and also Fearsome Tyrant give you that, so it's also relevant. And just the instacast on Ancient Wave, it's a lot of time you get CC during that, so I don't even see a use for it. So I definitely agree. I think it should just be changed to maximize the attributes that you're looking for in Awakening. Because how I see it is this: I see that Suck is built upon more disruption and sustainability, and Awakening is just all-out damage, in my opinion. So I think kind of
Yeah.
having stats that kind of go similar with that would be a lot more of a benefit than having a 200 HP regeneration every 5 seconds. That's dust to me.
I think maybe what would actually be pretty sick is changing certain. What if when Q buffed, all your frontals turned into super armors or something?
That'd be fucking-
Oh my god.
I could see a lot of people. That'd be
I was about to say,
pretty-
hold on now. I
Yeah.
don't know that I want to get hit by that.
A lot of people I feel like would be complaining.
Yeah, that
Like-
sounds like an absolute. That sounds like eternal purgatory. I don't know about
But
that.
all your
one.
super armors turn into frontals.
Oh my god! I don't. That would be
Ancient
so
Wave,
scary.
Cold
Totally,
Blood, just
it reverses your kit completely. So.
that'd be fucking hilarious.
But yeah,
Uh,
like even
insane.
the Succession Zerkers Q buff, I don't use that other than just healing. Like it's simply just a heal for me. I don't use it for anything other than just healing.
You find it ironic, almost like what this guy said in chat about how Succession Ancient Wave is SA, but Awakening, where the main part of it comes from, isn't even full frontal. Find that ironic.
That is
Yeah.
cool.
I find that pretty funny.
The spec with the literal gun has like minimal abysmal protections on it.
I kind of find that
But the
funny
gu-
compared to Succession, how it's like two different things, like two different worlds almost, which makes no sense because Ancient Wave comes from Awakening, not the other way around. So you would think that it
Yes.
would be better than its the other counterpart. Because how it used to work actually is that on Global Labs, they made it to that where Ancient Wave is only SA during your class buff, but they changed it to where it's just SA every 20 seconds when you're in the beast state, which is fucking wild to me.
Yeah. That is pretty crazy. But yeah, I don't know, man. I just I definitely would like I like ebuffs that change the way you play. I think that ebuffs that just enhance damage or enhance something about your class is more boring compared to, oh, my ebuff is up, that means I can do this now, whereas I wasn't able to do that before.
Game
So
changing things that are actually influential. You feel like you'll have an actual impact.
exactly, like, I don't maybe make it where when you're ebuffed, you can lava piercer as long as you want. Or you can like I don't know, like I'm just throwing out ideas, but like
Yeah.
changing the way that the class is played is more exciting to me than like a ninja Z buff where it's like, okay, we are going to heal you, you're going to get a shit ton of accuracy, you're going to get a shit ton of attack speed or whatever, and that's it. Like you're just basically an enhanced version of what you were. Compared to what I was used to with Awakening is, wow, IQ buff, I am a completely different class now. Like I'm no longer a melee class, I'm a range class. My role has changed, my opportunities have changed, everything's changed. So like having some type of a e-buff that would, enhance your abilities to make it where maybe this has a longer range, maybe this ability, you can change it from frontal to super armor, or maybe you're now able to use this ability twice in a row, or like something that changes the fundamentals of the class would be much more entertaining than just more damage or more stats.
Because they're all kind of like the same thing, really. They have the same kind of borderline things. How it goes, this person gets 20 DP, this person gets 50 DP, this person gets this person gets that. I feel like that, like they definitely need to still go back, not just for Zerker, but I think for all the classes that haven't gotten changes, I think that they should definitely update a lot of the e-buffs. I think a lot of them are very outdated from like 2016, 17.
Yeah. And it's even really cool, like Striker's Awakenings ebuff, for example. So it's pretty much just stats, but it does change the way you play because when you walk with Awakening, you now are just fully SA'd. So like you
Right.
can just walk and you're SA, and that's, I don't know, just fun. It's just fun being able to walk at people and be fully protected. and it just like makes you excited for using your ebuff type of thing. And that's what I always felt with Awakening Zerk back in the day. Is I felt excited to ebuff because it was like, wow, I get to be this, really enhanced version of my class that plays so differently every 30 seconds, or for 30 seconds every 3 minutes. And I wish that every class was not just damage and actually made something unique happen.
100% agree.
I agree as well. I always said that would just to bring back the combos, bring back all that. The one shot meta is very boring.
Yeah, add a lot more diversity, definitely, because everything is kind of like the same. It's just whether you're gonna get one shotted from range or up close, it's kind of very boring. Having those game changing things and people being like, "Yo, watch out! This guy popped his cube off," and it's very distinct as to what it is and stuff. It would be nice.
Yeah. No, I think that the one shot meta is like something that that's always bugged me is there's just way too much AoE debuffing that goes on for large scale. Like, you use voltaic and you are lowering people's evasion, or you use a certain skill that has an add-on and it's giving minus 15 DP and it could be the size of the freaking whole screen. Like, there's a lot of AoE debuffs, and I feel like my favorite, like, if they made it where AoE debuffs weren't so prevalent and if the only way to debuff somebody was with an unprotected ability, I think that it would help a lot in the kill time in large scale, because if you want to debuff somebody, you have to use an unprotected ability, and it should be single target too, which means that you really are specifically trying to debuff this player, which the reason why you would do that is if they made it that way, less debuffs and less random AP buffs, like doing Frenzy Destroyer gives you 16 AP even though you don't hit anything. Like, I don't really necessarily agree with stuff like that. I feel like you should debuffs and buffs should be reserved for you just CC'd one person on the ground in a 1v1 and you are now trying to kill them. But to use those abilities in large scale, I feel it shouldn't be that easy to just get those debuffs and buffs off, because that would lower the time to kill in large scale while preserving the one combo meta in 1v1s, which I like the one combo meta, where you have to get off a good combo to kill somebody. Like, I like the CC into the one combo meta, but when you have that type of meta for 1v1, it is a literal one-shot meta in large scale, because it's just, as soon as two people are involved, you're just taking massive amounts of damage.
So an example of that, for example, is like Sage's Pre-Awakening. It's almost like Headbutt. It gives them 15% all accuracy, and they don't even need to hit anybody with it. It's just up every 10 seconds. Stuff like that. You're saying that.
All of those little things right there, all of those buffs should be on unprotected abilities, and they should be single target or small AoE only. And if they did that, I think the time to kill in large scale would go way down while still preserving the 1v1 combo ability of being able to actually, kill somebody in one combo by debuffing them.
So you think AoEs are the main reason why things are the way that they are, not even just damage?
I mean, not necessarily AoEs in general. It's just AoE debuffs and just free buffs that people just get. Like,
yeah, it's like wizard slows when they cast skills.
Yeah, wizard slows. I mean, I guess that's a form of a debuff. Slows are cancer, but
They're
like
horrible.
wizards need those AoE slows to operate in 1v1s. Like a wizard without blizzard trying to fight any fast classes without the slows is pretty much impossible.
That's a big controversy, actually. I mean, I know this wasn't also listed on the topic list, but I mean, I guess we could quickly talk about it. A lot of people still wonder, like, why classes like Warrior or Zerker have slow still. Guardian, for example, as well. What is your take on that?
Yeah, I think that they did nerf slows and the game is better for it, but they're still very, very strong and way too long of a duration, 10 seconds. Like, and the fact that they're on such big AoEs, like I would hope that the classes that are less mobile would be the ones that are trying to slow down other people, but it doesn't really make sense that a super incredibly fast class would also have a slow. Like, that just seems like you're doubling up. Like, pick one basically.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that the slow timers are absolutely ridiculous, and what I find even more ridiculous, and this isn't even just Zerker, but like they changed devastation, for example, it went from 15 seconds to 10, and you could have already cycled in Earth Dividing because of the hotbar, so you could have just continuously slowed people. But an example just used because of Zerker, you can just keep perma-slowing and perma-slowing and like it's just you're throwing out slows. I'm not saying like on for every class, I'm not saying you don't need it, but I'm just saying like slows in general are just so annoying because like for example, Guardian, their mechanic how it works every time they hit you with an ability, you're slowed. It's just a part of them, and then you can put add-ons on that and throw in other abilities that stack on top of it and reset the timer. It's just nonsense to me, man. Slows are horrible. I think that slows in general need to be reworked again, and actually reworked this time to where it's a lot less impactful because I think that slows in this game hurt people who have slower animations more than people who are fast. An example is like a hash ranger, any or even I've even seen some other fast classes too. Ninjas, they run around with DP stones, and because of how fast that their class animations are, they're still able to one combo you with the DP stone on. And
Hmm.
I don't like that it slows in general hurt people who have slower animations more than people who are fast. I don't like that. I think that everyone's animation should be either standardized to a certain extent, or slows in general are just completely gutted. Because you got to definitely pick one or the other because it's kind of it doesn't really make any sense to me that a person or a class, multiple classes on this game, are able to run a DP stone, still debuff you, and they're still able to one combo you even if they're slowed. It just I don't get that. Then you go to do it on your class, and you can't even get through half of a combo because of how slowed you are.
Yeah. No, I agree. I agree. Very frustrating.
I guess we can move on to our third topic now since we kind of wrapped up the VOA, all that, and Zerker in general, and topics similar to it. I want to talk about Arena of Solaire. This is BDO's first iteration of online competitive PvP with kind of KDA ratios, all of that different kind of ranks for queuing up. What's your opinion about it? And I know that you played it actually, so I'm gonna take that out of the way. I played it as well. I had a friggin' blast on it. I think it's amazing. What do you think?
Okay, so I don't know. Is this hypocritical for me to say? But
Go for it.
I
Yeah,
think that
say it first.
I just said that I want the time to kill to be slower in large scale, but I also feel like there's a limit. Like 249 AP going into full C9 pen armor, like I don't know, man. I would at least like to be 261 AP maybe. I just felt like the damage was just so low. And the reason why it felt bad is if you're in a 2v3 or even in a 1v2 situation, it almost feels hopeless because even if you get a catch, you can't really finish that person off even if you get a full combo off. And I don't know, it felt like the damage was just a little bit too low. But everything else wise, like I really enjoyed that there's a queue system. I like that there is, now there's multiple maps. There's 2 maps, which is good. It seemed like the ratings were fun. I like the fact that they changed it so your teammates' names are now green and you can tell when they die, and like they made a lot of improvements over the first Solaire. But the 2 biggest things for me were definitely just the damage is a little bit too low, and I don't like that the same class can be on the same team.
I noticed that. Yeah, I noticed when you were fighting the other day too. You had another berserker with you at the same time. I found that hilarious.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was
there's
pretty funny.
a lot of duo Kuno or duo Sork teams that you run into, and those feel really bad.
Did you notice at all? I don't know if this is really prevalent or if you've invested enough time to notice this. Are people queue syncing? Because obviously you can't queue up with anybody, at least not yet. But I know that people were trying to queue sync to kind of get on the same team. Have you been noticing that at all?
I didn't really pay attention to that. Like I was just queuing up normally. But I did notice that the same players that I was fighting in the last round would appear in the next round. So that's probably because they got out at the same time and queued up at the same time. So it
Yeah,
probably is a thing.
that'd be kind of annoying. What's your what's your opinion about them? This is actually something I brought up a lot on my own streams as well as to other people. But since this is BDO's first time kind of going into the serious online competitive PvP scene, what do you think that their opinion is going to be on people who are griefing you? Because there's a lot of politics in BDO, right? And obviously, everyone would be losing their skill rating that they've gained, but they don't care because they hate you out of alliance nonsense, or whatever the reason may be. Maybe they're just a troll. How do you think that they can handle griefers, throwers, just in general in Arena of Solar?
Um, all right. I have a pretty decent answer for that. I don't think that in League of Legends you get punished if you are purposefully throwing. And you send in your reports and all that stuff. I do not think that PA could ever have a system as robust as that. I think that it would just be a total shit show. So what I
Yeah.
think that they should do is they should make it like in Counter-Strike, there used to be this system that allowed you to basically be a volunteer, and you could volunteer and watch gameplay of other people, and you could like sort of kind of like being an ambassador for BDO, where you look at this footage, and if the report comes in that someone was, griefing a game, you could like watch back this footage as an ambassador, and all the other, 100,000 or 100 or 1,000 different ambassadors would watch the footage, and they would all deem, was this person throwing? And if the mass majority of them said yes, then they would be punished accordingly. So sort of offloading it onto the user, or the users of the Arena of Solaire, to sort of be like trusted ambassadors to tell whether or not somebody was actually griefing. I don't know, if I can't remember what the name of the system was called, but it was really entertaining to like watch other people's gameplays, and there was even people like YouTubers that made content over whether or not people were cheating, and you could really go in depth into it, and kind of just use the community, and maybe they could offer like little pearl incentives or something for those ambassadors, where if you watch X amount of videos and give X amount of opinion on these reports, then maybe you could like earn a few pearls here and there, as sort of a reason to take it seriously. Because if you're constantly a wrong ambassador, where you're constantly on the
Yeah.
opposition of that, then you would get removed from the program, and people wouldn't want that to happen because they'd lose their pearls. So maybe some little thing where they could sort of delegate the task to the players while incentivizing the players to do so through some pearls or something.
That's
Something that doesn't cost
yeah.
them any money, but would still, I don't know.
That's I've never heard of that idea before. That's actually really nice. Putting obviously trust into into the community that can kind of have their own opinion about certain things. That that's an issue. But the way that you're putting it, there would just be so many different ambassadors,
Yeah.
and also it would have to be a practical outcome, right? You can't have multiple ambassadors rigging it to the point to where it's like, no, because I mean, there's obviously video evidence. There's things that couldn't be argued, right?
Yep.
That would be pretty cool because I feel like that they've already done that. I mean, Pearl Abyss has given out pearls to plenty of community events, different things that have happened, and they also give moderators, I believe, value packs on the Discord. So little things like that could be very beneficial, I think, and they can kind of do that for sure. That's a definitely possible thing that they can do for sure. It's definitely not impossible.
Yeah, something like that. Because it would be a full, or they could just like have somebody that's their full time job, is just looking at the 100 reports that they're going to get every day. Because you know how it is in those types of games. Even if somebody is just a bad player, they're going to be like, oh my God, you're such a griefer. And this guy's just like,
Yeah.
damn, dude, this is my first rank game ever. Like, please. Like you can't really tell if they're griefing or not, or that they're just bad. And so they're going to get a lot of false reports, and it just seems like it's going to be a lot for them to wean through. But unless they had a
Yeah.
dedicated person,
Because this is their first time doing it, so I feel like that, they're going to be making a lot of mistakes earlier on. But I hope that if they listen to the community feedback podcast like this, for example, they kind of hopefully go into it with a little bit more foresight. not go into it as blind, because these are questions that a lot of people, because a lot of us come from different games, right? BDO isn't our only game, and we kind of see how people like Overwatch, League, like you said, kind of mitigate those kind of issues. Because this is going to be a very real thing. This is a very real thing. I think that anybody who thinks that things like this won't happen or might be a little bit lost, in my opinion. There is a lot of hatred for different guilds and personas and people in BDO, and especially for you. You're the biggest Twitch BDO streamer, so people will look at you and be like, "Oh, dude, this guy's streaming. Let me go troll him real quick." So it's definitely a real thing that will definitely be happening, and I just hope that they have a lot more foresight into the situation and kind of tools to take that away from the game as much as possible.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I do I do think that if they like one of the main problems that I foresee as well is if they do make the rewards for Arena Solaire intriguing
Yeah,
enough, there's going to be a lot of people that participate really lazily and don't care about their rank. Like even in the Arena of Solaire on the Global Lab, they gave away 50 to 100 memory fragments for doing 3 games and leaving feedback. I joined a game, I had a guy that AFK'd. He was there for the memory fragments, dude. Like he straight up went on a global lab, he queued up for his arena, he sat there and he didn't do anything in the match at all, just so he could get his memory
that's
fragments.
ridiculous.
So yeah, if you add some sort of reward to this, you are gonna get a lot of people that are going in there and they only will care about the rewards. And if that becomes a problem, there's got to be ways to to really disincentivize people to be doing something like that, so that they are aware that there could be punishment that takes place if you're fucking with people's rank games, because people get really heated and passionate over that, and it's already a team game, which you guys know. Everyone, it's always the other your teammates' fault, never yours. So there's going to be a lot of really heated
Yep.
people in this whole Solaire situation.
What do you think? Because that was actually gonna be my next question to you. What do you think some of the rewards are going to be? Because you said 50 to 100 memory fragments. I don't think that's really that insane for high-ranking players. What kind of rewards do you kind of think would be cool to see at the kind of higher end skill rating ranks for Arena of Solar?
I mulled over this a lot, and I don't know. I would I would really like to see it be worthwhile to just actually PvP and earn money. Like
Hmm.
there's not a lot of great ways that you can earn money while PvPing. So I hope that outside of the cool cosmetics that I would expect for being a high rank player, maybe there's like little badge next to your name in the open world saying that, wow, I'm a whatever. I don't know what the highest rank is, but let's say challenger level player. Or maybe there's like different clothing options that are like, oh wow, you have this glowing title, or you got this glowing piece of
Yes, yes,
whatever,
yeah,
or like cosmetics outside of that, which I hope for. Definitely just something rewarding for your time, like
yeah,
something where you can queue up and you can earn an actual real relevant amount of money,
yeah.
not RBF money.
Yeah, because how the system currently works in Arena of Solar, for anyone who doesn't know, when you go in there and your rank increases, the only rewards that you have at the moment is getting access to better accessories and different, more viable builds for your class and more sought out items to obtain. They don't really have any set amount of silver to obtain or different cool cosmetics. So I completely agree. That's actually something I talked to a lot of the CMs over here with our last tournament. One of the biggest things I didn't understand was how they didn't really improve the rewards for the top 3. It's only the first place who got the cool rewards. I really don't think that the second and third place, or really anybody in the high ranking placements for that matter, really got any cool exclusive things to keep. You know, so
Yeah.
that's something really cool. And it doesn't have to be. People come up with these crazy things. It doesn't have to be crazy. It's just like you said, like a cool outfit item. Maybe it's like a cool shirt that goes on you that, like, I don't know, that you can only get for being a high rank. It's stuff like that, like cool boots, cool arms you could wear, whatever it is, cool chest piece. It doesn't have to be
Or
anything
maybe if they make
wild.
a separate cape slot, it could be a cool ass cape.
Yeah, not a not a baby pimp.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I totally agree. And something too I also want to say is that a lot of people are sick and tired of running in circles, man. I don't know about you, but I am pretty sick of it. You know, you're like, what are you like, almost level 66 now?
Yeah, I'm
So you're,
66 on my Zerker and almost
yeah,
65 on Striker.
yeah. So you're definitely over it. Definitely, you're definitely way over it. So I think you definitely would agree with the fact that having any form of viable income outside of running in circles, it would definitely be very beneficial.
Yeah, that's been a huge problem for BDO for the longest time. Is that it's kind of goes into this one phrase I say often, which is if you are a PvP player, you have to like if you're a PvE player, you can PvE to get gains. If you're a life skiller, you can life skill to get gains. But if you're a PvP player, you have to do one of the other two in order to get gains. Like you can't actually do the activity you enjoy to get gains like the other two styles of gameplay. And it's like the biggest issue I feel with progression and why so many people that want to PvP hate on BDOs because they feel salty that they just don't want to run in circles and they don't have the gear because they don't run in circles. Like why can't they PvP to earn that gear?
Yeah.
So
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 go ahead.
I have a question actually. So like, would you say that there would be a huge issue with like, let's say like, well, what's the money for RBF? Like even the Valencian RBF, like is it did that change at all? Because I don't actually know. Like for
Oh,
winning and
that's
losing.
I mean, dude, I don't know what it is. It's so insignificant. I spend more money like getting my buffs and drinking giant drafts every death than I get
Okay.
from
Oh,
winning.
okay.
Like
So yeah,
it's so
it's still
small.
ass. Yeah, it's ass. Okay.
Yeah.
So would it be such a big problem to have RBF be as an alternative to grinding, whereas you could still like let's say make if you do like because RBF lasts like what 15 minutes or something or like 20 minutes whatever. So like you do like 3 in an hour, and then in that hour, like when you make like well, what 300ish mil or whatever, and then like you know losing all three maybe you're down like 200 or whatever, and either which way it's still income and money and you can PvP. Would that be such a
Yep.
bad thing?
Absolutely not. In fact, I made a Google document that outlines the way that I think reward structure should be for RBF that essentially allows a top performing player in RBF to earn like 600 to 700 mil an hour. And that is only for players that are either A, capping a lot and also like top fragging and stuff like that. And those are mostly going to be the more geared players. So it kind of, I don't know, makes sense
Yeah.
that more gear you have, the more money you can make in PV. The more gear you have, the more money you can make in RBF. So it kind of makes sense. And then it's also unabusable because there's like different things in place that prevent boosting, where you just feed yourself to your friend over and over again, or just AFK on Basically, I can show you guys the documents, but there is a very feasible way and unabusable way to make RBF worthwhile. It's just that for whatever reason, it almost feels like PA has this boomer mentality where
Yes.
they're
Yes.
they're like, hey, I had to walk to school in a blizzard, and I got had to dodge cars on the way there, and now look at how easy you guys have it. You guys get to freaking ride the bus or whatever. Like just because we've had to suffer for the 7 years that it's been out in PC and for the 3-4 years it's been on console doesn't mean that future players need to suffer. BDO will be a better game if you allow players to earn money during fun activities and not feel like they have to be on the grind all the time.
Yeah, like so this has been a huge problem for me, and I've said this millions of times in my videos when I like get in like personal about just playing BDO, and I always say that like BDO has a certain freedom when you get to a certain gear score. Like back when I was 600 gear score, right? And I was I was starting to fight some of the bigger guilds and like the mid-tier guilds, and I was getting dumpstered. It was really hard to like trade with them because I would just get deleted in an instant. And like I'm also playing Awakened Berserker prior to Seismic as well, and even after Seismic was a thing, it was like it was still really hard because Zerker movement is really difficult because of the lack of protections. So like I felt the only like what I wanted to do was PvP. That's all I cared about. That's all I wanted to do was just learn my class, PvP, and just buckle down and be good at the game and try and learn my class. But because of my gear, I felt that I couldn't do what I want. Instead, I had to go grind to get the gear so I could have the level of freedom that I have now. And now the issue is I want to do the opposite. I want to go grind and keep getting gear now. But the issue is I've ran out of loot scrolls and I'm just not going to buy any because I just don't want to. And so I'm like trying to find these alternative methods while trying to maintain like some loot scrolls, like buying the 5 in the loyalty shop, or when I win node wars, turn those medals into loot scrolls, and et cetera, et cetera. Just trying to find any way to manage loot scrolls while making alternative money. And I'm like, I like PvP and I can go into RBF, and I realize I am making no money in this whatsoever. And as you said, it takes money to even do this optimally because you need buffs, and it doesn't work out.
Yep.
So why?
No, yeah, it's a big problem.
Yeah, it's like let the players play the game how they want. It's like that's like the biggest thing that I hear the most of is like, I don't want to grind. I know so many players that hate grinding, but they sit in BA 24/7 and they get frustrated with themselves because they can't kill someone in one combo. Even though despite that, like I know quite a few players that are so good, like they are surgical with the sticks and they literally just keep catching you over and over and over again, but they cannot finish because of the lack of AP and the gear score difference. Like they are so good at the game and they can't do anything with it because they just refuse to go grind. And it's absolutely irritating that that's a thing, because if the option was there to PvP and make some decent money, they would most definitely choose that over grinding. I know I would.
Oh yeah, I think the majority of people would, which makes me think. I wonder if that's almost the reason why they won't give us that kind of things, because maybe they'll feel like that a lot less people would be going out there to grind for
Nah.
silver. I don't know.
I see. Like, I feel like they think the same thing, but it's wrong. Like, it's just wrong.
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
that's what I
like
mean.
I'm gonna get bored eventually. Like, I'm gonna be like, I don't feel like RBFing today. I'm gonna go run some Sakraya or whatever. Or maybe if I want to push a gain really, really fast, and I'm like, okay, let's go to the spot with the big money, and I'll go grind and try and make like a bill in like 5 hours or whatever, something like that. Whereas, like, even just there's nothing wrong with options. I don't think there's anything physically wrong with having multiple avenues of making revenue. It
agree.
makes no sense. Like grinding all day. I mean, you've got life skilling, you've got grinding, and then now PvP is also an option for money. Like those are 3 huge things. You have the casuals, like the grinders that are just, I don't feel like life skilling and I want to go grind. Covered, okay? You've got the life skillers that really enjoy in-depth like cooking and all that stuff, and that has really good money value as well. Covered. You have the casual grinders and life skillers all covered. Now you cover the PvPers that want to make money without having to go do all the tedious grinding and walking in circles all day. Like that, you're covering a lot of bases, and therefore, like, more players are going to be interested in your game because now you have multiple avenues that will allow you more players to have freedom within the game that they want to play.
Yeah, I think it's a very old, outdated system that I think needs to go away. I know this was on PC, not as much console, but if you remember the original, what was it called? I just had it on the tip of my tongue. You guys went in there for Shadow Arena. It was Shadow Arena, the original Shadow Arena,
Yeah.
and a lot of the people would do that as a pastime because I mean, you weren't making insane money, but it was like some money, and it was a lot of fun. You would queue up with your friends, and it would be a lot of fun. Now, I feel like they're trying to bring that back with Arena of Solaire, but it's they haven't really released anything as to what the rewards are going to be. So I'm hoping that they kind of bring that back a little bit, not just with having some options to queue with your friends, but also that the rewards are good enough to even play. Because I mean, people love content; they're going to play the content regardless. But I would really love to just have money be made in separate areas that isn't just running in circles or having to invest a lot of your time into a life skilling alt. Very boring, and it's just been kind of bland. And like I said, they don't have any problem. Pearl Abyss has zero issues with supporting community tournaments or official tournaments. I don't see why that same logic can't be put into the same aspect of Arena of Solar with the rewards in there.
Yeah. Oh, that reminds
Exactly.
me. I wanted to ask Choice for your RBFs. Are all the RBF like arenas or whatever filled, or is it usually only like 1, maybe 2 that are full?
In the evening times, the max is like 2 RBFs filled unless the node war ends. And like usually, so right now, for example, there's only 1 RBF going. Later in the evening, before node war time, there's usually 2. And then if guilds don't get a fight, sometimes they do guild RBFs and there might be 4 going. But for the most part, it is 1, like for the mass majority of the day.
Wow, and that's including
Interesting.
Valencia RBF.
That's only Valencia RBF, really. Nobody else plays the other ones.
Oh my
Wow.
god! Whoa, that is. I see. I was expecting the complete opposite. Like I thought you were gonna tell me that they're all filled 24/7, but that
No.
literally just shows how dead PvP and how worthless it is. Not even PC, because it's the same way over here. Like at max, we have 2. Like we have 2 that are running, and we still have Castle Ruins. We don't even have Valencia. So it's like I imagine when Valencia does drop for the first time over here, it's gonna get filled. Like all of them are gonna be packed as hell. But like, it's only that's only gonna be like for a moment. It's going like people are gonna get bored and realize, that was fun. I make no money from this. I'm gonna go back to grinding. Like that's the thing that bothers the hell out of me is that people are excited to do this new thing. Like people are excited to play Valencia RBF, but then they're gonna quit because the rewards are so terrible and worthless. It's like the dungeons. It's like you go do it, but why? It's worthless.
Yeah, well, I mean, the dungeons are actually pretty worth it if you have a static team that can do it in like an hour. But like, yeah, in terms of like a pickup group, it's not worth it at all. And there's definitely like a big learning curve there. But anyway, like in regards to the PvPing for money, I 100% agree that Pearl Abyss hasn't quite figured out why Shadow Arena was as popular as it is. They saw that Shadow Arena was super popular and like, holy shit, people love this game. We're sitting on a gold mine. Let's make it a standalone. But they didn't really realize that, wow, why was it popular? Wait, you filled a need that currently doesn't exist in the game and hasn't ever existed? People can PvP and make money? That is why Shadow Arena was popular. And they still haven't pieced together that fact yet. And I think once they realize that people are begging for this content to be able to like earn money while PvPing, they will sort of come to this enlightenment phase where they're like, wow, you're telling me that the reason people like BDO is because of our dynamic classes and PvP system, and if we reward people for PvPing, we'll get more players in the game? Like, huh. Like, once they sort of stumble upon that, if they ever stumble upon that, I expect a lot of content updates for just fun shit to do PvP wise that actually earns money and progresses you.
Yeah, I think that would be massive. Like, I agree 100% that they're kind of stuck in this really old boomer mentality where it's just, I don't know. I feel like they're also afraid to step out of their comfort zone for some reason as well.
Yeah.
Like, I don't really see, like, there's just no negatives. Like, I really can't see any negatives. And the negatives that they probably are thinking don't make any sense. Like, the whole, oh, well, if we make PvP, able to make some good revenue, then nobody's going to grind. Like, even if that was the case, is that really such a bad thing? Like, is that actually terrible? Like, because I don't think that's terrible. There's a lot of people in BDO that don't like PvP. So I just don't, I don't feel like that's even like an argument. There's so many people like that just don't care to PvP, and they're just like, yeah, it's not for me. I play this game because I like, I hop on, me and my wife, we go life scaling or we duo grind, whatever. Like there are a lot of people that just do that, and that's their, they get off work, they go play the game. They don't really PvP. They just want to, hang out with their friends and go do group content or whatever. Like nobody would ever just up and 100% of the player base is going to just jump into PvP. That's just not going to happen. It's not feasible or even a possibility.
I like what this guy said in chat. They got RP and mansions for them.
Exactly. The RPers got more content than we do. That's crazy. That's crazy. RPers got more content than the PvPers. Wild.
Yeah, it's like I said. I find it. I mean, like I said, it's really cool that Pro Abyss supports the community tournaments. They do, the Tavalla Cup on PC. They do the Best in Class, etc. They do these events every now and then. And they know that people like the rewards of that. That's why there's more signups and more participation overall with that. It's just crazy that they've realized that for those events, but haven't put the same logic in place for literally every other form of PvP on this game. It's mind-boggling to me, and that's one of the things that I hope that they do for the future, especially with Arena of Solar, since it's such content that people are begging and waiting for, not even just on PC, but also console as well. A lot of people want that kind of content. They just want better rewards for it. They don't want
Yes.
to queue up for it and win. And but let's say, I know that it's not called Grandmaster. I'm just calling it because that's it's where we all came from. So if you're in Grandmaster, right, and you've beat thousands of teams to get up to that rank of skill rating, elo, and all you have to show for it is 150 meme frags. Yeah, no one is no one's doing that. A lot of people are going to be very upset with that kind of outcome and reward.
It's just gonna be dead on arrival content. Like people will do it for fun and just like whatever, but after like a month, it's just gonna end up dead. Like nobody's gonna care. Everybody's just gonna go back to the same thing because BDO has developed this whole mindset and culture. Like the both player bases on like every platform. It's just optimal silver. What is the most optimal way to make silver so I can go ahead and get my gains? Even if PvP is not the most optimal, if you can still make at the bare minimum like 300 to 400 mil an hour or something along those lines, people are still going to do that because that is more entertaining than hitting mobs and in just listening to music. I'm sure there's some people that prefer the opposite, but like, yeah, it is what it is.
Some people are worried that maybe like PA can't monetize PvP,
I
but
saw
they
that.
they did it with Shadow Arena. Like they made it
Oh, yeah.
where you get better rewards if you had a Kama Sylvia blessing running at the time, which it didn't have. You didn't have whatever that other one is currently. What is it called here?
They could,
Secret Book of Old Moon. They didn't have
Yeah.
that back then, so they made it where if you had a Kama blessing running, you just got better rewards. They could also make it just as easy where, okay, you know what's the saddest thing? They updated RBF rewards recently for PC, and they made it so bad. Like it's like 20 mil or something like per win. It's so crazy low. And maybe they're worried like, well, you're not using a loot scroll in RBF and these grinders are using loot scrolls. Fucking take my loot scrolls then. Like if they could make it where you could exchange one loot scroll to give you an hour of buffed rewards in RBF,
Yeah.
do it. Like
What
if
the
that's
hell? Yeah.
the worry, do it. If you want to find a way to monetize PvP, make it where you can use these consumable PvE buffs on PvP stuff by just making it where it's like you can add your loot scroll to an RBF timer, and as you're RBFing, you have 10 hours of buff left, and boom, once you run out of 10 hours of buff, your reward goes back down to a, meager 400
or
mil.
another
Well, I know I'm
thing,
saying these numbers sound crazy to you guys, but like I make 900 mil an hour grinding. Without a
right?
loot scroll, it's like, 600 mil an hour. And so if they made RBF 600 mil an hour with no loot scroll or 900 mil with a loot scroll, everybody would be super happy because now they can
Yes.
PvP and make competitive money.
Yeah, exactly. So instead of that though, I would say like you know how we had like the camo buffs, the value pack, and the Book of the Old Moon, just add another buff. Like if you're doing PvP for income, you don't need a camo buff. So you scratch that off and then you go ahead and get the PvP one, which allows you to make more silver as long as you have like the subscription for that. So I would say
Yeah,
just
sure.
like do that version instead of wasting loot scrolls, because that still doesn't solve my issue where it's like I'm out of loot scrolls. So that would still like absolutely fuck me over basically. So it's like I would much rather they could still monetize it through that to make it the same price as like a Book of the Old Moon or camo buff. Pay that money and then you get extra silver and rewards through that. So like you get more seals, you get more money in the in RBF and whatnot. So that would be a lot better in my opinion.
Yeah, they
Thinking
could do that.
100%. Yeah.
That's
'Cause then,
definitely a lot less money for them, but definitely
yeah, it's still a way to monetize.
possibility.
It's just like the loot scroll. I mean, like the loot scroll thing could be also like included as well, but just I feel like that would just be like the blanket cover that where you don't have to worry about spending too much money. Where it's like okay, I can still make decent money. So even with that like that like replacement for the camo buff, you would make like let's say 300 mil or something, and then you add the loot scroll to that, and it doubles. So like you're still making good money, and then you want to feed the loot scroll as well, you make even more. So that could still be like a thing. I just want the flat blanket to where you can make money without having to use a loot scroll, because I feel like that people run into that issue here and there. Like I just grinded so much that I literally ran out of loot scrolls.
What do you think about what this person said? I just want to bring this up to you both. This person says, if RBF money became too good, he's probably talking about not just RBF, but like Arena of Solar too, all of that stuff. If RBF money became too good, like grinding, players wouldn't need tents, pets, value packs, etc. What do you guys think about that?
Well, the tent statement is wrong because you need
Yeah, you
10
can
Yeah,
still
you
use that
still
for
use
open
10
world.
for Villa.
Yeah,
Yeah, you still need that. Plus, like mobile pods and stuff for
you
node
can
wars.
just combine it, right? Like we were saying, you can
And
just add it to it.
value pack wise, just because RBF, like we're not talking in pure silver value. It doesn't have to be, 600 million pure silver. Like they could make it where
Yeah,
RBF gives you items, which will then be taxable via value pack. And then
Yeah,
with the pet thing, I mean, everybody needs pets at one point or another. It's pretty. Everyone is going to do a mixture of like everything. Like, or maybe they could. I don't know. I'm not sure about the pets one, but I'm sure that there's always ideas that you can come up with that makes people want to use your, cash shop features. PA is not running out of ideas into how to monetize their game. Like they're pretty damn good
Ye-
at that.
yeah. I mean, I'm just looking at the statement. I'm already monetizing it as is the tent. You still need the tent buff and all that other stuff. Like that's still going to be necessary. The pet, you could easily add a pet that gives extra AP or DP. Like there you go. You could buy that, and then that would be an option. Whether or not that's a good idea, I have no idea, but that is an option to do. And then as far as the value pack, I mean, like I'm still going to grind. I'm still going to be selling stuff on the market. Like the red seals are for like RBF crystals and whatnot, even though that is pretty much useless on console because we don't have crystal breaking. Eventually it is going to come back. So therefore, like you still need a value pack to sell those crystals on the market. So regardless, all of those like three things you can still monetize. Like I said, the pet idea might be a bit outlandish, having like a pet that gives AP and DP, but I mean, like that's a way to monetize it that I could think of off the top of my head.
yeah. There's like a million ways they can monetize it and still make some viable way of people doing it. They just, in my opinion, they just don't care to. So they haven't put two and two together yet. They're masters, like Choice said, at monetization. They know everything and how to monetize it. Everything is monetized. Everything, literally everything. Every aspect about BDO is monetized in some kind of way, whether it's convenience or actually you need to pay to win it. They're very good at knowing how to monetize things, and this wouldn't be an exception. They can definitely do it for PvP, whether that's incorporating new things into the value pack, like increasing the money you make in Arena of Solaire. It's very easy. It's not that hard to do. It's just if they're gonna do it or not, if they know how to.
Yep.
Yep. This is very true.
But I guess lastly about Arena of Solaire. So we already talked a lot about what we think about the rewards and all this, but I guess overall in terms of content for Arena of Solaire, do you think that they should add different kinds of modes instead of just being Arena of Arsha online? Do you think that they should introduce different types of modes like capture the flag or kind of like a mini tax card mode, just different kinds of things to kind of mix it up? Or what do you think?
I definitely think so. Objective based PvP is way more entertaining and fun to me personally than is just team deathmatch. And I like the system that's in Lost Ark where your team has a specific amount of lives. I think that would work really well into it. Where you have a pool of 10 lives. If one of your shitters die 10 times in a row, then too bad. But otherwise, like you basically, it's not just you kill one person, they can never come back. They just dip into your life pool, and it's the first person to deplete the team's 10 lives. That'd be cool. Also, playing like Halo, they have their ranked system where it's like a rotating different game modes like hard point, or you have to have one person hold like kind of like hold this skull and the timer ticks up the longer you're in possession of it, or they have um like a capture the flag mode. Like all of those things are very refreshing and fun, and it creates a large amount of permutations of different game modes. If you add 5 maps with 5 game modes, you have now added, like what, 25 different permutations of what can happen in a match, which
Right.
makes it very, very different and unique compared to there's only 2 options right now, right? Like, I think that it would be a lot more fun to add in that stuff.
I
I
agree.
think so too. Yeah, because me and my friend Chun, this was a couple months back. We made up a whole thing. And by the way, very interested to check out. I think you mentioned the RBF things before or whatever. Definitely, whenever you find time choice, link me that because I'm very interested to see that. But I made up a write up of my own, and in the write up, we pretty much we took the average amount of captures that were made on console. For example, we added it up together. We did the math for it. We just pretty much took the amounts of just not only raw silver but in materials and added that into RBF rewards that can be made into a realistic money making system per hour, and it's definitely a very realistic thing. But also the different kinds of map locations as well, because that's also a very big topic. We found a very cool spot, Navern Steppe. Is actually where a lot of the Common Sylvia node wars are, as I'm sure you know.
Yeah.
And that big open space, we mapped it out, and there's a very even spot from the left side to the right side, and a spot in the middle where you can make a really cool capture the flag map. And I sent that into the CMs. I don't know whatever happened with that, but it'd be very cool if they can switch it up because Red Battlefield is very stagnant. You're kind of doing the same thing over and over again. You're just killing each other on both sides, just team deathmatch. Valencia was kind of the first part of the mix up where you're kind of doing domination. I think if they keep on doing that with Arena of Solar, where you're kind of switching it up, forcing you to play differently, forcing you to learn different mechanics in PvP, that'd be very amazing. And a lot of those things are already in the game. Another example I brought up before was the payload. Like it's almost like Overwatch
Oh
in a
yeah.
way,
Yeah.
but a perfect example is tax cart. Tax cart is something that's already in the game. A lot of people do it every Saturday, and you're basically just taking that same system and just applying it to online PvP. Is it hard? Yeah, but you have the systems in place. You have the coding already set for this thing to spawn in at this time and to do this animation and go on this path. You can very much do that in a arena of solar setting where you have a couple of people that are pushing the text cart and people who are defending it. And it'd be very cool to see that. And I know it's very much possible because it's already in the game. These are aspects that are already in the game. They don't have to create new maps. Like I know in Arena of Solar, they created like that whole new map. It looks like Gauntogrim from Neverwinter years ago. It looks exactly like that. It's very cool with the lights on it and stuff, and the runes that spawn. They don't have to go crazy like that. It's a lot of the aspects and the maps and stuff they're already in the game, so it's not too unfeasible in my opinion. I think that they can definitely do it.
Yeah, and I think that for like a hardpoint style game mode, that the imps outside of Heidel, like with the Elvia imps. Oh
Yeah.
wait, you guys have
We,
Elvia, right? Or
no,
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 you
no.
don't.
We don't.
No,
But I know the
no.
Okay.
area you're talking about.
So like they have all types of different flags all over the place, and they could just make it where each one of those flags is a hard point, and they just rotate in a random way, and your team has to try to take control of that flag area, and like the map is already there, like and the flags are there, like everything's there to the point where if you just programmed it where it's just the programming, like like you don't have to design any of the elements of the area. You don't have to make a new map. You don't have to create any new assets. You just need to make it where the flags light up a different color when they're active and put in the radius and make it where it's kind of like the Valencia RBF where you can tell whether or not there's one team on the point or not. And you have an insanely easy to develop piece of content that's gonna be very, very very, very fun. And then if you make it rewarding, it'll be like incredibly popular. And I feel like that could be done in straight up like a week with one team. Like one little team of 4 people could probably turn that content into something really, really fun. And I don't know why. Like there's a lot of really low hanging fruit when it comes to PvP and rewarding PvP and fun stuff that they could take advantage of, but they just don't. I don't know why they don't.
It's one thing that I kind of regret not asking at Boston was like a lot of the PvP, because like I was asking like obvious questions that like because I had people send me questions that they wanted me to ask them personally. And I feel like these were questions that were completely overlooked, and I should have thought of them myself, to be honest. And I just don't remember, because now I'm just like I want answers to these right now, and I'm probably never going to get these answers until maybe the next event.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I definitely regret not asking those questions. Like, I'm happy I was able to get off the questions that I was able to, but I'm also at the same time I am disappointed that I didn't get a chance to ask them about improving PvP rewards. I got a chance to ask them a few questions, which we'll definitely go over later, because I know that I asked you, Choice, about like your question that you asked. I never really talked about some of the answers that we got from some of our questions, which I'll definitely be talking about later. But yeah, I definitely I regret not asking them as much. I felt like I didn't want to annoy them too much, kind of like what you said earlier. I didn't want to pester them, but like I felt like it's just like a once in a lifetime thing. Like if you don't do it now, who knows if you'll ever be able to do it again?
Yep.
True.
I kind of regret not asking more.
Yeah, I'm not gonna hold you. I definitely was like, we should hunt this man down. Like I need to ask these questions, because it's like I was literally trying to ask anything and everything. I got to ask like some more questions at the brunch, which was probably better, because like I was asking questions at Durgif, Max as well. So like they
Yeah.
were also very accommodating with answering pretty well, especially to some of the random questions that I had. So like it wasn't Jay He, but like they're just as involved with like all that stuff. So them answering questions was also very nice.
Definitely.
I mean, it definitely does count still. I mean, they're not, they're project managers still. Like they're still very
Yeah.
in tune with. I mean, look at what happened when we were sitting on the table. At the table we were talking about. Max brought up, for example, he brought up how Warrior on console versus Warrior on PC is like two different classes, and he fully acknowledged the difference between the two. It was like crazy, like because I
What
had
did
a
he
lot of
say
lack of
about
faith.
that? I
He
forgot.
just he asked us our opinion about it, and then he started talking about how basically like there's massive differences between Warrior, because he brought up how in AoA on console that it seems as if that shield classes get extremely punished harder than they do on PC because of the frames. They can't really animation cancel things as fast, is pretty much what he was saying. And he
Oh,
was talking about just like the disparity between console and PC. And I kind of had a lot of lack of faith in a lot of PA, with kind of them understanding things about PvP and just things in general. But like after talking to him, it kind of felt like that he did kind of understand at least that. Obviously, he's not as educated as like we are probably in the depths of things, but the fact that he was able to understand that and kind of like acknowledge that it was pretty cool. It was pretty nice. And we kind of stressed to him though, like it would be nice to get better rewards for overall for doing things in the game. Time versus effort. It's that kind of thing.
yep.
Um, but I guess my last question about Arena Solar to you guys is, do you think that it's very good that things like this are being created for the game? I know that we kind of answered that a little bit about before, but overall, what do you think it means for the future of the game for BDO Arena of Solar being introduced?
Mm,
Well,
let Joyce go
I
first.
mean, yeah, I kind of hope that it's gonna attract new players to the game, especially if it is the first time ever where you can straight up jump in and PvP and earn money. I think that a lot of returning players will return, and I think that a lot of new players will feel like BDO has a lot more positive light shone on it. So it's hard to say whether or not it's going to be just another piece of content that's going to be suboptimally enjoyed by just a small amount of people, or whether it's going to be actually something that's enjoyed by the masses. And I think all of that just hinges on the rewards.
And you don't think that it's going to be dead on arrival content?
I mean, if they make the rewards as similar as RBF, it will be a dead after certain amount of time type of content. Like it'll always be utilized. There will always be the players that are passionate and want to PvP, and it'll just be like RBF, but it won't be crazy prominent if the rewards are, straight up 20 or 30 mil an hour. That's for sure.
Yeah. It
Mhm.
just doesn't fit in with the current meta of the game of everything. What about you, Scud? What do you think?
I think I pretty much agree with Choi's. I also feel like if this somehow had some kind of success, I feel like it would be a door opener to like an esports scene where like teams could form and there could be events that they hold that are like as much as a meme as it sounds, because it's
Yeah.
BDO, right? Like it sounds like a meme, but like genuinely it would actually open doors to teams and people might want to get into it. More sponsors, more things get affiliated with BDO, and it's like a larger picture because like things like you see things like Overwatch, League of Legends. These are massive things that they're holding events, they're selling out arenas for these events. Teams come through, and it's like if BDO can get on some level of that, where that could be a possibility. That could be really huge in getting like BDO up there. That is doing something different from like the other MMOs, because the only other one that does that is kind of like Blizzard, but like we all know how that's going right now. Not to mention like they did it in a weird way because it just doesn't. The way they do it at like BlizzCon and stuff, it doesn't flow right, and I feel like as an esports scene it fails. But I think BDO could pick up the esports scene for the MMO genre, in my opinion, if they can land this perfectly and actually make it rewarding, interesting to watch, as well as just overall going to be a fun thing to do and rewarding for the player base.
Yeah, I mean, didn't they years ago they did that? I think it was called the Black Spirit League. It was kind of like an unofficial slash official thing with Kakio games where they actually I think they had one. I think it was either Korea or it was in LA where it was a 3v3 arena of Varsha. I don't remember. And
It
it
was
was
at
like a
TwitchCon somewhere.
oh, it was TwitchCon. Okay, yeah, so it was in LA, and that's good to know. So it was in LA, California, and yeah, it was like a LAN tournament, and I remember it was a 3v3. I mean, they had every aspect of what you would normally see in a casting environment with esports. I mean, they had like a halftime thing. It was a professional setting. There was people sitting around watching it. Um, I think that's very possible. I just think like a lot of people think it's a meme because it's BDO and like nothing really gets balanced. So they kind of feel like
Right.
it's just a meme in that aspect, and just the state of how BDO's been, they just see it as like a meme. But I think that you're 100% right. I think it's definitely something that's possible. I mean, dude, when Armin commentates, for example, it's literally like people
Professional.
immediately think esports. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
professional.
very
It's
professional.
why he's there at PA, right? He's got the golden voice.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
definitely
He knows
possible,
what he's doing.
and he slowly integrated himself into the console competitive scene with that kind of same thing too. And I think that if they did that kind of esport thing with Arena of Solar, I think it can open up a lot of different avenues. As much of a meme as it is, I mean, realistically, it's equalized gear. You're getting access to different things. They can totally do something like that with Arena of Solar, different game modes, etc. If they really put in the work and advertise it, because PAs also not only are they really good at monetizing things, they're also very good at marketing. They know how to market things. So if they get a little bit more of their head into the PvP scene, they could definitely do that. I don't know what you think about that choice, but do you think that that's something down the line that they can actually do with kind of marketing Arena of Solar or just the PvP scene in general eventually to a more esport or competitive scene for people to invest into?
I mean, my opinion on it is they can do it when they have a new engine for the game that doesn't
Yeah,
cause the desync.
Yeah, that's where the
yeah,
meme that's where the meme comes in.
yes,
Yeah, it's
yes,
it's
yes.
it's that's why I was like, if they fix everything, it is perfect. It would open the doors for a lot of things. But like as it stands right now, there's too many technical issues, and not to mention it's not that fun or rewarding because of the way the game is. And yeah, it's just there's a lot of things that are not available as of right now that would allow it to be a possibility. But it's a very nice dream and thought that if they can ever buckle down and actually figure out how to get this stuff on the roll. I mean, just think about it, like going to a venue like that, and then or just like something equivalent to like a fighting game tournament, like was it Capcom Cup or anything like that. You go to these events and they're selling T-shirts, they're selling everything. Like you could literally monetize this in a million different ways. On top of like spending money at the venue, you've got all these stalls that you got food there. and you've got people selling, merchandise, whatever. Like there's all kinds of things that you can do to make it worthwhile, but it only will come to fruition if the game is optimally ready for that kind of thing. Like nobody wants to play a game like Street Fighter if it plays like dog shit. You know what I mean? Like who's doing that? That does it. Same thing for BDO. Nobody's gonna watch a laggy game or like bullshit happen during a tournament. It makes zero sense. But again, it's a nice thought.
It's definitely a engine problem though. Like a lot of people think that it's ping issues and Korea has no lag and all this stuff. I don't know. I was watching like some PvP videos from Koreans when the new reboot was happening, and the same things that happen on Awakening Zerker and Succession Zerker, where you are holding someone in a rock smash
Oh
and then
my
you put them on the
god.
ground and they appear behind you. Like that happens in Korea. Also, when I was in Korea in 2019, I got to play Shadow Arena in a LAN setting, local area, no internet required, and there was hella desync. It is the engine.
Wow. There you
Whoa.
It
go.
is the yeah.
Wow.
It is the engine. It is not. Well, I mean, okay, ping does play a factor,
Mhm.
but the engine is the biggest fault, I think, in the weird little experiences and things that we go through in PvP. And I'm hoping that the new engine that they were developing for Crimson Desert, which has been Crimson Desert itself has been permanently delayed, if you guys didn't know. I'm
Yeah, I
hoping the
saw.
Oh,
reason
so
why
it's actually not happening?
no, well, like it's indefinitely delayed, whatever that means. So I'm hoping that it is that way because they are trying to now update Black Desert to the new engine.
That would
That is
be
my hope.
fucking amazing. Because that would be absolutely amazing. Because I think it's definitely that too. I mean, you literally provided proof for that. I mean, if you went to Korea where the HQ is, right, and then you're playing on a no ping internet, nothing offline, and you're still having the issues, I mean, there's the proof right there. It's definitely the code.
Yeah.
I think they got asked though. I think it was like the Calpheon Ball or something, or the Heido Ball. Someone asked them about that, and they said they're like slowly incorporating those kinds of things into the game. Like the Winter region, they had aspects of their new engine in there, but it's like, well, that's not your new engine though, so it's still ass. So when are you guys gonna actually incorporate it? Because I mean, that would fix so many different problems. Like, and I feel like it's almost like, why haven't you updated it? You have the funds to do so. You have the every mean to do so. Is it hard? Yes, but I mean, it's been the same engine since 2016, right? So it's
Yep.
like, why hasn't it updated with the times? You have Unity coming out with uh Unreal Engine 5, right? Um all these crazy things that are releasing and have released in the past. I don't know why uh BDO wouldn't follow suit with the same kind of logic. It makes no sense to me.
Agreed.
I mean, dude, it's 2022, soon to be 2023, and the the engine has stayed the same since 2016, 2017. So it's actually crazy. They haven't thought it would be a good idea to update the engine, uh, just like every other kind of game is doing. That'd be a massive benefit to BDO, not just for PvP, but to the whole game. I mean, think about how much better it would run. Uh, More updated, modern time optimization. Just everything would just be better.
Yep.
Agreed.
That would be wild. Imagine BDO on Unreal 5, bro.
I couldn't even imagine that. I think my Xbox would literally explode. Um, so you guys have anything more to say about Arena of Solar? Or anything, I guess, in engine wise, anything?
Not on my
Well,
end.
I'm gonna list off a few things and see if you guys disagree with any of this, okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
So this is the feedback that I'm going to leave. Actually, I was just supposed to leave it earlier, but I'll leave it like after this podcast. But basically, do you guys agree with like a duo queue? Do you think that there should be allowed to be duo queue in
For
Solar?
AOS? Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
I agree. Yeah, 100%. Yes.
That'd make it so much
For
more fun.
sure.
Absolutely. I don't think any PvPer would disagree with that either.
Yeah, and then I also feel like maybe if there is only going to be two maps, it would be nice if it was like maybe alternating maps because I got the same map like 4 times in a row.
Oh, really?
And
I thought it was already alternating. Wow. Okay, I didn't know that.
no,
Wow.
yeah, so like
Yikes.
alternating maps would be cool. And then also we already talked about two classes being on the same team, but like even Frosty was in a situation where he had 2 Kunos on his team, and then there was like 2 warriors on the enemy team. Like in situations like that, why would there not be just like 1 on 1 and 1 on the other? Like why did
Right.
you at a minimum, I don't like the idea of duplicate classes in general, but like even in that scenario where you actually have the means to split it up evenly and you didn't, kind of seems weird. Also, do you guys think that they should add human damage crystals to Solar? Like that wasn't really one of the
Oh
options.
man, you know what? It's so good that you just brought that up, and this is actually a counter question I have back to you then. What have you noticed in terms of Arena of Solar has been meta? You said Ninja Kunos before were absolute gods in there, but what about Striker and Mystic damage output there? How is it?
I only fought 2 or Striker like 2 different matches and they were next to useless. They were like literally meat shields. I don't know if the Strikers were just bad or what was going on there, but like their damage output was terrible. Their damage taken wasn't even like more than the warrior that was on his team, so he wasn't even being a tank for anything. Um he just didn't really do much.
You ever got a chance to queue with any Suck Mystics?
Mystic, I fought one. His team was really bad, and he was ultimately not really much of a factor because we just zerg him after we killed his team. So I never really got to see them some shine or anything like that. No.
Wow. Okay, yeah, because like we were discussing before, we were saying how they, their Striker Mystic are very tanky classes that can output an insane amount of damage at lower AP, but I guess it's so much different in Arena of Solar with the whole gear thing, and also just like the natural DR stuff is different. So I guess that's probably what it is. They probably can't really show that much damage at that low of an AP. But I guess about your question about the RBF, absolutely not. I don't know what your opinion is on it. I don't. I mean, would it be cool to do more damage in Arena of Solar? Yes, but I don't think that that's the solution we need. I think the solution we would need for Arena of Solar is to just not make people as tanky. But I don't think introducing RBF crystals would be a good idea because it affects so many different classes differently, if that makes sense. Because modifiers of our own classes, etc., damage output, cooldowns. It's would it be beneficial to output more damage? Yes, but there's different ways of going about it to fix that
So
problem.
you would be more of a proponent for higher AP than you would be human damage on crystals?
Yes.
Okay.
What do you think about that?
I mean, yeah. I mean, as long as we arrive at a solution where I can actually kill somebody after catching him twice, it'd be cool.
Just 13 combo someone. Yeah. Yeah, that's nonsense. I don't know why they did that.
There are certain classes that just require you to kill them when they hit the ground. Like if you knock down a Sork, that guy needs to die. Like you may never see him again. Like you have to. There's certain classes that are so slippery and hard to kill that if they make a mistake, you need to be able to capitalize on it. And if you are struggling with 2 people to kill somebody on the ground, it's at that point I think that the damage is just too low. I think that if you have 2 coordinated individuals that are attacking somebody that just hit the ground, that player should die. And right now, there are a lot of instances where you'll CC somebody and they will survive and they'll stand up and they'll be able to just iframe around or run away or whatever. And it just, we already have V. That's already a factor. So now they're standing up. You CC them once, you combo them, they stand up, you CC them again, and then maybe they're going to die, they V, and then by the time you CC them again, they're able to survive the combo again. Like you got to CC these people 4 times, and the match only lasts like 3 minutes. It's just not. It's just not enough.
I get what you're saying.
It's not enough damage,
Yes.
dude.
Okay, I get what you're saying now. In the time frame that you have, because it's 3 minutes, just like a standardized Arena of Arsha match, because that's what it is in all tournaments and stuff. That's the default. You're saying to increase the AP to at least a normal amount to where you're not sitting there and having to fucking 18 combo someone on the ground that's been
Yeah.
CC'd. And which, by the way, I agree. If you get CC'd twice in that, you deserve to die. I don't really care what class you are. If you get CC'd that many times, I feel like that's your fault. And a lot of the time, like you had a chance to V, you had a chance to maneuver around, but you have gotten CC'd multiple times. You deserve to absolutely die. And the fact that they're getting up like that is ridiculous to me. Definitely needs to be. What's the AP again for the right now currently?
So the AP is 245 unless you are an Offen and your succession, and you can get 249.
That is
And the
nice.
entire everyone's armor is C9 full pen. So like you're trying to fight full pen C9 with 245 AP. It's very low damage.
Definitely 261 bracket. I think should be the normal there.
Easily 261. If that's not 261, I feel like no matter what the rewards are, I feel like people are going to be very frustrated with it.
Oh yeah.
It's just
3
not going
minutes
to be
is
fun.
nothing.
Yeah, a sword can iframe for 3 minutes, bro. What the fuck?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, if you I don't know if anyone in here has ever been in a tournament, you would know that Sork in an AoA environment is a fluke class. It's a class that can uh, basically maneuver around and just win by HP because it's just incapable of being touched. So it's kind of funny how that logic is it's the same in AoA, but when it's AOS, it's totally different. I don't know why. Definitely 241 AP is dust. It needs to definitely change 261. But do you think that by changing it to 261, do you think that's better or worse? Because that's kind of where the brackets start changing to where certain classes like Striker and Mystic, Guardian, for example, have a lot more damage output than let's say other classes like I don't know, Meiwa, etc.
Yeah, I mean that's why I originally thought human damage crystals, because then the strikers and mystics have to choose if they want to do more damage. Well, you're going to be sacrificing your homes, which will make you less tanky.
Makes sense.
So, I don't know. I'm not sure what the right solution is, but I just feel that the damage was pretty low, and it was really really hard to kill the very ratty classes like Kunos and ninjas and storks. They just because you can't kill them after their first mistake or their second mistake or their third mistake. It's like, how many mistakes are you expecting this class to make? Like, it was just so difficult. Um, but another question I had for you guys is, do you guys like the idea of what if at the end of the match in that screen that shows you like the damage output and stuff, what if you're able to hover over the class icons and it would show you what gear those players had equipped for that match?
Oh, that'd be amazing. Like a view adventure, yeah. That'd
Yeah,
be
so you
amazing.
wouldn't be able to tell what gear they're using in the match at the time or what they have at the start, but at the end, you'd be able to see what they're wearing.
Oh yeah, that'd be amazing. 'Cause it gives you some insight as to well, this is what they had and this is what I got killed by. Okay, it's good to see that they were running this differently than I was.
Yeah, I think that'd be cool. And it was also, the icons were like super weird. I mean, maybe I'm just dumb, but I thought a Musa was like a warrior.
Oh
And
yeah,
so
no,
like
they were very low res when I was playing in there. I was like, wow, I thought that this was supposed to be look at least a little bit more clean. I noticed that when I was playing it.
yeah, so like being able to see what weapon they have equipped would be cool with that. Um and then the resists, man, like the RBF and the boots as the default. Like, I don't know. I feel like in a competitive elo rated PvP thing, like adding RNG to it is kind of stupid.
Oops, sorry.
No, that's facts. I don't even know why that's still a thing. I don't know how you feel about resists still now, but I mean, I know that you said before, you mentioned before that resist are starting to kind of phase out because you don't really not really phase out, but you don't really need to run adamantines as much. But in smaller scale settings like 3v3s and stuff, people are gonna build for that, man. Like
Oh, for sure.
people build for that so that they don't get CC'd because it's a lot more prevalent in a smaller scale scenario than large scale.
Yep, it
So
is. In small scale, it's still very, very relevant and very, very frustrating. And I hate that they doubled down on it when players said they hated resists. They just left them in the game, but they just added in like, here's some 10% knockdown penetration crystals for your offhand. Meanwhile, you put in 2 in your boots and it's 50. It's like, that's not fixing the problem. You got to make it 1-for-1. If your knockdown resistance is 25% per crystal, then your knockdown pen on the offhand crystal should be 25%.
yeah,
And then maybe it would make sense. But right now, it's just, you have to sacrifice too much to get that resistance penetration.
yeah, which is why that's why the majority of people probably don't run for it. Build for it. Sorry, because of that. Because you're sacrificing too much of other stuff that's better than that. Why no one wants to run it.
Yeah.
I think that resist need a just similar to slows like we talked about before. I think that resist also need another rework. It's ridiculous. I don't know what's up with them. I don't know if they have like a fetish or something with resist, but like I don't know how many more people need to tell you that no one really likes it at all. Everyone hates resist and they hate slows. Those are two things that I feel like need to get completely phased out because of how ass they both are.
My solution for resist is you can resist the first CC, but never the second or third.
Yes,
Like,
that's what we said.
right, like if you're on the ground or you're in the middle of a CC, you're getting CC'd at the time, you shouldn't be able to resist the following CC. Because the most annoying ones are you're comboing somebody, you got them on the ground, you go for your knockdown, and then they just stand up and grab you.
Yep.
Right? Like that's the shit that's tilting. But whenever I go for a knockdown and they don't get knocked down originally, like when they're just running around, then I'm like, okay, maybe it was a super armor, maybe it was a frontal guard, maybe it was a resist, but you're expecting to miss a CC. You don't go in with absolute confidence that the CC you're going to do right now is going to land. And so
Right.
you're sort of expecting that they may not get knocked down here. And so that's why I feel it could still be strong. You could still having that knockdown resist could save your life because you resist a CC, but at least it's not going to be at the expense of your own life where you
Right.
just get stood up and grabbed type of thing.
Yeah, because you would have already gotten punished. I deserve to get CC'd again because why should an unforgiving system like that exist? You know, if I'm on the ground right and I get CC'd again, well, why did I get CC'd in the first place? It's my bad.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or the person that was fighting me had ignore resistance on. So that's my fault. I deserve to get CC'd because I find that it's one of the most rage-inducing things ever. You know, you probably deal with it all the time. You're trying to headbutt somebody on the ground on a Zerk. They just stand up and grab you. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, you're definitely better, man. You're so good at the game. Congrats. I've done it to
Yeah.
people too. I know, it's rage-inducing though.
Yeah. It sucks. And
I hate that.
especially if there's like rating involved. Yeah, it's gonna be a really big
Whew,
annoyance.
man. Whew, man, that is annoying. Um, this is also kind of something similar. This is something that I actually asked them at the VOA event. I should have brought it up before, but what is your opinion about hit stun? You know what it, obviously you know what that is. There's two different types of hit stun. Obviously, there's hit stun that works for you, like Sork's Dark Wave, I believe it's what it's called. They shoot it out, and your animations are like twice as fast. And then there's also
Yep.
hit stun that makes Giant Leap just go like 1 foot for no reason. What's your
Yep.
opinion about hit stun? And also before I finish that, they have shown that they are capable of removing it because they did that with Buster training, so it's definitely possible.
So I have a really controversial opinion on this.
Okay.
I know that I know you're probably expecting me to say, "Oh, hit stun sucks," and I I think that the reason that BDO PvP feels so good is because of that hit stun. And it's particularly annoying when there's a large amount of people that are doing it and you just can't move and you can't giant leap and whatever. And that's, really frustrating. But I think that the feeling of connecting your ability to your opponent, we all have experienced when you go for an ability and a person is iframing and that ability sort of like quote unquote goes right through them, like you don't get that hit feedback, you can tell that they were in an iframe. Now imagine the entire game was like that, where there wasn't that effect, that feel of when you hit a player, that it always felt like they were iframing. That is where the beauty of BDO combat is lost in a ton of other games, I feel, is that if you don't have that sort of feedback, that feeling of like that hit marker, I think that BDO combat wouldn't feel nearly as good as it currently is. So it's sort of like a necessary evil that I feel is like, yes, when you're in a large scenario and a lot of abilities, it sucks, it's terrible. But in a small scale 1v1 scenario, I feel like that's what makes the PvP feel so good.
So then, why does it affect people more than others, or why should it?
Certain classes more than others?
Yep.
Well, yeah, you see, that's the problem. Like iframe heavy classes, they don't have to deal with the hit stun because they are, iframing all the time. Which is, I think that my opinion on iframes is that players should have access to iframes for the purpose of dodging grabs. Like have a low enough cooldown iframe where you can reasonably expect to use it to dodge a grab or a potential grab. But I don't feel that iframe should be um, so prevalent that you are using it now to dodge damage. So
So you think, for example, like Sork spamming iframe, not even just on one ability, but having multiple of that, you don't think that stuff like that should be in the game?
no, that's way too many iframes. I like the idea of a nice, simple. You got access to 1 or 2 iframes. It's a really quick animation used to go for a player that's trying to grab you. But for long duration iframes or spammable iframes, I feel is just not. I think that's the solution to making it more of a fair playing field, more than removing that hit stun. Because I don't know, man. I really feel like you know what I'm talking about, where you go for an ability and someone's iframing and you don't get that feedback. If the whole game played that way, I think it would feel really bad in comparison to right now.
I totally agree with you to an extent, but I don't think that they ever intended to make hit stun as bad of a problem as it is. I think it's just like a shitty thing that was put in the coding of the game because of obviously you're getting hit so many times, for example, and I've seen this happen to you plenty of times where a ranger would CC you and their will of winding around you, and because it's hitting you so many fucking times, you can't get up. That. What skill do you think is in that for the player? You think a person should be rewarded because they're able to just hit stun you and glue you to the fucking ground? You think that there's any skill in that? I don't think that there's absolutely any skill in someone. It was the same thing in low FPS when we had the striker clones. They were able to just glue you to the ground because of how many different clones were spawning, and they would just essentially just glue you to the earth, and you couldn't move. I don't think that there's any skill in that, um, or abilities that weren't meant to be canceled that fast. For example, the giant leap, I'll just bring it up as an example again. Predatory on 2, you're flying in the air and you're just frozen there. I don't really think that that was intended. That's
No,
that to me
definitely not.
is definitely nonsense, and I don't think that a person that's able to glue you to the ground because of that same kind of mechanic that's in the game, the hit stun mechanic. I don't think that there's any skill as much in that as other things. If you see me, you get a cool thing. You went like around, like you predicted where I was going to go behind my frontal guard. That's cool. But you getting knocked down for like 30 seconds straight, I don't think that there's really that much skill in that because you're just, well, what are you? You're just you you take your hands off of the keyboard and the mouse or off of your controller, and you're just like, wow, this is cool. And like, is the person on the other screen like good enough and smart enough to do that? Yeah, but at the end of the day, it's still a mechanic that shouldn't be there. For example, they took it away from SmackDown. If you remember, they took that ability away. Obviously, you can still do it with Undertaker, etc. But you can't do it as much. So they kind of like they remove it in certain parts, but they leave it for other classes and others. You get what I mean? So it almost makes me wonder if it was never really intended for it to be like that. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah. If they can somehow remove the nasty part of it, where you are unable to stand up because of it, then, I mean, I'm all for it. But I I definitely feel though that they need to preserve that feel that BDO has, that like you feel like your abilities are connecting, and without that, it would, I don't know, suck.
You don't think that a lot of the people like the Sorks, like you were saying, or people like Sukunos would get very upset about that because of, where did my iframes go? Or I'm too squishy. What am I going to do? I lost all my iframes.
They
What if they
might be
said that to you?
upset about it. Oh, they would definitely be upset about it, yeah. But sometimes it's not about what would or would not make players mad. It's about the betterment of the game. If every decision they make is for the betterment of the game, then the few that rage quit over it will mean more people that join because of it.
Just better PvP, you're saying, overall?
Yeah, like I'm not saying to like nerf every single Sork's iframe to the ground, but I am saying that they should have access to iframes. I feel that they should also have to use some super armors every once in a while. Like, I don't like the idea that classes can live in the middle of a ball and distract people, regardless of whether they're doing damage or not. It's a huge distraction, and you're invulnerable while doing it. It's kind of silly.
Yeah, it's not even just a Sork thing in my opinion. I think overall, I don't think that classes should ever be able to spam iframes, because I think that how iframes in this game should work is that they have the ability, obviously, to avoid grabs. I also think that they should avoid, if you see a massive burst of damage that's incoming and you skillfully time your iframe, I think that's very good and that should be in the game. But where I draw the line is similar to what you said, where a person, they're cycling one, then two, then their first one's already off cooldown, then another one again. That's, to me, is where it starts becoming a little bit more ridiculous, especially when classes that can already do that are already either insanely tanky at endgame, or they have a shield, or they, you know what I mean. It's kind of ridiculous. It doesn't really make sense to me.
Yeah. Oh, agreed.
They're cycling, enhanced Q block with an iframe, back into the Q block, and then that's a whole nother thing that we can talk about later if you want. But I guess this will kind of lead into our fourth topic. This is going to be the last official topic of this podcast. Is, I guess, the class balance overall at the moment of the game state. I know that we kind of talked about it a little bit before. We talked about kind of the meta differences between console and PC. But overall, with the game state right now, it seems like most people are kind of up in arms, kind of about it. What do you think right now is kind of the mental with everybody with the PvP state in the game, and the general direction of it?
Um, I think that people are. I feel like. I feel like people are bored. They are bored with the same type of PvP day in and day out. Like, as we speak right now, I'm in a GVG with Black Rose and Corrupt for the 100th time. And you're just fighting the same guilds, and you're going in RBF, or you're doing a node war and you're fighting the same guilds. Like, there's very little variation in the teams. And so, I mean, I like the idea. I like the idea behind them adding a lot more objective-based PvP modes that have queues where the teams are constantly dynamic and changing, and having objective-based PvP has always been my favorite through Node Wars. So, yeah, I think that it just probably just feels stale to a lot of people that you're just fighting the same people day in and day out. So it would be nice if they breathed new life into PvP content by making it, it comes back to that same old, or making it actually rewarding so that more people are willing to participate in it. And making it more objective based and queue upable at any given time, not just random times GVGs or specific time node wars. Like, just being able to have more freedom in PvPing when you want, with those types of queues and just fun game modes. So yeah, just stale pretty much is the overall.
So this goes for you. This goes above just class balancing, because Pearl Abyss comes out with a massive patch once a year. So it's past that. It's more so the foundations, the fundamentals, with the lackluster amount of content and things to do overall in the game.
Definitely. I say this coming from a class that is obviously strong in the meta, but even there's always metas. The meta has changed like 7 different times in the last 2 years. It's been Sage, it's been, like Draconia is incredibly strong at the moment, and like Cap Siege, there's Wizards, there's Witches, there's freaking Sorks. Like the meta is changing all the time. And so I know that class balance is one topic, but we will never achieve pure class balance in BDO. It's impossible and naive to think that the game will ever be fully balanced. And I think that as long as there are fun activities that you can constantly do in PvP, that would overall improve the scene way more than trying to make little adjustments to try and reach this unrealistic goal. I just don't think it's realistic.
Do you think, especially, I don't know how your scene is on PC, the Siege scene currently on console, it's ass. There's no other way to say it.
Mm-hmm.
It's filled with alliances and nonsense. I told you before, but I mentioned essentially how there's more fights with people in Discord and server chat PvP than there is actual PvP in the game. It's just filled with nonsense. And what a lot of people are doing, at least here on console now, they're breaking free from the alliances. A lot of the people here are leaving their siege guilds they've been in for a long time. They've been leaving that whole scene. They've been leaving that to go into a more of a essentially an alliance killing guild that slowly breaks apart the alliances and brings a lot more self worth into the game, and not a game about alliancing with 500 other people. Because in my opinion, I find that extremely unnecessary. There's no literal reason at all why you need to team up with 600, 700, sometimes depending on the meta and the state of the game, 1,000+ people on one side of an alliance. That is super unfun and stale. Now, obviously, is there game reasons why that exists? Yeah, sure. But politics are a huge part of it. So overall, the siege scene, at least for us, is really bad. And like I said, a lot of people are slowly breaking free from that. Do you think that siege overall is a doomed system to fail? And do you think that node wars is also something that's failing? And then lastly, do you think that Prohibit should focus more on the smaller scale side of things because it has better outcomes?
I 100% agree that Node Wars and Siege has no future. It really does not matter whether they update the rewards of it. It obviously, like, if you make adjustments to something like Siege and Node Wars, it will become something that more people do. But the main issue is that I just think that players are there's a lot of people that just don't want to be restricted to being in a guild. Like, there's a lot that goes into running a guild and being in a guild. And, there's certain war days you have to show up. There's certain times that you have to be on. There's
Mhm.
like expectations of GVGs. And then the internal runnings of a guild. You got to have a main caller. You got to have a flex caller. You got to have a backup caller. You got to have a cannon team. You got to
Yeah.
have a flame tower, the defense team. You got to have the builder. You got to have the watcher. You got to, there's so many factors that go into participating in a siege and a node war that I think that I straight up have more fun. I had more fun. I can't say that it's true anymore. I had more fun in RBF Valencia when that came out for months compared to Siege and Node Wars. Like, it was objective based PvP. I could do it as much as I want, as often as I wanted, as long as I wanted. Like, there was no restrictions, and every single time the teams were completely different every time. And it wasn't just, oh, I know how strong this guild is. This guild beats this guild. Now it's like you queue up and it's like, wait, I'm on the back foot here. Um, or I'm on the upper hand. Like, you never know what's going to happen in terms of your team strength. I feel like a lot of these node wars and sieges, just like you're saying with the alliances, they're determined in the queue. Like, they're determined before the fight even happens. You already know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And so that's what I like about more of that dynamic queue system that mixes up everybody. And I I think that more like, what would also be really fun, if anything, I feel like node wars should move in a direction where it's like there's a node war happening right now. You join a queue, and it turns into a 30v30 node war. And whoever joined that queue, there's 30 people on one side, there's 30 people on another, and it's like a mock-up node war with, you could be in voice comms through the in-game system or not, just like an RBF. But for the most part, it's a fun PvP activity that you can just queue up for, really casual like,
Wow.
and just
Yeah.
go and have a fun little node war.
Completely
Um,
randomized.
yeah, randomized.
Didn't we
Wow.
suggest that at one point, Guido? I feel like we've talked about this before.
Something like that, but like I don't know. The choice has been coming out with the ideas today, man. Jesus Christ, this guy's been coming out with all the answers, man. It's
Yeah, I
crazy.
mean, I think and talk about this stuff all the time, so definitely, I don't know. It's definitely, I totally feel that the future of PvP is just fun PvP game modes that are not so invested in having to be a part of these big guilds or these big alliances just to have fun with them. And I think that they should focus on making more PvP content that is involved. It revolves around queuing up, just queuing up and I don't know, queuing up and just joining a random team and just having fun. Hold on, I'm stealing somebody's Dawn boss right now.
You're
Oh my
fine.
God.
I could tell that you're in the middle of a fight. I do this. I do the same thing. I start like not really paying attention as much, but it's because you're PvPing. I'm the
Yeah,
same way.
about to get a free Dawn earring.
But they yoink it. We'll answer your questions after, but I could just answer this real quick since
Yeah, we have
we're sitting
tons
here.
of questions.
Yeah.
So
Have they spoken about season servers or Dracania or next gen optimizations? I'll answer that. Wayfarer, if you're here, stick around for the end. Because there's a lot. We have like 30 plus questions and stuff to answer and things to still talk about at the end for the outro. So I'll answer that at the end with the Q&A and we'll do the giveaway at the end. So if you stick around for the end, we'll definitely answer that. So definitely just stick around. We'll answer that later for sure. But yeah, I completely agree. Like I said, I don't think that this game, in terms of longevity, here's the thing. I just like you have had the most fun in the game, literally just going around Arsha with my friends, killing people. That's the most fun to me. Is when I
Mhm.
have been able to go around with no restrictions on me, with no allegiance to fucking anybody on this game. Because at the end of the day, as a player, you don't owe anybody on this game anything. You don't owe anybody any remorse. You don't need an explanation to anybody. I think that people get too attached, too fucking attached to allegiances and nonsense on this game, and that it is okay to leave. It should be okay to leave and do your own thing. What happened to that on this game? What happened to originality and being able to express yourself your only, any kind of way that you want to? I feel like that people get too butthurt and lost in this nonsense when people leave. This person left because of this and all this and dude, shut up. Okay, maybe the people that are leaving just want to have fun. I remember Choice when you left. Forgot what was it was with Sasha and all them. What was
Block Rose.
Black Rose. I remember a lot of people that I saw, even on console, they were making up nonsense for why you left, and because I saw the video you made on your YouTube channel as well, and I couldn't just help but to just put in my head that it wasn't probably because of all these things that people were. It's people making up things, coming up to their own conclusions instead of asking, Choice for why, the actual reason why. And the only thing that came into my mind at that point was maybe he's just bored. Did anybody ever think of that? Maybe he's bored. Maybe he's tired of the stagnation. Maybe he wanted a break from it all and wanted to move on. You know.
So
Um,
Yeah.
interestingly enough, I have like some sort of small insight, nothing like concrete, but like I was talking to Durgif prior to like you showing up, Guido, like it was me and Durgif sitting down.
Yeah.
And so we were talking about this. I can't go too in depth because like there's some like it's just stuff that I probably shouldn't mention, but we were talking about the alliances and whatnot, and he was like he's for them to some degree, but not at the extent of where they're at currently. For the main reason that what was it? What did he say? I'm trying to remember. I'm like paraphrasing, so don't take everything as like what word for word of what he said because I genuinely can't like super remember. But I remember it was like it plays into the RP factor of like, people coming together to overcome like an enemy and sort of like it's an interesting outside dynamic. I don't think most players care too much about that, but it plays into the sort of fantasy like medieval role where there's factions that are coming together, aka the guilds that are overall just kind of like fighting together, which sort of creates camaraderie, but also at the same time there's problems to that and whatnot. And also, hi, Armin. Hello.
What's up, Armin? So you think, in your opinion, that essentially people should you're essentially saying that there shouldn't be any more unofficial alliances. There should be no alliances, but you think that there should be some form of a faction system or kind of something like that. You could
Uh,
team up with at least someone,
it
but not
could be
infinitely team up
something.
with evil.
Yeah, it could be something like that. Again, like I said, I was paraphrasing what me and Durga were talking about because I can't really remember. But it was like
Yeah.
essentially like it plays into the fantasy role kind of thing where like there are people that are they're coming together to fight and like they're fighting as a team and it on paper it's a cool idea and it sounds cool and I mean like if you put that in an advertisement for like an MMO like oh you can team up with thousands of players and fight thousands of other players. I mean there are games that do that sort of thing. Like say Planet Side, that's a game that does that. Granted, that game is like super fucking old. It's like mega old, but like they had thousands of players fighting each other, just one faction versus another, and it is just massive war zone that was burning your PC alive because of how many things are on your screen. So something on that level, I can see how it's appealing.
Yeah. Like I was saying though, it's like what you were saying. It's kind of like decreasing the amount of people that are on these alliances because, like I said, I don't know what is on PC. It's pretty much the same thing because my last podcast I did with someone from PC, it was I was with Jackie Felix. You know him, Choice, obviously, but
Yeah.
I did it with him, and it was the same, almost same conversation as we're having now, where it's very stale. It's the same thing, same redundant thing. There's really no variety or anything changing. And they tried resurrecting it with incentivizing Siege, which did work, but the solution was never there to solving why these alliances are forming, the politics behind it, and all of that nonsense. It was never really quelled. And it just kind of just stayed the same for this many years without any kind of changes. And I feel like that Pearl Abyss's response to that is that, well, that's not our problem, that's a you problem. Well, no, it's also your problem because you haven't created anything game wise to kind of incentivize us to do anything differently. You've just created here's this, here's this, here's this, and go have fun with it yourselves. Well, it shouldn't always just be like that. Like, yes, give us freedom, but don't obviously make us form these alliances if we had other options to do so. This game has just had a absolute just way of forcing us to do certain things, and alliances have been like that, and they've stayed the same like that for years. They've never really worked on changing that aspect of it, and I think that's why the siege scene is the way it is, and it's very annoying. And no amount of reward will ever change that. It's the same thing with the Node rework. We don't have that on console, unfortunately. I don't know what kind of um, rewards are in the Node Wars. I believe it's similar to Siege, right? Where they have little boxes, right? I
Um,
think.
I mean, basically, at the end of a node where you get like a 10% drop scroll for an hour, you get like a
Yeah.
50 Caphra stone. You have to buy all this stuff for a certain amount of silver, so it's not actually this much value, but you get a box that has like cheaper 50 Caphras in it.
Yeah.
You get a box that you can open up and it has like usually some dust in it, like 25 dust. And then there's the two new crystals you can craft after every, I think it's required 10 and you get 3 every win. So it's like, 30% of a chance at a new crystal, either the Lucas one or the special attack evasion one, and that's pretty much it. You also get whatever
Mm.
little amount of silver for your payout.
But obviously, Node Wars are better. Excuse me. But it's still kind of the same thing. It's we've been doing Node Wars similarly to Siege for years, and it's just been kind of the same thing.
So
I was
your
very
alliance, like you said something about an alliance,
yes.
and not liking alliances.
Yes.
Like, do you have have you mulled over any ideas as to like how you can prevent people from wanting to form alliances? Because that seems like a very difficult task.
Yeah, so as I was mentioning before, alliances are formed because of beliefs, which is something that obviously you're not going to be able to change. But what you can change from a developer standpoint is creating systems that limit the amount of people that can join a certain side. So, for example, on console, Sacred, um, they are currently still the most powerful siege guild for console. They have been
And
for
that's
quite a
just
long
one
time.
guild.
Yeah, that's just one guild.
Yeah.
They themselves have an alliance filled with I don't even know how many. If anyone here is in Sacred, I was in Sacred for a year. I don't remember how many alliances because of all that nonsense. but I think it was up to like 4, 5, 6 alliances. Now, obviously, with those guilds aren't maxed out with 100 people, but it's the fact that they have chosen to have that many people into one alliance. I
Yeah.
think that by
So,
limiting the amount of people you can be allianced with would fix a lot of things and add a lot more diversity to other guilds.
but the thing is, though, is that the alliance that you're talking about is already unofficial. Like, how do you limit something? It's not like BDO has in its coding that you right. Like right now, there is an alliance system up to 150 members. It's not like they have in the system that you can ally with 6 different guilds and create one giga alliance. The only reason they're allied is because of
Yep.
politicking, and they just agree that when they plant on this region, they're not going to attack each other. So, like, how could you prevent them from allying? Like, how do you prevent that
From a
from
gameplay
happening if
perspective,
all they're doing, yeah, if all they're doing is just placing on the same region? How do you prevent them from just not attacking each other? You can't
so
force them to attack each other.
so if you were to queue up, it's actually very easy. If you were not queued up, but if you place down, right, you guys are placed down. They added the siege outfits, right? They can make it to where if you were factioned, let's say that Sacred was allied, let's say with, I don't know, let's say Nameless. I know that wouldn't happen. I know that you don't know what that is, but like it basically they're like foes with each other, so they hate each other. But let's just use it for an
Hmm.
example. It would be Sacred and Nameless, and they two factions placed on a territory. Those two people would be the same color or similar colors. I don't know, red and dark red, whatever it is. That's their own thing. Then they're fighting, let's say, Flow and Sacrament. Those two people will be alliance with each other, but they're forced to fight each other. You can't you still would fight them. You can't have a possibility that now obviously you could still tell them, hey, don't kill them, don't kill this person, don't kill that. But if PA designed a system to basically say, well, if you want to get a better reward here for you and yourselves, then you have to kill them. That could be one of the ways to do that. I don't know in full detail how they could do that, but could be one of the ways that they could,
Yeah.
is by
So,
making it
so
affect the gameplay.
basically, if 4 guilds place on a region, Perlibus just picks 2 and makes them allied, and then those two fight. Those two
No, no,
allies
no.
fight.
Well, they don't have to necessarily pick. It's still the guild's choice who they want to be with. But it's all Perlibus would be doing essentially is forcing a limit on the amount of people that can be teamed up on one territory. There's literally no reason why there's 700 people on for one alliance. That's to me is just mind-boggling how that's okay. Because past gameplay it affects performance too. I know that obviously you have better performance on PC, but on here when we have to deal with that, our performance just I don't even know how to describe it. We hear the echoes of war. Our audio breaks. Um, the FPS goes to literally -0. It's horrible. So it's past just gameplay. It's also performance wise would also very much help.
Okay. So what you're saying is 4 guilds place on a region. They are
Yep.
then notified that if they decide to be in this team, they will get additional rewards compared to is that I'm trying to understand exactly your solution. Um so all 4 guilds, like let's say that all 4 guilds place on a region and there was this new system you're talking about. They can still decide to still team up. Like Sacred Alliance could still kill Nameless Alliance, for example, or whatever, if they wanted to, but they would be disincentivized to because the teams that PA suggests are Sacred and Nameless versus these other 2 guilds. Is that what you're saying?
PA isn't suggesting anything in this thing that I'm talking about. I'm talking about that PA has no they don't control with what a person who they want to go with. The only thing that they control is how many form or how many can place down in one area. There's a
Right, but
certain
I'm
limit.
saying under your solution here, PA would decide the teams, right? Or no?
No, it's not
Okay, well,
randomized.
I guess I don't understand at all. I don't understand what the solution is because the thing is that if you okay, take me through it once more and explain it like I'm 5 because I'm actually stupid, I guess. I really want to understand how PA can prevent these alliances from being a thing.
So my main point of this whole thing first started by saying that there's no reason for one alliance, let's just say, or both alliances to have this many people on one side.
Yeah,
I think that
understood.
it limits that amount of people that can fight because you have all these different people. You have one mega alliance instead of having, let's say, 3 or 4 different alliances that are all fighting each other in like an FFA, essentially.
Yep.
Which I think is that's to me is a lot more fun. It's a lot more content. There's a lot more people fighting each other. So
Mhm.
so this is just a proposition. This isn't anything. I'm not some expert. This is just something I threw out there. Was that you have a faction system that you can ally with one other guild with, for example. So you have 2 guilds.
Yep.
They fight then another 2 guilds. You have the freedom as a guild master to choose who you want to be with. So if you think, hey, well, our guild's weak, let's pick up this person, let's go fight these people. You have to fight them. So whether there can't be a mutual agreement to just hand off because you're forced to fight. If you don't fight, you won't get any rewards. And could that still obviously they could still like break that and be like, oh, okay, well, you're gonna get the reward this week. Yeah, sure. But how it is right now in Siege is that you get what is it, 150 mil, I think, right? Or
Yep.
depending on your placements and all that. It would take that out completely. So just the point of it is to just de-incentivize any form of handoffs or anything. It's basically they would have to come up with a solution in game to just stop that because the problem is right now is that it's just like a power game. It's like you're part of our alliance as well. If you break that up and I can actually get content, maybe that will actually cause more fights in the game. Is what I'm saying. I don't know every little intricate way that they could do that. We'd be sitting here for hours talking about that, but the main point of it is this. There's way too many people in the alliances. There's just too many. There's too many. There's like 700 plus at least on console, 500 plus on console. My main point here is to just break it up. Have more overall fights.
Okay. I mean, I agree with the overall sentiment. Like, yeah, I think that having one super strong alliance that no other alliance can compete with is not as that's not fun. It would be better if there was multiple different smaller alliances that could be pit against each other to have way more fun fights, but I just don't see a reasonable way that PA could prevent that from happening because like everyone's going to be incentivized to alliance. Everyone's going to be incentivized to alliance if there's rewards involved, and if there's no rewards involved, then hardly anyone's going to do it, and then the alliance system doesn't matter at all because there's not going to be very many people there. And the problem with forcing people, if you go the route of making it where these guilds are paired with these guilds and they can only you have to attack these other guilds, is that will just create really unfair teams in which that won't be fun either. There's a lot of moving parts that makes it really hard to essentially punish these guilds from forming these alliances. Like the thing is that if you and I and like if we can't figure out how to do it, how's PA going to figure out how to do it?
I mean, I totally get that, but then it kind of goes back to the whole thing. Then why even have it here at all? Because they have failed on the Siege rework. It's been nothing but fails. I think that it needs to fundamentally change. I don't
Yeah.
know. Like I said, every little intricate part because we would be sitting here talking about it for hours. But like something's got to give, man. I mean, it's been the same, and people have no interest in it as much as let me go participate in this AOA or let me go queue up for AOS or let's go kill people in Archer. Like people find that more fun, so they need to come out with, well, why is it more fun? Well, the reason is because I have freedom. I'm not bound to anything. So I don't know. It's a very hard thing to fix, but I think that they can start by just not having as many people in one alliance. I don't know how they can just do that, but if they can find a way to basically stop people from having 1,000 people on one side, um, that would be nice. I don't know. People in chat are saying lower the guild sizes to 50. What do you think about that? You think that's
That's a bit spooky.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. That's tough. You'd cut communities in half. So okay, so I think that one oh man, what was I gonna say now? Someone was saying like lower the rewards and open up the other regions. I don't think that would help, but the natural way that you disincentivize an alliance from becoming 6 guilds big is how do you distribute the rewards to 6 guilds? So I'll use PC guilds as an example. Right now, the biggest alliance in PC consists of 3 guilds. Why is it not 7? Because why would you ever want to wait 7 weeks to get your castle? Like, sure, your alliance would never be ever killed by anyone. You would win Kelphion every
Oh,
time.
I see what you're saying.
But so, like, the reason why these big ass guilds or these big ass alliances have not formed on PC is because the alliances that exist are just big enough where every guild gets their turn as often as possible, which makes it the best overall for that alliance. Like, originally, there was the big Titans, and there was Man Up and it was Snake, and they owned Valencia for like literally a year straight. When I say literally, I mean they had like a 74-week streak, like
Yeah, I
crazy,
remember that on PC.
like
Yeah, it was
or
unbelievable.
74, yeah, exactly. Like they had crazy big streaks. Same thing with Snake, crazy big streaks. All of a sudden, Man Up dies, and now Cho Nation Vertex, they try to monopolize Valencia. What do? 2-man alliance. Their 2-man alliance got shit on. Now what? Now there's a 3-man alliance. And now the 3-man alliance rotates through Kelphion or Valencia, or what we're currently on Kelphion, and every 3 weeks you can expect to get a 3 billion silver paycheck for your siege rewards. So I don't really understand why on console you guys have an alliance that's big. That is that big, because that doesn't really, like, what are they trying to do? They're obviously not there for the rewards, or else their alliance would be smaller. They must be there for the EPing. Like, what are they there for? I don't understand how an alliance can get that big.
Yeah, it's the way that you put it out there. You kind of just made an idea in my head. What if they made it to where that if you place down with that many, I don't know if. What if they made you okay, like you registered, let's say, with who's in your alliance, and then they say basically, okay, well, if you're gonna go above this, let's say two faction alliance, let's say, or whatever it is, this will affect your whole alliance. The reward that you'll get will be distributed amongst everyone here. You think that that would kind of kill alliances?
Um,
The more people you have, essentially, the lower reward you get.
so you're saying that an alliance of like 500 people could be a thing, but they would distribute the wards amongst the 500 people and it'd be lesser because it's so large?
Yeah.
Or, yeah. I
Or even if you
mean,
just went in there with, let's say, I had an alliance, let's say 2 guilds was whatever the game specifies or whatever. But if I had 5 guilds with me and I placed down, that would dramatically lower the overall reward I would get.
but what would stop just, let's say your alliance consisted of 4 people and then you just pretended that you were just 2 and 2, but you just never attacked each other?
Well, then who would get the reward then?
Well, one of the guilds would, and then the next week the other guild would. The other one alliance would, and then the next week the other alliance would. Like they would just rotate it back and forth. Like that's how currently it works in PC Siege. Is there's Vertex, Cho, and Barcode, and right now Barcode has a castle. As soon as Siege rolls around, Vertex gets a castle. As soon as next Siege rolls around, Cho gets a castle. Barcode, Vertex, Cho, Barcode, Vertex, Cho, over and over and over again. So we're not actually in an official alliance per se. Like our guilds consist of alliances because we all have 150 members, but we're in a bigger alliance, like unofficial alliance that just rotates the rewards. So
Yeah.
I don't know how you, like, it's so hard to punish the unofficial alliances. I totally get, like, if you have a physical, like, registered alliance, the game recognizes that, then it would be easy. But these are unofficial alliances, and that's what makes it so difficult to, like, how do you
Yeah,
punish that?
yeah, because like you're saying, at the end of the day, even if we created a system and we sent it to PA. Let's say, okay, do this, do this. At the end of the day, you're right in the sense that, like, well, from an outsider view, I can still just not fight, or I can still not this. The trick of it would be to how can we stop that? That would be the million. That'd be the golden ticket. You know, is finding out ways
Yeah.
to stop that. But how? It's how.
Well, the way that it is supposed to be, how is you're not incentivized to have such a big alliance because let's say that you're like this alliance you're talking about is 6 guilds big. How do they properly reward all 6 guilds so that they'll want to stay in this alliance? Like they can't possibly be having fun on siege day with their fights because nobody's going to place on their region. They can't possibly be getting rewarded because they only get their castle every 6 weeks. Like I don't. The fact that this alliance is this big on console is an anomaly in itself. I don't even know why it would be that big in the first place.
So from what I understand, like dealing with mid-level politics, because I'm not an officer, so I don't talk to like the big things, but I just things that I hear and talk to with like the actual people that are involved in the scene. Nobody has fun. Like literally nobody has fun. I kid you not. When we had Castle, my guild had Castle, and we were defending against Sacred. We had asked that somebody else push Castle instead of Sacred, so that way we could get ball practice and Castle defense. Nobody else showed up, and Sacred just ran the door down, and we barely held for like an hour. It was horrifying, and everyone was pissed. Everyone was upset. Everyone was really mad, and just like it is boring. Like there were some people that were having fun, but like the max people at the top had like 39 kills for like an hour. So you can tell how that went. It was so boring and so unfun. So in that regard, where people are just pure upset and just not having fun, it is exactly as you said. Nobody has fun, especially when it's the two guilds that are running the show and they basically like will run you over in a second. They'll bend the rules. They'll go around things because they have, like who's going to challenge them? Like they're the gateway to the castle. So like they have Sacred members that are flagging on Alliance members and just trying to feed themselves for Stormtrooper. It's a genuine mess. It's like a horrifyingly like awful mess. And when it comes to like the other side of the politics, it can get a little weird as far as I understand because there's all these like different things. Like I'm pretty sure at one point I heard that there's a sheet. So like this person gets this castle and then there's a payout sheet as well. So like they try and give castle to the people that are behind in the payouts. And that's a very interesting way to do things. So like during the 6 weeks, like since we just had castle last week, we're not going to see castle for like at least 3-4 weeks. And
Yep.
that's just how it is. And it's going that is just not fun. We will get like maybe a payout in the sense of like maybe they'll give us second place for the second place payout, but other than that it's pretty much going to be like 150 mil, maybe third place, maybe second place every now and then, and that's just how it is. And then the rest of the little guilds, like the baby guilds that are in there that are just like super low level but they're in the alliance, they will never see castle. If they do, it's because they did something really good. It's like a reward for them, basically. Like we're treating them like children, essentially. Like, oh, you guys pulled up with 60 members. We might give you castle somewhere down the line. Like there's 2 guilds in the alliance currently, and like they've only gotten castle once, I believe, out of I don't know how many rotations now since the siege change. Like they've only received it once. So it's really, really awful in that regard as to why the alliances suck, because it makes sense from your perspective because there's the 3 big guilds in the alliance and then they rotate castle. You're getting castle super often every week and it's just super fast. Whereas this one person's waiting up to a few weeks versus one guild waiting up to months.
I see.
It's so hard because I mean, Joyce, I agree with you. It's like if PA hasn't figured out, like, how do you think we could? But like, they aren't exactly the smartest, the sharpest tool in the shed either, though. And they've made some pretty big mistakes with things. But I think that the solution to start it is to somehow force people to fight each other, and if they don't, that ruins the amount of money that they can potentially make by not fighting and winning. I don't know how. I don't know. But
Yeah.
it comes down to forcing people to register with who they're with, and if they don't, then they're forced to fight somehow. I don't know how they can do that because, yet again, it's like you said before, like outside perspective, they can just be like, well, let's just not fight each other. But the solution is that
Mhm.
in game, you can make it somehow to where, well, if you don't fight me, you don't get anything, and it doesn't matter whether I win or lose. Then I don't know. They have to somehow build off of that. I don't know how they can. It's very hard. It's definitely very hard. I don't know. It's man, fuck. I don't know.
Siege is a rough thing to balance. Let's be
It is.
realistic. Not to mention like the EU problem. Do you know what the EU problem is, Choice, for console?
No.
There are two guilds, Boz Deep and Main, and they essentially are the only guilds that can physically fight each other. Like it's not like NA where there's guilds that can fight each other all the time, and it actually like will be somewhat of a fair fight to a degree. On EU, Maine has held Calpheon Castle for how many weeks is it now, Guido? It's been like 30
It's
weeks.
like it's almost like what Choice said. Yeah, it's like 30 weeks or
Yeah,
something.
yeah.
It's like
They have
it's like
held.
yeah, like
Yeah,
balls.
they have. Yeah, they've held Castle Calpheon since the Siege rework for console. It's been they've held it for that long, and nobody's even bothered. Every single Saturday, all they do is hop on horses and burn sticks. That's all they do. There's no fight. Nobody ever drops except a stick. There's not a single person that's dropping there and actually fighting. And Boz Deep,
Is it because they're too strong, or
yes, their minimum gear score average is 663 according to what I've heard, which is the equivalent of what your gear score is on PC for
Wow.
our state of the game. Yeah, like it's pretty. They are really high gear score, and Boz Deep is about, from what I understand, Sacred's average gear score, which is like 650 ish around there,
They're
probably a little bit
they're
higher
definitely
now.
above. Yeah, they're definitely above.
Yeah, yeah,
Sacred.
yeah, definitely higher now with Duo Fallen Gods. So like both those guilds, really high gear score, and you know what they do? They don't fight each other at all. One sits on Calpheon, one sits on Valencia. Medaya is for all the random guilds where they can just fight it out, and whoever wins, wins. I have no idea if there's any alliances. I don't believe there is, as far as I know. But Medaya for EU is just a complete war zone. They just fight it out while the two main guilds sit on two castles, and they never have any interaction with each other whatsoever. Both Main and Boz Deep have held their castles respectively since the Siege release. So how do you fix that? How do you fix that?
You know, if Pearl Abyss can't manage to figure out a solution eventually, and this is kind of what I wanted to say before, if they can't figure out a solution, then they need to just stop whatever they're doing, put a halt on it now so that they can brainstorm for later, and put just all their efforts that they were going to put into that into like I said, the smaller scale PvP scene, since that seems to attract a lot more people and it's a lot more, realistic with what you can do than trying to balance 100 people uh, for one guild. I think they should just then at that point, like I said, if they are done with that for now, just put all the effort into working on things to do open world or making PvP income in different ways. Because right now, Siege is the only way, and Node Wars is the only way to really make okay money. It's not comparable to grinding, but like it's okay, I guess, every now and then. But if they can come up with a way where like we were discussing before, where you can PvP, whether you queue up in Arena of Solar or whatnot, and actually get paid for it. At least people at that point will actually have fun while PvPing and making money, as opposed to just looking forward to this thing once a week that you're doing on Saturday. So
Yep.
it's I don't know. It's really rough. At the end of the day, I guess you guys are right. Let's see, just doomed.
Yeah,
I've been cursed.
yeah, it's actually doomed. Like I didn't really think about it too much because it's like whatever. But at the end of the day, it really doesn't make much sense because you instead of looking forward to like, all right, we're gonna have this really big fight on Saturday. It's oh god, I have to fucking do DNXs so that way I can get the right score so I can get fucking paid. That's what it is. it's literally chore. It is turned into chore content for console.
Yeah. It's I mean, it's the same way on PC too, though. I mean, they feel the same way that we do. Like, do your scripted fight on Saturday. That is, it's not random at all. It's the same thing that you're expecting because your officers in that guild already told you what was going to happen. It's the same thing every week. And I think that's what it is at the end of the day. It's just not randomized and it's set in stone. So, I mean, maybe like you were saying before, Choice, maybe the solution is to make it completely randomized and so that there is no plan that's set. Maybe that is the solution. I don't know.
Well, yeah,
Um,
the randomness can also make it where, the teams would be pretty unfair in a lot of cases.
yeah,
But I don't know, man. Like I love Node Wars. Siege is second best to me. I definitely like
I
Node
agree.
Wars more,
Yep,
Like,
but
same.
it's
Same.
so difficult to see that as a future for combat and BDO and see that as the growth factor for BDO. I think just as in terms of like what exists in the game right now, um, I would have a lot more fun with just more PvP game modes. Like, just I would be more excited at this point in terms of thinking about what could make Siege and Node War more entertaining or fun or make want more people to get into the scene. I don't see a very popular growth path for the content just because of all the limitations that it has, the incentivization of alliances, the fact that if it is rewarding, people will always try to, find ways to game the system, and that's with everything really. Like, people are just going to try to find the most way to make the most money. That's just, nature of MMOs. But Siege was fun in its day. Back when there was 20 different Siege guilds, and the way that Siege operated was people were trying to sneakily plant on regions and
yeah, true.
try to kill other alliances because they were trying to place their three guilds that were stronger than these three guilds, and that was when Siege was in its prime and its heyday. But as it stands, there's definitely well over 10 guilds that participate in Siege, because there's always like a 5v5, and then sometimes there's like a 3v3 on other regions, and then other regions are dead. But there's probably like maybe max 60 in Siege guilds that play. But the people that want to PvP, they're going to the setup fights because the setup fights are more fun than having one big alliance that dominates because nobody goes and attacks them. And the surprise of it all, of this one big alliance placing on another region, can't really ever exist because that alliance is always locked in the one castle because they have one ally that's always in a castle, and they can't place anywhere else if they wanted to.
Yeah.
So
So yeah.
I don't know. I just don't see it as the future to make PvP more popular in BDO. I think things like Arena of Solaire, I think more objective-based game modes that are queue upable is what is going to make PvP more attractive,
Yep.
especially if it's rewarding.
Nobody. Yeah. That's pretty much the main point of this whole thing. It's what will actually bring, you know, more fun into the game. What's the future of the game? What's going to bring people into it? Definitely not going to be Siege. Node Wars, I love too. I'm just like you. I love Node Wars. I have a fun every time if it's an actual fight. I love Node Wars. I love a good Node Wars. It's always fun to do that, especially with your friends in the guild and stuff too. Anything that's smaller scale has always been fun in this game. Like when you queue up on Arsha, I mean not queue up, but when you're on Arsha and you're fighting people, that's always a fun time because you're fighting people. You don't know what's going to happen, what to expect. Um, you're free to do whatever you want, run wherever you want. It's that's fun. That's fun doing that, and I think that's what their focus should be on. I think unfortunately Siege in this game is a very doomed system because we could have amazing ideas about it, but how the hell do you implement it? We can't a lot of the time. So, but a lot of these smaller scale things are able to be implemented, like we were saying before about capture the flag at Navern Step or Hardpoint, like you mentioned before. It could be in what did you said, Imps, Alter Imps.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tidal tax cart. You can make that as a payload map or something. These are things that are already in the game that can be done. But definitely for Siege, it's definitely Doom. So definitely if Pearl Abyss focused a lot more of their attention to these smaller scale things, I think that would bring in a lot more players because it's also a lot of the time it's equalized or they have a minimum rec. RBF when seasons is a thing. We don't have seasons 24/7 unfortunately on console. But on here when it does happen, there is like a minimum rec gear that you have to be in order to participate. So if they kind of treat a lot of these things, let's say they increase the 241 AP to 261 for a lot of these game formats and make it at least a little bit more enjoyable for the people who are fighting and stuff. Not make it one shot. You're going in there getting one shotted because that's literally there's no skill in that. So if they make it to where it's 261, let's say, for a lot of these new PvP modes that are coming out, I think that would be amazing. I think that'd be a lot more fun. And you just add rewards to that. It's just that's where I think everyone, not even a lot of people, I think it's where everyone will go. They'll be like, why the hell am I wasting my time on a Saturday night fighting against 500 other people, lagging my balls off, having no fun, when I can just go queue up in a really cool match of Hardpoint and Alter Imps or something.
Yep, exactly. And the casual nature of that is what a lot of people that probably don't play BDO are looking for. Is if they can play a match of something just whenever they want and not commit to a specific amount of time that they want to play. Because Siege could be pretty crazy. Like I've had Sieges that last 4 hours before.
Yeah.
Sometimes they last 20 minutes. All right. Like, yeah, sometimes they last 20 minutes. It's like, how do you, for a functioning adult that is got more going on than just playing BDO, that doesn't sound like something I'd ever want to be a part of. Like,
right.
Obviously I'm not, I definitely play BDO all night anyway, but for somebody that has kids or for somebody that just works and doesn't want to, I don't know, just there's so many, there's a lot of other people in the gaming world that want to have something like Arena of Solar, where it's low intensity to the point where they don't need to grind for 1,000 hours before they can play it, and they can play it for as long as they want. They can play it when it's convenient for them. Like, that is a type of content that needs to be prevalent and then allow people, now this is an important one, allow people to work their way up, they have a reason to work their way up from the gear capped to the more geared versions of PvP. I feel like it would be a mistake to continuously release nothing but gear capped content with no incentive for the rewards you get from that to eventually turn that into gear and move up in the world. Like, there needs to be a natural progression there, instead of just stagnating at gear cap. Give the people their fun, like let people have fun upon joining the game as soon as they want, but also the rewards they're getting from that allow that to translate into gear, which then incentivize them to move up to some other form of PvP.
I get what you're saying. So you're saying, like, let's say, I'm just going to call it, I know that it's Ruby, Sapphire, nonsense, whatever that is. I know I'm not calling it that. So let's say you were Platinum. Let's say as you moved up to, let's say, Masters, the AP bracket and stuff would go up, you're saying that it would continuously go up because as you get more access to different gears and stuff.
That could be one thing. That could totally be one thing. Another thing could be they have Arena of Solaire as gear capped, and then they have the Narvan's Step Capture the Flag that's got a little bit more gear. They've got Sieges and Node Wars that require a little bit more gear. They've got hard points that are a little bit more gear. And then they have game modes that are even more rewarding that don't have a limit on gear. And that way there, you're like, okay, so I started with my nice little gear capped Arena of Solaire. I'm making 300 mil an hour. Wow, I've gotten some more gear now. Maybe I should go try these other forms of PvP that offer me more rewards. And then by the end of it, when you're like 630, 640 gear score, you're like, wow, I could participate in the uncapped gear PvP that exists of the same activities. And now I'm making even more money. And that way there's like this natural progression that moves players into more and more rewarding for relative gear scenarios.
Yeah, because the reason why Apex, Call of Duty, all these different games are as popular as they are is because it doesn't require a lot of time for users to input into the game to kind of get any benefit out of. I mean, you're going in there, you have your incentive, you have your gun that you're using, you have your loadout. Obviously, as you rank up, you get different stuff to unlock, obviously, which does affect your gameplay, which I already think that they are doing with Arena of Solare, because I mean, you're getting access to different like accessories, all that stuff as time goes on, um, which I think is a very good idea. But that's the reason why Apex and all these other games, it's because it requires low input from the user to get into, and it's not that hard to get effective output from. Um, Now, obviously, understanding the game is a massive part of it. You can't just be shit and expect to be good, because that would defeat the whole purpose. But if, like you said, if they increase the rewards, the higher rank you get, that would be nice, because that would require you to be very knowledgeable at the game, as well as have the gear to participate in it. Which is
Yeah.
that's what I think is a good idea, because, like you said, it shouldn't just be, everything shouldn't be gear capped, but as you gear up, it gives you a reason. Hey, maybe I should try for, let's say, Grandmasters today. I got a lot more gear now. Let me go in here. Let's see if we can make some noise here. And that would be a very good idea, I think, like you said, to go in there eventually when you get geared up enough and try your hand in that. And then in turn, your reward is that you get better rewards, maybe cosmetics, whatever it is, materials, CAFRAs, whatever it may be, not just raw silver. That would add up to more money than what you made in your previous ranks. That's what I think would bring in a lot more people and stuff like that, just like you said.
Yeah, because I feel like the rewards for Siege are mostly flawed currently, with the uncapped region giving the same exact amount of money as the capped regions. Because if you're gonna make somebody,
That's a good
I
point.
use
Yeah.
I use the dungeons as an example because I guess it's like the one thing we have that makes sense in terms of relative reward. Is there's a normal dungeon that requires very little gear, and there's an Elvia dungeon which requires a lot of gear. Could you imagine if those two dungeons gave the same rewards? Like, what incentive would you have to do the Elvia dungeon when you could just go and do the normal one? You don't lose any crystals. It's much easier. It's going to be way faster. The chance of failure is nothing. Compared to the Elvia one, where you are losing crystals if you die. Your team requires better coordination. You do require a lot of gear to do it, and your reward is more as a result. Like there has to be that reward attached to putting someone into a more uncomfortable situation. And so for gear cap stuff, I acknowledge that it needs to exist in BDO because it will definitely allow the casual player to play the game and enjoy the game without having to invest tons of time into the game. But the rewards that you get for that gear capped thing, eventually you need to translate those rewards into better gear so that you can then participate in more uncapped gear content. And there should be a reason for someone to want to do that. There should be like that incentive needs to be there, or else people are going to take the easy way out every time.
And they'll just keep playing like Arena of Solare or something with it on like the earlier ranks and be like, well, you know what? I'm making 300 million an hour here. I'm pretty good here. Why? Who cares to make more for if it's harder? That's what they'll say. That would be very cool if, like, Navar and Step, for example, let's say you get it unlocked at, like, I don't know, 275, whatever. Let's just say whatever it is, whatever the number is. But the amount is higher. That would be like, okay, well, I'm making more here, so why am I going to continuously playing Team Deathmatch if I make more Capture the Flag?
Yeah.
And it's actually so funny you brought up the dungeons. That was actually one of my questions during the brunch. I asked Jae Kim, one of my many questions. I asked him, I don't know how it is on PC, maybe you can tell me a little bit about it, but dungeons on console are dead on arrival content. There's a variety of reasons for that. One of them being that PC had it for 2 months, 2 to 3 months ahead of console. So they already saw it on PC, and it was already, people already saw it. It was kind of old news. It wasn't really new when console got it. That was part of the reason. Um, is Dungeons on PC dead as well?
Yeah, they're like it's very unpopular content.
Yeah.
I don't really know the term dead. Like I I think that there's if I was to want to put together a group right now in just my guild, I could probably find some people that'd be willing to go. But for the most part, like if I had to guess, there's probably under 100 static teams that do it every single week.
Yeah.
I personally have done the both dungeons every single week since release, and I just I think that the money is competitive to grinding, but it doesn't require a loot scroll. And I also find that the hour plus or hour and a half that it takes just melts away compared to grinding because you're in a call with four friends and you're just I don't know, just having a good time doing a dungeon. So like I like it for that reason, but I definitely think that it's overall very decently unpopular content, and I would be surprised if we got the third and fourth dungeon ever. I feel like they might have seen the success of the first and second one and just said, "Well, it's not really that popular. Why would we put our resources into doing two more?"
So I asked them about that. That was one of my questions that I asked them. I said, "Do you guys ever plan on increasing the rewards or creating a better incentive for that?" And the translator told me this. So first off, this is literally what they said. This is what the translator told me. This is from Ben, according to Ben from Jahee. He said that first of all, that they want to do away with the way that people enter dungeons. You no longer, at least according to him, have to go in there and take your scroll and go in there. How he said it to me is that they want to make it to where you're able to queue up, similar to Arena of Solaire, and you queue up to the dungeon. That's how they want to do it.
That would be nice.
That's what he told me. That was one of the cool things that I heard from him. They want to make it similar to Arena of Solaire. I don't know if they're going to allow a private option so you can go with your friends. Do
They
that.
would have to,
They
yeah.
never, yeah, they never told me about that. Um, he also told me that they want to add an exclusive item to it. Now, the first thing that came to my mind was the what is it called again? The
Baja.
Vaha, yeah, the Vaha earring is kind of mid. It's the same thing as Disto, so that was the first thing that came to my mind. He didn't tell me what the exclusive item was, but he said that they plan on adding exclusive items into it to incentivize people to run it more. And that they also wanted to just in general just redo the dungeons and how that they wanted to work and essentially operate. What he told me.
I'm pretty happy for that actually. I'm happy to hear that.
So I'm very interested to see what they're going to be doing about that. Um, and I'm very curious to see if that same logic is going to be put in place to the rest of the game because if they're changing dungeons to make it to where you're able to just queue up to it, and also they're adding like unique rewards to that. I mean, maybe they'll do that too for the rest of the game. Maybe the
Yeah.
reason why they just haven't done it to the rest of the game yet is because they want to go in order or something. I don't know. But it was a
Well,
very cool answer I got.
one change that happened on Global Lab just yesterday is they made it where you no longer require Agris. And I think that right there that has
Oh,
actually
really? I
been
didn't see that.
Yeah, it doesn't require Agris anymore. So they would take it from 20k down to 10k to now no Agris required.
Wow.
And I don't think that the Agris itself was like, oh wow, I don't want to spend my 10k Agris here. That's so precious. Like that really wasn't the problem. The problem was whenever I try to find teammates to do the dungeon, they're like, ah man, I would, but I don't have any Agris. I used all my Agris already. Like
Yeah.
you'd be surprised the amount of times that's happened. So I left that feedback a long time ago. It should have no Agris, and I'm happy that that's no longer a thing. I don't even think that there should be a requirement for a key, because
Yeah.
dude, you got to make shit super easy to get into for some people. Like they want to click a button, queue up, get into it. Exactly
Yeah.
like what Jay was saying.
Yeah.
They don't want to have to fuck around with, oh, I need 49 fire horns and I need 49
That
traces
was
of despair and I need
ridiculous.
like you got to like look around your storages and have these specific materials, and it takes you 3 minutes to make this key. And just the thought of having to get certain materials is exasperating for a lot of people, including myself sometimes. Like just just the frustration, like every single week I've done the dungeon every single week, and every single time I go to make that key, I'm thinking, man, why there's gotta be just why, dude? Why do I need to constantly have these materials and try to remember what the freaking 5 materials are? And every one of my teams asking me, what's the materials again to make this? It's like, God damn, bro. Like you gotta spoon feed us, PA. Like you gotta make this shit so brain dead for us, and then we'll go and do the content way more often. Because you know what I heard a lot of when I was talking about the dungeon maybe like 3 weeks or 3 days ago on my stream is people are like, yeah, I would have done the dungeon, but I don't want to do the quest line. And I said, well, you know, it only takes like less than 5 minutes and you don't need to do the whole thing inside. And they were like, I'm not doing it if it's 5 minutes. I don't want to spend the 5 minutes to get the
Yep.
opening to open the dungeon. And so you gotta make this shit very accessible for people. You know, if you're putting on even just tiny little requirements, people will just say, I would just, you know, I was already kind of on the fence whether I wanted to do this dungeon or not. This is what makes me not do it. Like these little things matter.
Yeah, I'm not gonna hold you. That's the exact reason why I haven't done it. I literally have I literally have the 2 keys still. I still have them from when they gave it out for free. I still have them. Never used them. Never done the quest either. And I refuse. I just I don't want to. I'd rather go grind for an hour, and that's I feel like it almost just as worse, just as bad.
I feel like that the original intent. Now, this could just be me like giving PA like Prolibus too much credit, but I thought that the reason why that they wanted us to have these materials was to stimulate the market for people to increase the sale price of them because people are using them to get these keys, right? That's what I
Yeah.
thought it was, but I'm not gonna say who said it, but there was a CM that I talked to, and he just straight up told me he's like, no, I just feel like that it's there because they're just annoying about it. That's what he told me. And I'm like, you know what, dude, I kind of think you're actually right about that. It's just like a redundant thing that doesn't need to be. It's like similar to the quest line, right? Where you have to go through all these stupid things and talk to this guy, talk to this guy, talk to that guy, talk to this person, talk to that person. It's just redundant, just content that you just sit there for that doesn't need to actually be there. So the fact that Jaehee actually told me that essentially they kind of want to do away with that eventually, with just being able to queue up, is amazing, and I hope that that actually really does increase the flow to the actual dungeons because right now it really is content that no one really goes to. And then if they really add an exclusive item to those dungeons, that'll seal the deal. People will definitely be playing it, and if they redo the whole thing like he told me, that'll definitely. I feel like we'll
Yep.
definitely do it.
And dude, I feel like they're finally understanding that it's okay, Perlibus. All right. If you're listening, Perlibus, it is okay
They
that
are. I see what
content
you're
is not open world. Like, not everything has, like, there can be instance based stuff like the dungeon. There's no reason why everybody needs to be on the same channel, everybody needs to go to the same location, and everybody needs to enter their key at the same obelisk to enter into a fucking empty dungeon. I've never seen a single soul ever in the first starting point of the dungeons, and all the bosses are instanced anyway. So why can't I take my friend on Kelphion 5 and my friend on Media 5 and just assemble them into this queue and just start the dungeon? Like, why do we all have to be on the same channel in the same place in the same party and like, why, dude? If you make it reasonable, if you make it convenient, way more people will do it. But it's actually quite a chore to be like, oh yeah, I'm grinding some Olins, or I'm over here, I'm grinding some Histria. It's like, hey, you guys want to do the dungeon? Yeah, give me like 20 minutes. I got to figure out how to make this key. I got to come back to the mainland. I got to get all the way to Velia. It's like, dude, if we could just be on opposite, like different channels and like create this party in interfaces and go do the dungeon and it teleports you back to where you were. God, like that would be so nice. Like make it convenient.
It's like this guy said in chat, it's just because BDO, that's why. And it's like, it's so funny because I feel like it's what you said before, but the boomer mentality of, well, if it's not broken, why fix it? Well, and they don't realize like change is sometimes really good. It's good to shake things up. It's good to have different ideas put into place, put into action. And it's it's time to move on here.
I
Definitely not
agree.
everything needs to be open open
I,
world 24/7.
it is quite nice though that there is very limited loading screens in BDO. Like you don't,
Yes.
the whole world is great. I like that, it's not just a fast travel here and there and all that stuff, but certain pieces of content like raids and dungeons and all of these things that have existed in MMOs for 2 decades, they're instanced because they need to be. Like, you don't need to try and make a more annoying version of it just to say, yes, but technically it isn't instance. It's technically open world. Like, nobody cares about your technicalities. Just make a good product. Like, who cares, dude? So yeah. Anyway, I'm glad that they're looking into them because I know I got mad at my chat too when because I feel like they're not going to release a third and fourth dungeons, but I think that on the flip side of challenging PvE or challenging PvP and interesting PvP is definitely having challenging PvE as well. Like there needs to be reason to want to pursue gear for both a PvP player and for a PvE player. And right now the pursuance of gear in PvE is that okay, I can go and grind more gear at a different spot. And it's like, I don't know, man, give me something challenging and the second dungeon is actually challenging and has actual mechanics and it's it's their second time ever trying to make something like that. It's a huge leap over the Altar of Blood bosses,
Oh,
but
100%.
like those types of interesting PvE scenarios is gonna make people want to get more gear because Lost Ark's entire foundation is built upon getting more whatever the hell gear score, whatever they call it, so that they can go and do different dungeons and stuff. Like that's their whole shtick, and it's a very popular formula in a lot of games. And if you add those types of challenging PvE stuff to BDO, it'll be a much, much more like you think about Monster Hunter World. That entire game
Yep.
is going around and killing monsters and getting more gear so that you can kill more better, more difficult monsters to get more better materials. But the thing is that I actually had fun in that game when I was technically quote unquote grinding because you're having to interact with mechanics and terrain and there's a lot going on compared to I just activated the lights or damn, I'm gonna use a console example. Um, no, you guys don't really have any bosses with mechanics or any mobs with mechanics, do you?
In BDO and the dungeons, yeah.
Yeah, well, I guess you got the dungeons, but like,
Oh, because we don't have Elvia, you mean?
yeah, you guys don't have like
Yeah.
Elvia or let's go with Turos. Who cares? Like at Turos, like
Yeah,
what's challenging
yeah.
about that? You just go and kill some packs, and then there's a big boss that spawns. You kill the boss, and you go kill more packs. Like
We have
it's
Olins,
not.
but
Yeah, you got. Do you guys ever do Olins?
yeah, there's Olin groups.
Yeah, Olins is quite literally the best money on PC right now. Just nobody really knows it.
Yeah, the meta here for that is triple shy.
This
Oh,
is true. This is true.
You have to tag a
yeah.
shy. They're like, if you want to ground with the big boys, you got to bring a shy. That's what they say.
Yeah, two shies and a striker, or two strikers and a shy is like the PC meta. Because with three shies, it's unnecessary. I imagine on console it might be because you guys have less gear, but on PC, one Misty Haze at the start and one Misty Haze at the end, completely 100% uptime Misty Haze. So you don't need a third shy. So you opt for a striker for more damage.
Yeah, I think the reason why they choose 3 shies is because of how many hits the flooring has. And 100% BSR, a lot of people use that on there.
Oh,
That's
true.
that's why. But
Yeah,
yeah,
triple
I think
shies
you're right
do
there.
well. They do well, but they don't compete with the 2 striker, 1 shy groups. We currently have. Have you guys done Olins before?
Yeah, yeah.
How much trash like would you say you get on a blue
Oh,
Agris?
it's probably dirt. It's probably like 1,100, 1,000, 900 for literally dirt.
Yeah, it's literally
Yeah.
about 1,000 is what I pulled whenever I went
Most
through
ever
one
got was like
time.
1.1, 1.2 at most.
I just got a flat like 1,000, like whatever and change.
Yeah, so that's probably like half the damage of like PC because on PC we're doing my normal groups are doing 2,500 and I think the record group is 2,900
On blue with
um,
Agris.
on blue Agris. Yeah,
Yeah, we're missing some. Dude, we don't have Val. We do have Pen Black Star, but we don't have the Awakening Pen Black Star. We don't have C20. Like, we're missing a lot of stuff.
yeah. What's like the highest AP that you guys like? What's a super giga AP with Kudum player would have?
Man, it was like I know that the highest I've seen is like 320 Nuver.
Okay,
Mm,
that's
That's
like
about
305 Kudum.
yeah.
yeah, but it's basically like 305 Kudum essentially. What I would say is the highest that.
But that's really rare. Like you don't
Yeah,
see
yeah.
that
Like
many
That's
others.
not average at all.
I only know like maybe 5 or 6 players that have that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then in NA it's like 30. If you're not 305, like what are you doing? Why are you here at Olins? Like 305 is like the bare minimum, and the record teams are like 316 and 309, or in
Jesus
my case
Christ.
like 323 bracket.
323.
Yeah, I'm 326 Kudo.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my
He's the fucking god.
Literally only 305 in pre-awaken, bro, with new.
So
Good lord.
we're running a little bit out of time here, but I guess yeah, I don't want to take up any more of your time. I don't know how much more time you have left, but do you have anything I guess more to say in regards to the dungeons, or I guess about the game overall? Anything you wanted to say?
I just want to say that I grinded for 3 hours during this podcast, and I got 5 Debo belts. So that was the most boosted 3 hours ever. Thank you.
We actually carried this.
We
man
gave him we actually gave you the RNG that you needed.
Oh
Wow.
my
Yeah.
god.
You know what it is? It's a triple Zerker group. That's what it
Yeah,
is.
it's literally triple Zerker group.
Power of the
100%.
Tantu, you know?
Yep. Actually
yeah.
broken.
Dude, you actually made so much money. It's actually stupid. That's how.
Well,
Should
hopefully it
we-
translates into a Pen Debo belt on Wednesday. Hopefully.
If you get it, you can thank us for that.
Should
There
we
you go.
should we speed run these questions, like maybe do like 25 30 minutes of questions and
Yeah,
then just
yeah. So I guess choice if you want to leave and stuff. We'll just be going over the Q&A stuff. I don't know if anyone in your chat had any questions that they want to ask us, or if you guys had any questions you guys want to ask Choice real quick before we go with the YouTube Q&A.
I do have questions on my end right here that I have written down from like the comments that I posted. Some are actually asked towards Choice.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So we want to start now?
Yeah, just for the questions for Choice, then we can go with the rest of hours after. like we promised.
So one of the ones was, what are they doing to increase game population? For example, joining the PlayStation Pass, changes to value pack, more new or focused content like seasons, etc. And they would like opinions from all of us pretty much.
On
I
what
don't
they're doing
know.
to increase game population?
Yeah, across the board for BDO.
I think we kind of answered that, right?
I feel like we did, but that's for the sake of answering it again. What would we say?
Lately, what they did is they released a new class, a new season, and a new region all at the same time on PC, and they did a pretty decent marketing campaign. I saw ads for BDO all over the place, announcing all the new stuff for PC at least.
I see.
I don't really know about console though.
Someone in my chat asked, this is a question for Choice. They said, how does PC feel about console players?
Oh yeah, that is one that I got as well.
Completely unbiased, unfiltered. We're not gonna hate you for it. Just like, what is the general consensus? Because I feel like that PC players kind of meme on console players, but like, what's your opinion? You personally?
I don't know. Like I feel like the overall, whenever someone definitely pretty meme. Like whenever somebody comes in to my chat and they're like, "Hey, I play BDO on console, or just started playing BDO on console," everyone's always sort of clowning on him a little bit, saying, "Why are you starting on console and not on PC? PC is so much better."
We get that a lot.
And
Yeah.
yeah, and there's also some people that were making fun of the fact that you guys didn't have RBF for like 3 months for a while there.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
like I don't know, like definitely a lot of jokes. I don't think anybody like hates console, and I think that console. It's nice that BDO is on multi-platform game. I personally hope that the next generation of console is powerful enough where you guys can run BDO at like 144 hertz or frames, and I would love to see like eventually like groups like joint servers where like console players can play with PC players. I think that'd be sick.
Agreed. Will it ever happen? I doubt it. But that would be a very, very nice idea. I kind of got that vibe that because like we kind of brought that up, and I kind of got the vibe that that was like very out of the question,
Yeah. Well,
which is unfortunate.
maybe I feel like an eventual future for every MMO these days, the meta has been set that once your game starts dying, you create a old school version of it and re-release it. And so maybe that's when it happens. Maybe when PC and console are on the same level and a brand new fresh start BDO, then that's when things will merge.
Yeah, it's actually crazy you mentioned that. A lot of people have actually brought that up over the years.
That's
About
what
like an old
RuneScape
school
did.
stuff.
That's what World of Warcraft did. Like a lot of games, they are able to breathe new life into their game by releasing an older version that's more nostalgic, and if their game's just not working out well for them, they use that as their last little hurrah, see if it sticks, and if not, then shuts down. Like I don't think BDO is close to that at all, but I
No.
know, thinking years from now, like I think that will probably just happen.
There's dude, nobody's trying to go back to like 2014 BDO. If I hear someone
Some people,
asking for that, dude, they're like, "Bring back headbutt spam." It's like, no, we're not doing this. Listen, I can't recall a single thing that I thoroughly enjoyed that's old content that I was like, yeah, I'd rather have that by today's standards. Like, I can barely
you're
think of anything.
telling me you didn't like the like the infinite CC grabs where you could grab 4 different times on Zerker and keep on rotating like 13 grabs
It
in a
was
row?
amazing. It was really good. I missed that
It
time.
was from a Zerker's perspective, it is amazing. At the time, I was a Musa main at the time. It was not fun. Or not even Musa. What was I playing prior to that? I can't remember what, because I played something prior to Musa and I can't remember because this was a very long time ago. And it was, oh my god, I can't even remember when this was a situation, but it was so unfun that I actually like at that time I wasn't even playing the game seriously. I was just like testing the waters and just like, oh, new MMO on console, let's try it out. It was a disaster. Let's see here. We have another question. This one's asking if we are going to get any DP or DR rework. Apparently, there's a ton of people asking this.
Is it a question of choice though? Because that's
I feel like that's just a general question for all of us. Like most of these, I feel like they're just asking us in general.
well, you can like ask this question, but like we need like questions for choice specifically because we're running out of time here. He's been here for like 5 hours, which is like way
Oh,
more
that's fair.
than what than what I intended. So I don't want to take up too much of his time.
Oh,
I don't know if you're doing
I
anything
think that
after, but
yeah, I think then he's good actually to go ahead and peace out if he needs to, because most of these are just like general questions for like all three of us. But if you and I can answer it, then that's
yeah.
totally fine. Yeah.
A choice. So been here for pretty much 5 hours and almost 15 minutes. You have anything more to say to anybody?
No, just pretty much thanks for having me. Like you guys made the grind go by pretty fast, and I enjoyed my time. It was cool to talk to console people because quite literally the first time I ever talked to like a console streamer was at the VOA. It's probably you guys. So talking to you guys
Yeah.
more is cool.
Yeah, I was about to say there was only 3 of us there.
Yeah.
So yeah.
It was
Yeah.
really great having you here, man. For real, it was way better than what I expected. To be honest, I didn't think you weren't lying. You're definitely very talkative, very knowledgeable player as well. You know a lot about the game and everything. No more than we do.
Mm-hmm.
It was very
Yeah.
amazing having you here, man. For real. Appreciate you stopping by. Thank you so much for coming on. Seriously.
No problem. You
Sir.
guys have a good time with your Q&A. I'm sure we'll talk more soon.
Yeah,
Yes,
sure, man.
sir.
We
Yes,
appreciate it,
sir.
Choice. Have a great night, man.
Yeah.
Have a
see
good
ya.
one, buddy.
Buddy Choice. All right, so
Okay.
guys, I guess pretty much we're not going to wrap it up here unless we want to do this in 2 podcasts, but I don't know if we can. But you can go ahead. We're going to be doing the Q&A now. If you guys have any questions, we're going to answer them. And then we're also going to be I'm going to be doing a giveaway. I have 9 codes for PC and 9 codes for console. And these are all pets. So if you guys need pets, I got 9 pets for console, 9 pets for PC. So anyone who's in here from console, stick around for the 9 pets for you guys, and stick around from any PC users, stick around for these, because I have codes for you guys as well. So I guess let's start going down the question list. I guess I gotta actually probably pull up your YouTube here.
Yeah, well, remember I gotta like it's a couple posted down because I was doing like the hacking post thing when that was going down. So you have to go down to the one that has all the questions, which I have up right now.
Yeah, you mind? Oh, you have them all up. Okay, so I
Yeah,
guess
yeah, I have
just
them
go
all up
down.
right
Just
now.
go down from the top down, and I guess just go ahead and say 'em.
So the first one's from Suityak asking, "Are we ever going to get a DP/DR rework?" That was the first one.
DP/DR rework, definitely not. So if you've noticed kind of in the power creep of the game, the kind of direction that things are going in, I'm sure that you've noticed that they've done stuff to kind of slowly increase the effectiveness or maximize the maximization of, I don't even know if it's a real word, but basically to maximize those stats in other places. Essentially, they're trying to give us more HP, add more DP to the journals. They're trying to stray away from the one-shot meta. They're kind of counteracting it and kind of just like, basically 1 step forward, 2 steps back, essentially, because they keep on introducing more AP in other ways. But if the question is solely asking if they are doing a rework, no. But they're kind of combating that by introducing, stuff like the HP and DR add-ons for your accessories, artifacts,
Yeah.
yeah, stuff like that, which
Yeah,
they're going to
I
be
don't.
continuing to do.
Yeah, I'm not sure in what regard he's referring to. Like if he thinks DP or DR is
Yeah,
really
he's
bad.
probably asking about like if they're going to be doing a full-on DR rework, like making it better than evasion or as good as evasion, all that stuff. That's never going to happen. As
Yeah,
long
because then
as these
evasion
things,
serves no
yeah,
purpose. You know.
right, yeah, that's never going to happen. They're doing it through different means, like content releasing, Nebraska, etc., all that kind of stuff. So I know that doesn't really directly answer your question, but hope that helps.
Yeah, I pretty much am in the same boat as well. I don't think DP and DR needs a rework. Not to mention, it's like the way you counter evasion is through accuracy, not to out tanky the tank.
Yeah, I
You know what I mean?
mean,
Like that's
yeah,
not how that works.
choice. Yeah, I mean, choice just basically described like DP at low. If you have lower AP and you're fighting against high DP targets, I mean, you're not doing shit. So the solution is just they're gonna just probably add more DP into the game, add more HP, etc., into the game, and that's gonna be the solution. So I
Yep.
guess we can move on to the next question.
This I'm gonna skip this one because this one's rather long and I don't think it's a very great question. But I'll just, we'll decide whether this is.
Okay.
So this person is saying that he doesn't know how logical this is to ask, but what do we think about adding a lock-on system for PvP specifically, as well as a system that lets you highlight specific things on the map? So if you're looking for a specific enemy or resource, you can just search and highlight it without having to search anywhere. I don't know what he means by this. I really don't.
We could just skip.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know what you actually mean by that.
Yeah.
That is an interesting question.
We could skip that one.
The next one from Shio. Can we get any confirmation that they at least acknowledge the next gen request at all? And also,
That's
suck
actually
Zerker nerf when?
okay. So it's actually a very good question, and that I do have the answer to.
Yeah, we both do.
Let me see. I gotta go down. This is the one to your 26. Your 26.
Yeah, with the 20s,
Things. Okay.
about the yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah. So where is that? Oh, let's go. Okay. Can we confirm her? Okay, here it is. So this is to Shio. Shio. I don't know. It's probably
Yeah, I
say
just
name.
called it Shiu.
Yeah, Shiu. Sorry if we're butchering your name. So yes, there is going to be a next gen port. That was actually one of my questions I asked Jaehee Kim.
Mm-hmm.
I went into VOA with the mindset that I'm not leaving without an answer to it or anything for that matter. So that is what I asked him. I answered this on my stream, but I'll answer it here on the podcast. There is talks of a next gen port happening. It's under development. Actually, it's not even talks. It's under development. So
Yeah, it's in the
they
works.
are working on it. Yeah, they are working on it. Me, Squid, along with one other person, we can't mention to you the full extent of that answer because we're not allowed to. If we do, we'll actually get in some serious trouble. But there is, just understand that there is reasons as to why it hasn't been released yet, and a lot of people in this chat probably already know the answer as to why.
Yeah.
So, yeah, unfortunately, we apologize. We can't answer that to the full extent. We're acting like PA here, but just know it is under development. It is happening, and it's not easy to do. Essentially, is basically the way that they put it.
Yeah, it just to also mention it is a high priority. Like they are absolutely working on it as fast as possible to get it out there because it has been in the works for a very long time. There's just a lot of things in between as to what's going on from what we understand. And like Guido said, we just can't mention what exactly the issue is due to just it would cause even if we did mention it, it would cause more problems than solutions. So mentioning it would
Yeah,
not be a good idea.
mentioning it here, you guys would be probably going on to the next stream of like a PA stream. You guys would probably start like cursing at them and saying, this is the reason why we hate you guys." Um, so yeah, so we can't answer that fully, but it is under development, so it is happening. I don't know if it's happening this year or what, hopefully, but it is happening. Zerk, nerf, that is also happening as well.
Yeah, it's being looked at for sure. Um, the next
We can
one
start
from
breezing. Yeah.
from next one from Tavon Ray. Will we get Arena of Solaire and Mountain of Eternal Winter this year?
Um, Unknown, but actually, Mountain of Eternal Winter is a
Yes,
yes. That is
yes,
happening this year. Yes, that is
yes.
happening this
We
year.
did get that answer from Max. We did when we were at brunch. I specifically remember we was asking. He's literally trying to get it out as soon as possible. That's like one of their other things that they're putting a lot of resources into as of right now to try and get that going along with like Dracania, which that's coming out literally this month as well. So they're
It's
trying to
coming at the end of
push.
May.
Yeah. They're trying to push the Eternal region out really fast. There's no ETA on it or specifics as to when, but it should be for sure this year, 100%. If it's not, well, we tried. Effie plays. When will season servers and Dracania release? The 30th, pretty much. Is it possible to have the loot scroll return to the Pearl shop?
It already is in the
Yeah, I
loyalty
was about to
tab. You
say
literally just go in there and you collect it every. I believe it's like a
Monday.
one time thing a week. Yeah.
Yeah, it's Monday.
It would be amazing if that's a permanent feature. I agree, but sadly it's just an event and we have no control over that.
Yeah, it would be very nice. Yeah, as you said, it would be very nice to have that as a permanent feature. Let's be honest, especially for me, I fucking need that shit so badly. Next one for jail. Can we have an improved UI for cooldown so I can manage them individually and place them where I want on the screen? I actually did ask Durgif earlier today about UI options. He didn't say that he could make it happen, but it's certainly something that he could bring up, and the devs can have a conversation about it. There was also I don't know if you remember this, Guido. Somebody at the VOA asked also about like cleaning up the UI
Yeah,
and
they
like
actually answered a
optimizing it.
lot, but unfortunately, yeah, we don't. I don't recall everything that happened there, but they were talking about UI slots. There was actually a developer Q&A that actually happened at VOA. A lot of the people asked the developers about that. That was their question actually to the crowd about what they thought about the UI and improving it. So maybe you could actually see improvements to the UI later on, because that
Yeah,
was a major part at the Voice of Adventures event.
Yeah, they were specifically asking if there was like UI for that they could optimize it better because the more you have on your screen, the laggier the game is. So they were more or less asking if UI options can get some optimization so that way the game doesn't, it doesn't affect performance as much. So definitely UI is also being considered for sure. They're definitely looking at it. As to when, no idea, but it's definitely they are aware of that.
Yeah, no idea. We have no clue.
And the next one, can we get an auto use pot feature for drafts and elixirs similar to the alchemy stone? Having to set timers on my phone every 15 to 20 minutes. Damn, you're sweaty as hell.
I don't
What the
know. I don't know
hell?
why you would even have to
Yeah.
put timers on your phone. You can just look at your buff bar and just determine, hey, I need to put this back on. So
Yeah, I was about to say that's the sweatiest thing I've heard in a minute. For this one, I don't think it's necessary. What is it? It's small quality of life, but it's
that's
definitely I've
absolutely that's the last thing. Last thing the BDO needs right now is a convenience item to tell you when you shouldn't be popping your buffs. No offense to
yeah,
you. There's way more important things that we're worrying about right now than a timer. I'm looking at. No
yeah,
offense.
yeah, definitely is not really a top priority. But there's nothing wrong with it. But just as of right now, there are bigger fish to fry. From Erie Alvarez, what's next as for big updates after the Dracania/seasons? I don't think we really
So
know too much. The
Draconia.
Awakening.
Well, I guess this also kind of answers Brosidon's question above. So this year they want to give us a few things. They said that they are very much interested in giving us the Tuvala Cup on console as well as the Best in Class tournament. We're hoping. I'm pretty adamant about that. I'm a very big fan of the. I'm also very massive in the arena community of BDO. So I've been very much pushing for that. So I hope we get that. But as more so on the PVE side of things, Dracania is happening at the end of May. She's also coming with seasons. So seasons in Dracania should be coming at the end of May. In the May, what would that be? May 28th, around there.
Yeah,
Maintenance
yeah,
Wednesday,
yeah.
around there. So that should be coming. It's when that should happen. Unknown if that's also coming with the Mountain of Eternal Winter. It's probably happening after that. So that's happening in Elvia. They also do want to pump out this year because of the recent nerfs to orcs. They want us to just have it already.
Yeah.
I don't know when that's happening. Probably the fall or winter. We don't
hmm
know.
And if not this year, it's gonna be for sure early next year, 100%.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure it's gonna be this year. The next one, toggle loot scroll and Garmoth slash Vel world bosses when. I did actually ask this question to Jay Heekin personally. This was my like one personal question that
Oh
I got to
yeah,
him,
yeah.
and he's well aware that console doesn't have any sales going, and that like only very minimum amount of Garmoth hearts have been sold. I even specifically told him because I wrote down the number before I left to Boston. I even checked the marketplace. I told him there's only been 117 sold in the entirety that Garmoth has been out, and just seeing his face be that surprised, he knew it was low, but he didn't know it was that low. And I suggested the other world bosses drop Garmoth hearts until he's able to implement Garmoth, and he thought the idea was all right and that there was nothing wrong with it. But he's also working to optimize the game enough to where Garmoth can just fit into the game. But at this point, it really just feels redundant as of like there's so many things on their plate where Garmoth will fit in, but at the same time, they're working on a million other things. So like Winter Region, Dracania, Garmoth, like there's problems that are backed up, and then they're also trying to push content out. So it feels like it's a little push and pull here where there's like some confliction between content that should already be here versus content that isn't here that they're trying to put in for some reason. It's really weird.
Nightwing. If we don't get it, if it doesn't happen in the next maintenance that's happening this Wednesday, then it'll probably happen in the one after that. So it's not that far away. So regardless, it's happening this month. So okay, it's gonna be a lot of
Uh,
things happening.
any word on Valencia RBF? Again, that's a
Nope,
thing that's
nothing.
that I think no. I'm pretty sure somebody did. I
Nope,
think Sly asked that question. Did he not?
I don't think so. I've heard nothing about it.
I think I could have sworn I'd have to ask him. I'm gonna not answer that because I don't want to put words in Sly's mouth. But yeah, as far as I've heard, I don't think I've heard anything myself personally.
Nothing.
From Boo Boo is Sun Wukong coming to console. honestly.
Yes, down the line, probably in a year from now.
Yeah, it's gonna be a while because I'm pretty sure wasn't that a China exclusive because they were
It's
just
China
releasing.
exclusive for now. The coding was proven because people fucking data mine that shit or something. And they showed screenshots that the parts for it are in the game in the files, but it doesn't mean that we're getting it anytime soon. So just be on the lookout. But 2 classes a year, they're probably still trying to stick by. So you could probably expect Wukong maybe the end of this year or beginning of next year.
Yeah, for sure. I think just for now that they're keeping it as an exclusive thing to, for China and whatnot. But eventually he will for sure come out because I don't see why they would
Yep.
exclude a character that a lot of people are clearly excited for. That'd be very strange. So for sure, we're definitely going to see him at some point. Let's see here. We need better rewards that are for dungeons, what we have and what we need them to, raising the prices of Imperial boxes. I I don't even know if I read that correctly.
I don't even know how to answer that.
As far as the raising the prices on Imperial boxes, I think we're on par with PC, are we not?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the same thing. If not, then they're probably a little bit higher, which is, I mean, whatever. I mean, I
Yeah,
don't know.
it's still good money regardless. Like even because I do the boxes and it's still very solid money.
He also asked about the dungeons. We already answered that before.
Yeah,
But
during
the
the
better rewards for
podcast.
the dungeon, that's already happening. So just sit tight and it's happening. Uh,
The last one was like the when will Altar of Blood return?
it's,
That's a
that's
rough
probably
one.
unknown.
Yeah,
So I
that
can say
yeah, that one's a rough one because
unknown. No idea.
it yeah, it was just content that was dead. And I mean, considering that they were reworking other things, it was it's just not a priority right now. I don't think it's something that they're working on currently, among other things. So it's just one of those back burner content pieces that will probably get updated when other things are fixed and available.
Yeah. Um, person said zero animosity says, will Ranger get any more buffs and who? What?
Yeah, we just ignore that guy.
It's
I don't know who that is. I don't know that guy.
that's Rangers. I don't know. Check out the global lab patches whenever they come out. We don't know anymore past that. Durgif did mention to me though that there was a lot of adventurers there who asked about class balance questions. So you would just have to essentially ask them as to where it is and stuff. If you can find that information. I never went out of my way to answer or find that information. I only cared about consoles specifically. And then I only know one more answer on here, and you asked, where is it? Gotta scroll up probably. Where is it? I don't remember where it is on here. I forgot. Oh no. Oh, health log. So, 2 months ago, 3 months ago, we did the massive community tournament on console, and I brought up to them that same question, and it's inconclusive. We have no idea when the health log is coming. Can literally happen next week, next month, next year. We don't know.
Uh-huh.
And I think that's probably it for the questions, right?
Yeah, I'd say that's about it. I think.